All right. Welcome, everyone, to the 2025 West Coast hosted U.S. Masters. It's going to be a great time. For the first table we're going to be streaming this week is going to be Tyler Schultz versus Scott Holcomb. The scenario is going to be Stockpile. And with me today, I have Mike Rossi.
What's up, friends?
And for those who don't know, I'm Matt Carmen. Ross is going to take us through the lists here as we watch deployment and then start identifying what units are.
You got it. So both of these lists are super awesome. They have the the highest unit strength, second highest unit strength in the tournament, facing each other round one. Starting with Tyler Schultz, with his name of his list is called the Brother Marching. He's got 3 hordes of Villain Penitents with Crushing Strength 1. He's got a horde of Men-at-Arms Spearmen with Veteran Command. He's got 2 infantry hordes of Paladin Monster Slayers. And he has a horde of Villain Bowmen. So that's 7 hordes of dudes. He has, backing them up, he has 3 Phoenixes. Phoenix, whatever. One of them is a Ancient Phoenix. And an Exemplar Paladin with lead from the front, and an Exemplar Chaplain with Battle Hymns and the Lute of Insatiable Darkness. Yeah, so I mean that's the list.
Lead from the front is the rallying. Yep,
gives them rally. Yep. So infantry only, but that's everybody.
Yeah.
The Phoenixes, right?
Basically
so,
everything.
Yeah. So his goal is to choke the center, heal everything up, fire, shoot fire over the top.
Yeah.
Call it a day. It's great. Move to the center, control the center. Scott Holcomb's list. This is Basilean list. 4 regiments of Sisterhood Infantry. 4 regiments of Alohi, one with the fire oil. 2 of them have Celestial Fury, which gives elite to infantry nearby. He's got 2 chariot regiments of Sisterhood Panther Chariots. He's got Neurology with the Blade of Slashing. He's got the Formation, which gives him 2 Cav troops of Gur Panthers, a Cav regiment of Panther Lancers, and a Cav regiment of Panther Lancers. And for that, I believe that it gives him Fury for everything with Beast.
Yes.
Right? I believe. Right? But actually, that was bad. As I'm reading the list, I went like this over the camera, so you can tell I know exactly what I'm doing. This is the way the day's gonna go. It's fantastic.
Hey, it's perfect. We're gonna learn through trial and error.
Right? So bad.
Oh man. Yeah. All right. Well, now let's go through and start identifying what these things are. So I've got my handy dandy pointer here. So I'm going to start with Scott here at the top of the table. We've got the 4 Sisterhood Infantry Regiments, which are going to be here in the back left, center right, and center further right. And then we've got the Panther Chariots, fairly easy to spot. And then following that, we have Lohi regiments. All regiments?
They're all regiments.
Yep, okay. So we got one there on the far left, one on the upper left, one on the far right, and I believe the last one is there in the center right.
Yeah.
Following it from that, we have Urlohi, which I believe, I might go up to triple check here in a second, but I believe it's right over there in the forest, poking its head in to get line of sight.
I can go check.
Sure, we get it in a second.
Yeah, in a minute.
And then the Gur Panthers, one is quite obvious here behind this fence, and the other one looks to be over here, hiding behind the horse.
Yep.
Both of those make sense because it's putting them in cover for the first turn. This allows us to take cover and not get shut off the board turn one. Going down the list here, the Panther Lancers, I want to say, are here and here, respectively. One of them being in the forest. I don't believe he had items for either of them. I think his list was pretty lean on items. Yep. So that's going to make it fairly easy to commentate because there are no items to keep track of for Scott's list.
No, the fire oil isn't going to matter for this matchup, so there you go.
Yep. And then I assume we confirmed that was the early loading.
Yep, absolutely.
Perfect. And then some of my handy-dandy spotting skills.
There we go.
We can already see that Tyler is taking first turn, it looks like.
Yeah.
So top of one. One second here, just keep people as top Tyler. Looking at here, Tyler had a much more castled formation. So he was focusing on 2/3 of the board.
Yep.
We've got Villain Penitence. Penitence? There we
Penitence,
go.
yeah.
It's definitely still early in the morning. So Penitence. These ones I will probably have to go double check because he's got 6 different hordes.
Right. So
and they're all infantry.
Right. So the two in the back, those are the Monster Slayers.
Okay, that
Right.
makes
So,
sense.
yep, those two. I can't tell from looking at them which ones are the Villain Bowmen because they all kind of look very similar-ish.
Oh, the bowmen are a regiment, so that one.
Oh,
we
that's
can spot. Yeah.
back in there. Yeah. Okay. So the rest are. Oh, the Spearmen are pretty obvious. The Spearmen are the ones right there in the center.
Yeah, we can actually see the spears.
Yep.
And then that just leaves Penitence,
Yeah.
and Penitence.
Just dudes.
Yep. And then the Phoenixes, I'm pretty sure this one is going to be the
Yeah, that big
ancient.
one there is the ancient.
Yep.
Yep.
Since it's got the different coloring.
Yep.
And then he will have some individuals, which from experience, those are going to be the hardest thing to keep track of.
Right. That little
but-
dot that he just ran up there, that's one of them.
Yep.
Right.
So that's going to be
I know. If you had to guess, it'd be the one with the rally.
Yeah,
Right?
that would be my guess. But it's also behind, so it might actually be this one here that's the rally because it has a line of sight through the hordes in front of it.
Yep.
And then the chaplain, because it's a spellcaster, is the one that's
Snug.
Just
Yeah.
snug as a bug.
Right.
He's also got Augustus, so I might go prod Tyler here in a second to identify the characters. But I assume one of these two hiding behind is Augustus, and the other one hiding behind is the just normal chaplain. But they both have Bane chance, so that's going to be the big thing for most of this game. I
Right.
don't think Veil of Shadows is going to have any impact.
Not going to matter.
Yep.
Not going to matter.
And heal may come into play, but I don't think heal's going to keep up with the rate of incoming damage that Scott has available.
Right. Looks like the bowmen are doing work or
Yep.
attempting to do something. A couple wounds on.
So it's early up the
Yeah.
Panther Chariots. And
Nothing to show for it, and there's your iron resolve.
the iron.
Yeah.
Yep. So it looks like it's probably going to flop to Scott.
Right.
Nice and fast.
So it's interesting here. Like Tyler's. Well, I mean, we're playing Stockpile,
Yep.
right? So
Yep.
probably should describe that next.
So I will say that this pile, at least just from our bird's eye view, looks to be a little bit further.
It's quite far away.
But, as long as they're both played, then I think it's going to be fine.
Right.
But Stockpile is a scenario where you have loot tokens at the center of the table, and very specifically, you have one pile of 3 counters right in the center, and 2 piles of 2 counters, 12 inches apart from it, spread out. And the idea is that you can't pick up all the tokens right away, unlike scenarios like loot. So you have to spend multiple turns collecting the piles and then basically trying to hike them back and prevent the enemy from picking them up. So it encourages you to get in the center of the board early, as opposed to a lot of other scenarios that try to get you in the center of the board late. So it's definitely an interesting scenario. I definitely think it's going to force some decisions out of Scott, because I think Tyler's going to be more comfortable running forward and just parking on tokens.
Right.
And then it's just going to become a bloodbath pretty fast here.
Well, it's going to force Tyler to engage up in the middle, right, and open himself up to multiple charges.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
You know.
Though, to his advantage, he does have the Spear Horde, which is going to negate a lot of the stuff in Scott's list.
Right.
So even the Chariots are not going to be happy to see that. Loki are not going to be happy to see that. The Panther Lancers are basically wet noodles in the front of that.
Right.
And what I think a lot of this game is going to come down to is the rampage of the Sisterhood units going to be enough to overcome the rabble-like infantry hordes of Brothermark?
I mean, with the rampage, they're essentially 20 attacks apiece when they get in there. They start at 15 with an extra 5.
Right? Yeah.
Right. And they're going to have elite because the Elohi give them elite if you're within a couple inches.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it within 6 or is it in combat?
It's if they're in combat.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah. Which does help Tyler, I think, a little bit, because that means he can kind of block off those multi-charges.
Right.
If he angles his hordes. I will say right now he's kind of arcing.
He's bowing out as opposed to bowing in.
Yeah, he's bowing outwards as opposed to in. Right.
Which I think he has to, though, because of the speed.
Yep.
You know, those Lancer units, they move 20 with nimble. So the minute he goes like this, he's just giving a flank up immediately. Right.
Yep. And that's really going to be on Scott here, I think, to push the speed advantage.
Right.
We did technically missed it in Tyler's deployment. He did have 2 Ogre Palace Guard captains, recently added in 25, I believe, which he has here on the far flanks. They're definitely a lot slower,
right,
than anything Scott has, but Tyler has positioned them behind this forest here, because I believe this is a forest.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't think it's a forest. I think it's height 3 difficult. And I'll get clarification on the heights here in a second.
Sure.
Something else we should ask for is a pack.
Right.
But I believe it is a height 3 difficult forest. Meaning that he is still blocked from line of sight to anything that Scott has. So even he has the lower speed, he can safely advance until they're both towing into the forest.
And more importantly, control that side and block off if he wants to do the end run around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Prevents Scott from just gunning 20 inches down and pivoting to the center.
Right.
Definitely keeping Tyler in check there. And you can see the difference on the sides, because this one was not able to advance as aggressively because there isn't this convenient line of sight blocker in the way.
Right.
But yeah, looks like Scott is doing what we expect.
Moving up aggressively on the flanks, right? That second line of regiment, second line of regiments will be wandering up to mop up. Turns 4, 5, and 6 probably, right?
Yep.
But we will see.
So keeping us appraised on.
Moves up. Checks to make sure that he's just out.
So yeah, early game moves here I think are going to be taking board control. I do see Scott pushing for it a lot more aggressively than I think I would have expected.
Right.
But I think the advantage of that is if Tyler moves forward here, if he tries to angle to the upper left of the map as we're facing it,
Yep.
he's going to be flanked by most stuff on the
On the
right,
far right.
functionally,
Yep.
right,
Mhm.
yep. And if he faces that, it's the left. So if
And
I'm Tyler in this situation, I think you still have to arc to the right here, or sorry, arc to the left here. Got my left and right backwards.
right.
But I still think you angle across from here to here and
try
use
to-
these fortresses. And
Right.
this
Try
hill as a
use the
buttress.
hill as a buttress. Right.
Yep. And then I think you use one of your hordes just as a sacrificial pawn.
He takes a right and just
Yeah.
shoots out to the right to cover.
Just covers as much. Turn it right 90 degrees. That gets you 100 millimeters. No, 200 millimeters.
Right.
Yeah, 200 millimeters of
Cover.
just
And
cover.
that is also the monster slayers. So
Yep.
right, if Scott wants to go in, if he positions it right, the monster slayers are going to go into whatever's there and just remove it.
Right,
Call it a
exactly.
day, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Right.
Um,
It's interesting because I look at the board and I'm like, wow, so many hordes, and it still has to sink in. I'm a dwarf player, so a horde
Right,
of dudes is
right.
like 200 something points for this. I'm like, oh, 115 points if he loses a horde of Elaines. Nobody gives a crap,
Yep,
right?
yep.
So it's almost like this giant block of nerve that's also chaff at any time.
Yep.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. The benefit is they take up a lot of space and take up a surprising amount of effort to remove.
All right, so Tyler is moving up. Doesn't look like he's close enough to stand on the stockpile. He's covered both of his flanks with the edge of the adjacent horde there. So as long as he sets it up right, Scott shouldn't be able to get in there. And he's checking now, because he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, both of them are playing really fast for early game turns. I'm definitely used to a lot more arc and angle checking, but I think a lot of the terrain in this map is blocking so much line of sight
Right.
that they're just able to advance pretty safely
Right.
without having to do a lot of careful checks.
And that right there. So Tyler moves up. He says,
Yep.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to cover my sides. He checks. Scott puts his own thing in there and goes, oh, let me check just to make sure. Tyler does a little shimmy. Now everything is cool.
Yep.
Right? So, like, that's one of the best things about this game is any other game, you'd be like, I hope it works. And then, oh, it looks like I got you. It looks like you
Yeah.
lose. Right? But this is a game of intention first and foremost, right? Which makes it pretty cool, especially table one, high level play, and they're helping each other figure it out because the rules kind of lead you to it, you know?
Absolutely. As Kyle Poole walks past, sneaking to grab his cell phone charger.
That's right.
Mike Rossi is my second favorite author.
Wow. I'll take that. Brandon Sanderson's my first, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Turtle Dove's good too. We'll have a talk later. All right.
Just checking here.
Our cameras went out.
Yeah, now we're definitely seeing some arc checks. This is definitely a case where Tyler just can't cover everything. I think that's really what it's going to come down to.
Right.
He's going to have to take charges. It's just how many and where. I would. This forest is like key to his survival.
Agreed.
He can anchor against this. He can turn a flank to it.
Right.
He just has a lot of options to utilize that as defensive coverage,
Right.
which makes up for the fact that even though he has a lot of unit strength, I actually didn't check. Are they equal on total units?
Well, that's a good question. Hold, please. 15 and they are the same
15.
number of units.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not even a piece advantage.
No. Though it is interesting that Tyler has individuals, right? So he's got a
That's
couple
true.
individuals.
Okay.
And
So when you factor the individuals, which I would argue are, I typically address them as non-combat pieces, right?
Right.
So you have pieces that are like effective trading units.
right.
Even if they're chap, I would still consider that a trading
Sure.
unit because like you could get a flank, and they can hold scenarios, objectives, and tokens and whatnot.
Right.
So Tyler definitely has a disadvantage in that 3 of his units, of his 15 units, are functionally non-scoring, and 2 of them are mostly not combat.
Right.
So like the Paladin Knight is okay,
Sure.
but he's still only 5 attacks as an individual.
Yeah, those pieces, that investment is to make the other units sticky.
Yeah, exactly. It's making his hordes even more durable.
Is he putting the side of his unit into the woods?
This might be bait. This might be a case where. Ooh, okay. I'm trying to think this one through real quick.
Right?
So instead of anchoring and angling to the left,
Uh-huh.
and then using one horde to effectively buttress, what he's done instead is I think he's angled these 2 hordes here in such a way that neither of them can be charged in the flank.
Yep.
At least I hope that's what he's trying to do.
It seems like it.
Technically, one of them should have some overhang.
Right.
If I had to suspect, it's the one on the right.
It's the one on the right.
Yeah, because it has the most abilities to punish.
And it looks like he checked the Panther Lancers on the left just to make sure they were out of range. It looks like he's just
Gotcha.
out.
Yeah,
Right.
that tracks.
So didn't give that up.
And this Panther Chariot can't see, which leaves this Alohi regiment, and a single Alohi regiment is not going to cut
It's not going to do nothing.
Right.
Right. 4 wounds.
Right. And this Panther Chariot regiment can't see them, so they can't multi-charge.
Right.
I do wonder, and it's a little hard to eyeball from the top, but I am curious. I'm assuming that the chariots are in the front. So if he moves the Alohi regiment, he's not getting punished there.
He checked everything else, so I hope he checked that.
Yeah, 'cause
right?
that would be pretty painful. I know the Alohi couldn't do it, but I know those regiments get a lot of rampage.
Yeah, right.
Or at least are just a lot of attacks in general. I think those ones don't get rampage. I think they just have a lot of attacks.
So it does look like it looks like that third Alohi, the Alohi regiment in the middle. It looks like that he's checking the line of sight, and I bet you $52 billion that is a front charge. Right. So he's not giving the flank up there.
Okay.
He's giving the front, and he's like, I don't care if you go in with both of those. Right. Send it over, see what happens. Right.
Right. So I think he's seeing if he's in arc, which it looks like he should be.
Yeah. He's a little
From,
fiddling, just check.
Yeah. So he's either trying to stay just out of range of movement or just out of arc to make sure that this regiment of Sisterhood cannot charge him.
Right.
Keeping the Panther Lancer regiment to the front, which Panther Lancers are great when they can hit a flank, but in the front, they're just going to slap some.
I mean, they'll do some stuff, and then
Yeah,
there's a
they'll do
couple
damage.
Phoenix there, and there's,
Yeah,
heal it up and call it a day, right?
Right. You need a little bit more to pop on it. That's that thing, right? You just have to have. They don't do that much. They don't hit hard in combat.
Right.
And they're fairly squishy. But it's still just so much nerve that you
Right.
have to hit it with enough stuff to kill it,
Right.
or else you're going to get punished. And there is something to be noted. One of the advantages Tyler has here in this matchup is that because so much of his army is height 1, and most of Scott's army is height 2 or higher.
So 2
or
3.
sorry.
Yeah, 2 3s. Yep.
I'm thinking second edition.
Yep.
So many editions.
Yeah. But the interesting thing is, it's everything on Tyler's is 2 or 6,
Right.
and everything on he's got 3s and 4s. The chariots are 4s,
Yep.
right? But and then the 2s in the back. So he has varying heights, but his height 2 shit's in the back,
Right.
right?
So anything that Scott engages Tyler's line with is going to allow Tyler to multi-charge with the horde.
Right, because everybody can see him.
Yep.
Right.
And Tyler has positioned both of these hordes, certainly at least this one. I don't know about this one, but it might just be the hill throwing some angles on us. But this one, when you charge a unit,
Okay.
normally when you determine which side you go to, when you multi-charge, you draw a laser line directly across the front of the unit, and whatever leader point gets hit first by the laser goes to that side of that
Yep.
unit.
Yep.
So if it were these two hordes charging this Alohi regiment, obviously wouldn't be able to fit in this case, but
Sure.
if they could, the one on the right goes to the right,
Goes to the
one on
right,
the
one on
left
the
goes to the left.
Right.
But because Tyler's positioned them exactly parallel, any two units that charge the front of this horde, when you draw that line across, the line's going to hit exactly at the same time. And in that situation, Tyler gets to choose which
side to
the
go
horde
on?
goes on.
Okay.
Right. Which means that he can then shift these penitents way to the left,
Right.
cover his flanks.
cover-
Super great.
yeah.
Yep. Puts him further in the forest, makes him even harder to shift, and then punish with his paladin monster.
So that leads to the question, because I don't know what I'm doing. For smart charging, right?
Yep.
So the first infantry horde would countercharge,
Yep.
right? And it would be able to slide way to the left, enough room for the one behind to fit.
So
Because it looks like they're pretty tight between the two of them, right?
good chance to bring up smart charging and make sure to explain the technical explanations on it. So it's mostly used for flank and front simultaneous charges.
Okay.
There was a brief point where it was causing some issues and some other stuff.
Yeah.
Basically, and part of me wants to just get a MS Paint thing open on the sides and then try to throw that up on a screen.
No, it's
But if you have your two hordes, you slide to your final position.
okay. And then the other one has to be able to
The
clear
other
and
one
touch.
still has to be able to make touch.
Yep. But you're not overcompensating by
Right, you're
sliding
not,
over.
you're not allowed to make more space to allow you to actually make that
Got it.
contact.
Okay.
Just the space that you would have if they were sharing as equally as possible.
Got it.
And that should be plenty with these hordes, because even though, like, they would be pretty close together, I suspect Tyler's played these long enough to know that that inch gap should be
Is
enough,
enough, right.
to move forward, and he can either stay in the back and pivot to the right and probably just eke past the corner, or move forward and then pivot to the right and like hit the enemy
Yeah.
unit with his upper right corner, pick up in place.
Sure. Looks like the Phoenixes are doing a little fire, shooting a little fire stuff.
Yep. If I had to guess, probably trying to pick on the Panther Lancer regiment that he already started on.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Right.
Spreading plink shooting against armies that have Iron Resolve on everything, it's generally not a good idea.
But there's multiple dice there for wounds, so looks like he's doing something.
Yeah, it looks like at least 9, I think, currently. Though, admittedly, this get this a little bigger for the sake of my aging eyes.
Whoa.
Yeah, that looks like 9 wounds to me.
Yeah.
So, all right. And it looks like he's putting a little bit of plink damage on the right. I suspect that that's just because it's the only target.
It's the only target
activated.
available.
Yeah. That was a pretty spicy nerve roll. And still not enough, though, because it's an Alohi regiment.
Oh. Did he get him?
6, 9, 6, 15
Try
was a
again.
kill. Symbol 7.
Nicely done.
Yep.
Pick it up. All right.
Gets under first blood.
Nice.
And then I suspect it's going to be over to Scott. So this would be turn 2 bottom.
Yeah.
Scott.
So it looks like Tyler took that left Palace Guard or Ogre Palace Guard hero and kind of like shoved him up a little bit so he can see down the line. He can't be seen. Not a bad placement,
Yep.
really, right? And on the right hand side, he kept his other
right hand side.
on the left hand side. That's what he did. On the right hand side, he kept them back. So in
Yep.
case someone wants to jump in, he'll countercharge with him and make a mess,
Yep.
right?
He might even have it And this is just because of the camera being in the center of the table. You get a tiny bit of like that
Occlusion?
alter. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
That's the fancy word that I never remember.
Nerds.
He might even be at an angle where he's actually got this Alohi regiment in the flank, and so they can't fit, and so they can't charge.
Oh, yeah. Even better.
Which, yeah, just leaves it very open to punish anything that wants to come in and try to sneak away over here.
Sure.
This one on the left-hand side has towed into this difficult terrain. He's basically daring the Alohi to come block him up and be annoying.
Right.
If they hit him, they're very unlikely to kill him, and he can just run away at that point.
Just leave if he feels like it. Right?
Yep. Got plenty of options there. I am a little curious how Scott engages here. I do think this is the turn to do it.
Agreed. I think that it was important for Tyler to take that one of the regiments away the way that he did, because I think if both go into the front, that's 32 attacks, etc. That would have been a mess. Not against the spears, but the penitents will go away.
That
right.
Laser.
So
I know if you saw that.
what happened?
Oh, he had the brightest laser I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, no, he's flashing that everywhere.
Yeah. That was beautiful.
So Tyler goes up. He takes the middle. He's very meticulous with his placement, because obviously he's done this a bunch. Now, to your point, Scott has to. Maybe he doesn't have to engage now, but he has to do something to put pressure. Right.
I think he has to engage now. I could be wrong, admittedly. It's not me playing on these tables, but I think the thing is, if Scott doesn't engage this turn, what's going to happen on Tyler's turn is that he will use this to again anchor his left flank.
Yep.
And then he can start he will just aggressively shove the stuff right in the face of everything Scott has. He doesn't even have to charge it.
No, just be in the way.
Just be in the way.
Yep.
And then start parking the Phoenixes and start picking up.
Right.
And then he just goes and runs. And got
checking.
triple checking arcs.
Right.
In this case, I think he's going to try to do a run by.
I think so. On
See
that
if he
side.
can see if he can run by both this ogre and this horde and this other horde.
Yeah, he's checking his safe. He's checking his landing zone, right, to see if he can
Now,
squeeze in there.
That's the Urlohi, so he doesn't technically have to get a flank to be useful, right? Because he's got dread, so he does have some additional benefits. I will say the downside of just trying to dodge these arcs is that if I'm Tyler, you just move this Phoenix forward and pivot and put it right in front of it and block its other side.
Right.
Yeah. So it seems more punishing to Tyler, but I think Tyler has solutions to counter that.
Sure. I mean, one of the best things about the Phoenix is the height sticks, and it's sticky.
Yeah.
Right? So anything that's, unless you go in multiple, it's.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, and an Urlohi, 6 attacks, dread.
It's not enough.
Not guaranteed.
Not enough.
Yeah.
Not enough.
And it's got region 3.
Yeah.
I think on the
three
Ancient
up.
Phoenix. Yeah.
Right.
That thing is not going anywhere. So yeah, if he doesn't at least keep some options to multi-charge it to get some flank,
Yep.
Which that would force Tyler to at least engage. It's a little rough. I think, despite the speed advantage, Tyler's managed to keep his line close enough to where he can force concentrate.
Right.
And I almost feel, well, that's a little judgy. One of the things that Scott could do is, this is only turn 2, right?
Yep.
So he still has lots of time. Most of his stuff is speed 10. He is fast.
Yeah.
He could just turn and
just
book
leave.
it. Yeah.
He could just leave. I mean, at this stage of the game, he could say, you know what, I'm going for the left, the center, and the left, and you can have the one on the right, and who cares?
Yeah.
Right.
So if he doesn't engage this turn, right, then I think he needs to spend his time spreading out even further, pushing the arc and the crescent, the eternal crescent,
Right.
even further around Tyler's army to where he can't keep wrapping out.
Well, that's it,
basically,
right?
Until eventually something finally gives.
Yeah, because Tyler is relying on essentially tight formations to guard all of his flanks. The minute he has to open that up, right? Stuff's going to be you can't cover everything, right?
Yep. Yeah. But there is still a timer, right? Because Tyler's hordes are big and beefy,
Yep.
and you got to have time to chew through them.
Yep.
And the longer he's in the center of the table, the longer he's going to be taking those loot tokens.
Right. Every time he flashes that laser, I want to go, oh, right, Jesus.
Jesus beams.
Seriously.
No kidding. And there's still a lot of terrain here too to block line of sight and make it really just buttressy.
Yeah.
And this building, which I kind of wrote off a little bit at the beginning, Tyler's really smart about deploying close to that and using it to anchor.
Yeah.
It just gives him a lot of flexibility there, and it makes a lot of sense that he's focused just on these two piles. And he'll try to buttress between this forest and this building. Mm-hmm. That he's got enough frontage to do it.
Right.
A lot of Tyler's play here seems really well thought out. And his deployment matches, which is not to say that I don't think Scott's is well thought out. I think Scott's is doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. It's just got like if he the trick with Alpha Strike. If you jump too early, it's
a mess.
yeah.
You're a hero by turn 4, and then
Right.
you have nothing left, right?
Yep. So you got to jump right as you can, maximum damage, and if you bounce too much,
Right.
which there's a lot of opportunity to bounce here, right? You're in a bad spot. That's how you lose this alpha.
Yeah. So he's shimmying forward a little bit. He's staying outside of 10, right? He's got the other unit there. Maybe the idea is he tries to pen him in such a way that. Maybe the idea is he tries to pen him in, make it so that if the Phoenix aren't the ones picking up the loot tokens, right?
Right.
If the hordes are doing it, then he waits till turn 5, goes in, smashes a horde, picks up one on each unit if he gets a combo charge.
Yeah. Right.
I
Spreads
mean,
it out.
that's another way to try, right? It's not the way I like to do it,
Yeah.
but I lose in Stockpile all the time. So
I was talking to a lot of people because this is one of the first masters where people have known the scenario ahead of time.
yeah,
So a lot of people had time to practice their matchups. And a lot of people I talked to who had fastness were discussing the possibility of aggressively running up, just like playing the scenario,
Okay.
which is this is U.S. Masters. But
you should.
This is a game about scenario play. It is not about kill.
Right.
You get some bonus points for that, but realistically, win first, worry about that later. Always try to win by one. So this situation, if you're Scott and you get to go first,
Yeah.
which I almost wanted to rewind and check what his deployment was on turn 1 to see if maybe he was setting up for it.
It seemed like he was. If this is because all of his fast stuff was in front,
Yeah,
right?
he
With
definitely
the
had
idea,
options for it.
right?
Yeah. The center, I think, was the questionable one, but everything else, 100%. He had the access to, I think, between a 20-inch move, jump on the token piles.
Right.
And the thing is, if you jump on them turn 1 and start picking them up, you got some really fast units. You just immediately turn and book it for your table edge
leave,
and just
right?
run, right?
Yeah,
Just take them and run. And then you just throw your entire army away to try to survive.
Right.
Which I just think that timer, that opportunity is only really available on turn 1 if you get that turn 1 with
Right.
that fast army.
Right.
And now that we're beyond that, I don't think that he realistically can kind of dive and like cover.
No, because Tyler has them all covered. Right. So he'll
Yeah,
go in
yeah.
and just get punched in the face, and it's like, all right,
Yeah.
I picked this up for you. Thank you.
Even
Right.
even generously, like moving forward and like literally trying to create like a little Blood Bowl box, basically,
Yeah,
right? Like old school.
Yep.
And just trying to like protect the little token pile. Like I just don't think you've got enough pieces, and that's with his piece advantage,
Right.
which has shrunk by 1 because he lost out of his combat units.
Right.
So, while Tyler is making some tough calls on how to position, because I don't think he's diving this turn.
No, it looks like he's setting up for turn 3.
Yep. He's gonna push it closer. He's gonna take that time. We have sponsors, specifically the West Coast has sponsors. First and foremost, Countercharge Podcast. One of the longest running and largest followed and
Right.
yada yada yada.
It is, and
It's
is.
got some okay
Right.
hosts, I've heard. They do some stuff.
They're mildly all right.
Yeah, tolerable people. We've got Mantic Games. I don't know who that is. They don't do anything of any note that is of any relevance, except make this game. Just casual stuff. We've got Wing Tazar, who you probably know more about than I do.
Yeah.
Tell me about Wing Tazar.
They are in all of my authorship experience, Matt, they are fantastic to work with. For you guys at home that don't know, I wrote one of the lore books.
Shameless plug.
Yes,
Shameless
honors price.
plug.
Go buy it. It's great. $12 on Kindle. What's wrong with you? But they are fantastic to work with. They do a lot of historical, military history stuff, but they also are the official publisher for the Kings of War lore books. Yep. They're fantastic.
Awesome. We've got War Chest Creations, which I believe is Tim Lunas out of the Mountain Region. He does a whole bunch of like etched, various wooden stuff and other gaming supplies.
Yeah,
and
his laser cut templates box is fantastic. The magnets and everything, it's really, really well done.
Absolutely. One of the best pieces of gaming supplies that I feel like almost everyone has. For good reason. We've got Game Envy, which I'm going to come back to give a proper shout out to here later because Jeremy's going to need to tell me more about them.
Well, they were the ones I believe that set up the first aid station.
Oh
here.
yeah.
So this is one of the nice things about being here is we know that everybody's traveling, they're flying in, and there's an inevitable breakage. But there's essentially a giant paint station with all kinds of glue and repair stuff in the back. I mean, about 120 paints lined up back there just in case you need them. So it's pretty sick. So they supplied all that for the attendees.
Yeah, they shut the doors at 11, so that's the only reason I know that Garrett Mercer wasn't sitting there until
Still
4 in the
painting.
morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he was absolutely using it. We've got Loose Caboose Hobbies.
I think those are the.
I was gonna say that's probably the local
game store.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
I will get further clarification. For
Being
Jeremy
out of
in a
towner
minute.
and all.
Yeah. But yeah, those are our lovely list of sponsors. We will continue to shout them out over the course of the day.
Sure.
It makes running these events, these amazing get-togethers, because the real reason we play this game is the people.
It is to hang out.
Yep.
Absolutely. It's an excuse.
It's an excuse to go to Reno. All right, getting back into the game here. So Tyler, no, we're still in Scott. Yep.
Scott is still.
This was a good call to read off those sponsors.
Yep. Looks like he's forming up a line.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And getting ready to try to prevent Tyler from moving up to take the tokens.
Yep.
Right. To send the stockpile. It looks like he's getting ready to punish him if he moves up.
Yeah, I might go over and check out of curiosity if this is a 10-inch or a 12-inch stick. I feel that that's a 10-inch stick. That's the minimum charge distance.
You would imagine so.
Yeah.
Right.
So with that being the case, I'm assuming he's staying just out.
Just outside. Yeah.
I don't know that that's strictly necessary. It is penitence.
They hit on
does,
fives, right?
Right. Fives coming out of a forest. Right.
Yeah,
So they're not going to do much. But one of the reasons that they're really good, you get that big front inch just takes up space.
Right. And you're essentially just blocking him from the center.
Yeah.
Right.
And especially with regiments this close together, you could potentially block up to 3 units here
Right.
with just the one horde. So I think Tyler is positioned, or not Tyler, sorry, Scott.
Scott.
We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it out. I think Scott is positioned correct to make sure that that does not happen. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then, yeah, it looks like he's just pushing his line forward and mostly getting set up for turn 3.
Right.
Trying to see where the jump comes in.
So let's see.
Oh, I think we have switched to Tyler because
Yep.
I noticed that.
Yeah, Tyler started moving his dudes. Yep.
Bounce back. Okay. Yeah, trying to look at this now. So, looks like
So the other thing that Scott does, you see on the left side the Gur Panther troop. has
Oh, just
surged
dodged
forward,
right
yeah,
through.
right, surge forward, and now can cause problems later.
it is only Gur Panthers, right? So, like, I guess he didn't have the opportunity to pick a token, right?
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
So the idea, I would imagine, is he's going to go hunting for stuff
yeah.
later on, right? I mean,
I guess if you get a rear on Penitence, it's still 18 attacks because I think they only
Right.
they have a weird attack breakdown from memory.
yeah.
It's like 6 or 9 or something.
Oh, for Gur Panthers?
yeah,
Yes.
it is 6.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's 6.
yeah. Because they're like treated as a swarm, but they're not actually a swarm.
Yeah.
Um,
So like they would go in and, but more importantly, it's fighting individuals. So those individuals that are snugged up behind, right?
Right.
And you go in
Does-
and maybe
does
cause
give you an
problems
option
with
there.
them, or go into a flank
Shut
with
down some
Phoenix,
main chance,
something,
yeah.
right?
okay, that makes it a little bit more enticing.
And then for what, 80 points?
Right.
You know,
right.
it's who cares, you know?
I guess for me, and this could totally be a playstyle thing,
Sure.
is I still feel that their best use in this matchup because of how tight Tyler's army can get, right? Because Horde's, one of the big disadvantages, they're big, right?
Yeah.
And while he did have a setup where he could kind of work around that a little bit, we can already see how that's starting to like have to break apart.
Yeah.
We've already got this horde that we talked about earlier with that whole fancy tactical maneuvering. Can't do it anymore.
Right.
Already done. And that means if you have this one 80-point troop from Gur Panthers, right? Now you could potentially get that value block
Yeah.
in front. And there's some of the only height 2 units in Scott's army.
Oh, that's true. Right.
So he can't get those multi-charges.
Yep.
And that means that he could potentially block up to 2 hordes with 1 troop.
Right.
Which is not to say that I don't. I think what you're calling out here with being able to hit the characters of the main chan is absolutely. If you're going to do this, absolutely, that is what I think
Sure.
you do with it. I take back anything I said about trying to rear Penitence. I think you hit the main chan.
Yeah.
But or just try to keep it alive for scoring. But the honest truth is, there's 2 Phoenixes right there.
Yeah. Right. So it looks like Tyler's taking that left-hand chord where the marker is on the screen, shifted it up a little bit, and there's a dummy base next to it, right? So what do you think is happening there? Is he just checking? You know, like if I move here, you'd be able to charge. You see the right there, right?
So my suspicion is he's gonna move up in such a way to make sure that he can't get a multi-charge on the flank,
Right.
or and at the same time preventing the Elohi from being able to fit in between.
Okay.
This is getting really technical with this individual, because normally when you charge an individual, the individual lines to you.
Yep.
And this can create some tricky, interesting situations with flying units specifically. We had a very infamous period at one point where dragons were charging individuals that were right behind units.
Yeah. Bananas.
Right.
Yeah.
It was a time. And that's why there's a rule that says if your individuals are nice and snug, they're basically covered from what
Right.
we're facing.
So it should be.
But Tyler has cleverly positioned this individual to where a single pivot from these Alohi, I don't think can fit on either side. And he can't fit in the middle. So even though he definitely can touch this individual, and he can definitely reach the corner, he can't fit the Alohi in such a
He
way.
can't line up in any way where he sits tight.
Even if the individual has to align to him, I literally think those Alohi can't fit in any position that allows the individual to align.
That
Which
is
is
slick.
pretty cool. Yeah, I was going to say.
That's highly
that is-
geometric and not cinematic.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. But it is pretty cool to have the individual actually get to stand out on his own and be like, haha, sucks to be you.
Yeah.
But yeah, very good position there. But it does look like he is finally just saying, hey, if you want it, come get me for the penitent.
Yeah.
He's finally stopped being like one unit. He's like, no, bring in two.
Right.
Let's do it. You're going to have to commit at least 2, if not 3, just to pick up this one horde. And then you're going to get punished.
Right.
So,
Right. Punished is a strong word, though, right? I mean, he's got the ability to remove one of the units.
right, there is
Right?
that.
You know what I mean?
And this is where I think this is the force concentration, right? So Scott needs to hit the penitents, break them, and shut down the movement of the hordes on the left and right as
That's right.
best he can.
That's right.
And then slowly kind of carve out from the inside. The big thing is I don't think he wants to lose any pieces when he blocks up those other units, and that's where it gets a bit more rough.
Right. I mean, he's going to have to lose something.
Yeah, he does have the one troop of Gur Panthers, and those suckers are speed 10 then, right?
Right.
Yeah, so he could potentially rocket those all the way over here, and Pathfinder, right?
Right.
He might have the speed to be able to block up this horde without having to charge it. So even if Tyler's positioned to put it in the flank, he might just move it in front
And just
say,
be in the way.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Just
Call it a
block
day.
anyway. And that, at that point, would free up a lot. I'm liking Scott's position a lot better. Looking at that, because all that's been, if that move goes through, that frees up all of his.
Oh, no, all that opens
basically.
right up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he can crash right in and start.
And then the
turning
only thing
turning
that's
around.
really there to punish you is the one horde, which take a unit to shove forward into it and die horribly for the cause,
Right.
And these phoenixes, which admittedly still painful, right?
Sure.
Like most of Scott's army's defense 4, even the Alohi are defense 4 because he took a lot of the swaps on him.
Right. He's looking to see what fits.
Yep.
Today's lesson is not much. Once again, because that building's blocking it up. I mean,
Yep.
it's the way to do it.
Yep. No, that anchor is absolutely helping him out there.
Yeah. Shouldn't see it that. No, regiment shouldn't fit either.
Yep. Take a quick look because we haven't really looked at clock time. It looks like Scott's got about 40 minutes on his clock, just from the angle we've got here.
Yep.
The building is blocking off the majority of Titan's clock, so I can go take a quick check
Gotcha.
here. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do a lap.
But I imagine we've got at least 40 minutes there. So they are doing very smooth on clock time considering we are 3 turns into the game. So,
41 minutes to 32 minutes.
okay, so Tyler's definitely used a little bit more clock time,
Yep.
which makes sense. He's
top
had to
three.
approach the army slower.
Yep. He's got to check more angles. He's got to.
Yep.
He's got to fiddle around.
30 minutes is still plenty to play turn 4, 5,
Sure.
6, because once you get into combat, you're just rolling.
Just rolling dice and stuff gets picked up.
Most of the game has been determined, right?
That's right.
Yeah. And I guess since we are still going to see some finagling here, the reason that I usually say things like the game has kind of been determined turn 3, turn 4, short of the dice swinging in one way or another, right? So
Weird stuff.
Kings is such a positioning game and a piece trading game that depending on if you get some bad traits, right? Like you're kind of hoping for a comeback, hoping for like a dice spike or something to get you back in.
Sure.
Your opponent to make a mistake. But positioning is so key because once that engagement hits, right? Scott's going to know exactly what's going to be able to charge him. Tyler's going to know exactly what his options for. They're literally just going to go straight to the things that they know exactly where things are going.
Right.
The moves have been predetermined. They've thought about all 6 turns. They know exactly where everything's going to go.
You would like to think so, but you'll notice though, right?
Yeah.
To your point, turn 1, Tyler has an idea. He moves up. Scott moves up, and then turn 2, Tyler really checks his positions. He makes sure that he's covering. Scott's turns 2, he checks all of his angles. He makes sure that he knows what he's doing. So in that turn 2, turn 3, this is where, like, to your point, this is where the game kind of, you set everything up and then you let it go.
Yep.
Right? And then you let it go and you hope for the best.
Yep.
Right?
And in this game specifically, because Scott has a very distinct speed edge,
Yeah.
Scott's basically the one who's going to start the ball rolling on determining when the game is
Oh, yeah, when the fighting starts, right?
right.
Yeah.
Tyler could break that. He's already moved past that, so I don't think it's going to happen.
Right.
But he does have 3 Phoenixes, and he can jump with those to effectively
If he wants to.
walk up. Right?
Yeah, if he wants to. No one is set on a stockpile yet.
Yeah, which that's actually getting really surprising.
Right.
We are on turn 3, and they can't. I hope they know that they can't just cook them all up at the same time.
You would hope so, right?
Right?
So here comes some dice. Pew, pew, pew.
Yep.
What's he shooting at?
I suspect it's the uncovered regiment. Yep. You see the dice coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got uncovered from probably both Phoenixes and
Sure.
the Archers. So that's actually potentially really painful. Sisterhood are good, but they're somewhat squishy.
Right.
They're so at least defense. Or are they defense 3?
They're defense 3. Yeah, if you nick them, you kill them.
Yeah. Phoenix Fireball piercing. Yes, no.
Firebolts? Probably. Let's take a look.
The Phoenix one specifically, because it's not Fireball, it's Firebolt.
Fire sparks.
Or sparks.
No.
No piercing. Okay.
Nope.
Good.
10 attack, steady aim.
Yeah, but it is still when they're defense 3, 10 attacks is still pretty good in 4s.
Right.
So you're looking at like 3 wounds apiece from the Phoenix.
He is just, and now he's shooting off to the right because that's the option that he has. Little nerve check for you. No, those are wounds.
Yeah, I think he might have plink shot the Elohi.
The Elohi.
Yeah. They've got to be defense for Elohi, or he would be trying to find a way to squeeze through to hit the curve.
Yeah, I know, right? Switch, double check. Yeah. Assuming there's 2 that are defense 4 with Celestial Fury. Design Fury.
Yeah.
So it's got to be one of them, right?
Right. Still one of the most difficult units to move in Scott's army because they're fearless, inspiring, Iron Resolve.
Looks like he didn't break them. Iron Resolve is working. Things are happening.
He even wavered. Not a super common mistake I see, but some people do not know that you do not trigger that Iron Resolve if you do waver.
Yeah.
So, worth bringing up.
It looks
And I
like
don't think Sisterhood are there. Yeah.
looks like it's over to Scott. Scott is checking his angles and his distances now. It looks like he's seeing if he can kind of sneak into that one corner. Oh, he's got Wild Charge.
Yeah.
He's got Wild Charge D3, so that's what he's checking.
Yep. We're gonna see this. I mean, if he doesn't engage here, it's gonna be really tricky. I really hope that he just pile drives into that unit in the center and then uses a chaff piece, whether or not it has to be the Kurt Panthers or this.
So just get in front of the others.
Just get in front, just
right,
buy,
and then
buy a
just
turn or two.
sideline the 2 on the right. Oh, thanks.
Alrighty. Yeah. So we're getting some triple checks on. Yeah, here come the bases.
Right.
So he is going to commit. It looks like Tyler also gave him an option on this penitence unit.
Yep.
People want to call them penitence, and I'm just like, that's not what it is.
Yeah,
It's
no.
literally, it's not even phonetically spelled that way.
Pensions.
Yeah. So I guess he gave him a flank there. He did just say, hey, it's a horde of penitents, and I can afford to lose it. So
Yeah,
just come
right.
at me, bro. And it's still only a Panther Lancer regiment, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's what that unit is in the
That's
far right.
pretty much it. Yeah.
And 6 attacks,
Oh.
4s.
Oh, what is this? Okay, so instead of blocking him off, he just is going to move him into fight the
So he's going to block off
horde in the back.
Yeah, the
Yep.
monster slayers. So I'm okay with this. I still think it was better to pounce in the left, and obviously we'll find out over the course of the game.
Sure.
Maybe we can do a brief interview with something.
Why
like that.
not both? Right.
Yeah. But what this does do is it buys him a turn with the monster slayers, and it does allow him to pounce on the penitents on the right. So that gives him an opportunity to try to force concentrate there. It
Right.
buys him a turn so that he can hit the monster slayers next. The thing is, this character, whoever's snugged in between the two units,
Right.
can just turn around and
just
move
get
right
out.
through.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you can move through on units and kings. And presumably he'll have to block the spearman with something at that point. So he still has to solve that problem.
Right.
And even if he does, man, I'm trying to think this through because he's gonna.
Well,
he's
if
gonna
you're going
jump.
to do it,
yeah,
then I
he's-
guess you
he's
do
gonna
it.
commit. Okay, that is better though, because my issue is that you gotta start picking up tokens. Both of them do,
Right.
and I guess both of them have kind of just written off the left side token for now. I think Scott has the edge to try and pick it up. Possibly this would be a turn to start doing it because it's technically not in that terrain.
Right.
So you could use the Elohi to fly over and try to pivot to not be in the terrain so that the Ogre Palace Guard champion can't charge you.
Sure.
And then use the other one to block penitence. I should be using the little dot sites to say what I am doing here. So this Elohi regiment charges these penitents, or at least gets in the way. This regiment comes over here and sees if he can pick up the token. If you can't pick up the token, I think you don't do any of that. You just keep off the standoff.
Right.
But this Palace Guard can definitely charge his Elohi, and is probably positioned in such a way that the Elohi can't fly over him unless they want to go a full 10.
Right.
Which might be difficult with this fence here. They have probably the tiniest of sweet spots.
Right. So Scott is sending.
Scott's jumping. So it's 2 regiments of the Sisterhood Infantry, right?
So that's 40 attacks, and he picks something up. Plus the 9 from the Elohi. Plus probably, if I had to bet, they're getting the elite because the Elohi's.
They will get the elite,
well.
even though the Elohi will be hindered. They'll get the elite.
Yep.
That's a good call.
So who cares? You
Yep.
know?
They won't get Thunderstruck coming off the hill, so there's that. But they are still at least crushed 1, right?
Yeah, they crushed 1.
Yep.
Yep.
So this is going to be pretty much that make or break Alpha Strike charge, right?
Right.
If he can pop here, I will check that here and say, if he pops this, even if he doesn't pop the penitence, at that point he's pretty safe.
Yeah.
Right? Like he can angle one of those Sisterhood regiments to face the other penitents. He probably loses it at that point. Or I mean, we haven't even seen the rest of his moves. He might just pounce the whole front line.
Right.
This might be the go.
Right. If you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly, send everything. Right. Yeah.
That is really how it works, right? It is every time you play Alpha Strike, it is when you go, you go.
Yeah,
It is
right.
go time.
Right.
So I would not be entirely shocked to see everything, but maybe like one regiment of the Aloki on the left goes in here. I don't know that he can. Actually, speaking of Lodi, he might use this one, to squeeze in here, assuming there's enough space.
Assuming it's enough space to see. Yeah.
But he might not be able to see line of sight.
Well, he shouldn't,
might
because
not be towing
is that a
corner.
forest?
Yeah, it's supposed to be
Yeah.
a forest. They've done the traditional removing of the trees.
Yeah, as you should. But like,
Yeah.
I don't think you can see him.
Yeah, so they can't see him.
Right.
Completely negated. At that point, he just needs to stall this unit in front. So he doesn't have to overcommit with all three to kill it,
No, shouldn't.
but you do it anyway. Like, it's one of those where it's a little tricky.
My opinion is that you do, because you want to have that. You want to have the line. You want to establish the line
Right.
of
So-
control, and then you want the stockpile on your side of the line of control.
Here,
right?
Hear me out. So again, we're doing this height game here, right?
Right.
I don't think you overcommit on this one. I don't think it's a matter of popping it. I think you commit just this sister
And just go right to the front point and be like,
Yep, and we're fighting now.
and that unit in the back goes, "What's going on up there? I can't see anything."
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's not going to be able to maneuver past this, so you get your stall.
Right.
And penitent. All this is relevant because it looks like
Because it looks like it's just going in. Right.
But I think in that fight it gets a little tricky because penitents are still hurting back pretty bad.
Yeah.
Defense 3.
Right.
But that buys you a turn and allows this
Wank.
to very safely force this way. But he's just going to say, screw it. We're just going to pop all the big shields in one go if I can.
Yeah.
And
get
hope that
He's going to go in with
counterpunch-
everything. He's going to bag 250
Yeah.
points, and then we'll see about his board control at that point,
Right.
Because that's really what he's doing.
Yep. This is absolutely the make or break turn. Stage of the game would probably send something height 2.
He's saying exactly what you. Yeah.
Cool. So we're on the same page.
There it is.
Without even reading the comment.
No, that's good. The peanut gallery agrees with you. It's
Yeah.
nice.
I don't dislike this play from Tyler to just jump on it because, again,
Scott.
it makes sense. Scott. Oh, my God. It's because they're both playing. This was the matchup between Brother Mark and Bessel.
Yeah.
So in my head, I'm like, that's Lohi. It's clearly Tyler.
And now he's going to move up to threaten.
Yeah, because the thing is, if he does pick up penitence, and potentially penitence,
Right.
because I do think you realistically get both of these. I don't think that's a question. The left one, I think, has a slightly better chance to stick, but that's really relying on the Alohi rolling really low. And I don't know if these Panther Lancers were towing the forest,
Right.
because I don't think they have Pathfinder.
No. They shouldn't.
I don't
Hold
think
on.
the formation ones do either.
They do.
Okay, they do in
The
the formation.
formation ones do. So,
Okay,
yeah.
So that does help.
Yeah.
If they didn't, I'd be like, With it, now I think they should break. The ones in the middle should break. And the ones on the right could break. Because it's only the Panther Lancers in the flank and the Chariots in the front.
Right.
So still a lot of attacks, but they're mostly on 4s, yes. Yeah. So it's the Curse of 4s could kick in there, but it's also not a bad thing if he misses that one.
Yeah.
Top of the table is Scott Holcomb, and bottom of the table is Tyler Schultz. So playing Stockpile, which we still have yet to see a token picked up. Technically,
Scott has
could have
picked up
started picking-
one. He
We
picked
did
up
see
one.
him pick
Yep.
up one?
Yep.
Okay.
One of those charging infantry units, once it went in, picked one up.
Gotcha. Presumably whichever one's going to be the safest when all this is
Yeah.
done. Which, depending on the setup, if he kills this one and picked up the token with this unit, he can do just a very small backup
Yeah.
and then safely be out of the danger zone.
Right.
There's going to be a little careful. A 3-inch backup could potentially open up a flank of the Patriots.
Sure could.
Which, not exactly the best thing in combat, but low defense, right? And I think that's the entered unit.
Yeah.
Oh no, the engine unit's in
it's
the
on
center.
other side
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
Yep.
you're right. But he could also do it in the opposite direction. He could back up with that unit and then let the other unit back up, which would prevent him from backing up too far. He's got some options.
Cool. I'm going to switch to Jeremy for a minute. I'll be right
Oh, okay,
back.
cool. Joining us at the casting table, the nicest man in Kings of War,
Oh, thank you, thank you.
and one of the hosts of Countercharge Podcast. How you doing?
Good.
He's not Mike Rossi, for the record.
Yes.
So,
Awesome to be here with you guys. Stream's looking great. It's sounding great.
awesome.
So fill me and give me the TLDR elevator pitch on this game. What's been going on?
Ooh. It's been very technical, as we
Okay.
would expect in a Masters level game.
Totally.
Given that it's Stockpile, Tyler did do what I think the matchup cast prediction was, which was he's going to kind of try to claim the center,
Yeah.
kind of force Scott in a position to have to jump.
Sure.
First 3 turns were mostly positioning with a little bit of plank damage coming out of Tyler to pick up specifically one of the Panther chariots and then do some wounds to some Sisterhood infantry.
Yeah.
Then, following up on that, Scott has been taking his time very patiently, despite being under the pressure of that shooting, despite being under the pressure of needing to get on the tokens. He delayed on turn 2 and went to turn 3 for Alpha Strike, which is probably about the latest you could
Which
pull.
is the
Yep.
hardest thing to do
Yep.
with playing that is to wait. Sometimes the best
100%.
thing is you can't engage too early.
Yep. And it can really put pressure on you when you're getting shot and losing units, and you're like, oh no, if I don't go, I don't go. But
Yeah.
he held, and I think that's let him set up this situation as we're seeing it play out right here, which is Scott has engaged entirely across the front of all of Tyler's army.
Yeah. And then this is when that Sisterhood list starts to really push out that damage, when he
Yep.
gets these combo charges.
Yep. It is all against penitence, so the upside for Tyler here is that it's all mostly chaff,
Yeah.
right?
He expects to lose those units probably.
Right. The downside is that Scott has more combat pieces. We were kind of talking about earlier, where like you have characters that are individuals are not really combat pieces, right?
Yeah.
You only have so many things that like really project threat, and even though those paladin monster slayers are really scary, they can only fight one thing at a time, right?
Yeah, and Scott has so many regiments, right? He's really playing that MMU style list where you can only kill one thing a turn.
Yep. And we're seeing that if we look over here on these Gur Panthers, he's only be able to kill that.
Yeah.
And then the follow-up is
Have an awesome time.
Doing it. Oh, sweet relief.
oh
Oh my God, 4 cups of coffee. Right.
Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that here in a second. He did manage to pick up the penitents on the right, which
Okay.
he actually fought first, which caught me a little off guard.
Huh.
I would have assumed he would have done it left to right as we're looking at it.
Yeah.
Because again, I felt this one was the one that had the least impact overall.
Right.
But part of it might have just been a positioning thing. It might have been about backing up and creating these arcs,
Sure.
which might also further limit what any horde could go. Mm-hmm. Not that it matters, because this horde is going to be fighting Gur Panthers next turn. Like,
Right.
That's what it's doing. This looks to be the center combat, based
Yeah.
on just how many dice are
Just
thrown.
boatloads of dice,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. He might even just be throwing both Sisterhood units. At the
Yeah.
same time,
Just
because-
plus all 40.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Because they're all going to be the same. They're all going to be elite 4-ups and 3s with vicious.
Yeah. It's going to be a mess.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, spicy. I think Sisterhood alone just spiked it all the way up to.
Is that the number of
Devastating.
wounds? Because that's
Yeah,
a lot of
it,
wounds.
It sounded like he was counting up wounds.
That's wow. No, not that one. Okay, how about that one? No.
So
Wow.
honestly, this could be a combat. He's got a Sisterhood unit there, and the Panther Lancers are not exactly a small number of dice either.
Right.
And I think they actually would have the same combat stance because the Phantom Lancers are Thunder 1 but no crushing.
Thunder
and
1 but no
Vicious,
crushing.
right?
Yeah,
So
same
they
depth
still
as-
could have rolled them at the same time.
Right.
Um,
Nah, but it's the one on the right. You can see actually Tyler's been really good about putting the marker down
yeah.
where
yeah.
things are happening.
Hey, he is doing it.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
So not a double one.
Ooh. I think that's a 5, and that's definitely not
a double one.
Yeah. Well, the one unit that was supposedly going to counter most of Scott's list got hit by the things that Scott needed to hit it that
Right.
weren't countered.
Quantity has a quality all its
Yep,
own,
yep.
right? I mean, when you go in with enough stuff,
Yep.
right?
And it's the infantry blenders that very specifically are there to counter
Right.
phalanx, which it works. So now the question's going to be about repositioning. It looks like there's going to be some
Gonna run
overrun.
forward
Interesting.
to what?
So I think I'm curious if they determined if he would fit on the hill, but it still wouldn't block the Phoenix because the Phoenix.
No, 'cause the Phoenix is also on the-
also on the
Also
yeah,
on the
yeah.
hill, right?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one.
I think it would have sat tight,
Yeah,
to be honest, right? I mean, you're on the tokens. Just hanging out,
yeah.
right?
Maybe he's trying to cover the Elohi.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And now he's, of course, he gets the 6 on the one and the 1 on the other for the overrun.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
stinks, right?
Well, I mean, he's going to be in charge range of anything he wants to charge
Anyway,
next
right?
turn,
Yeah.
right? The archers in the pond will get one more turn of, like, please God, kill the
Yeah, a little
sister
pew
in
pew
front
just
of
to
me.
help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think these Phoenix is going to have to start doing chaff. It's going to be where? Yeah, they're just launched in there. I actually feel like that hurts Scott more. Like I every part of me is like, why did you just back up?
Yeah, right.
He's got the speed at this point, especially with wild charge.
Right?
And now it's kind of one of those situations that we were talking about earlier, where you can have one unit block up a lot because everything's getting really jammed
He's getting
up.
in his own way.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
These chariots are going to have nothing to do next turn. They're either going to get stuck with a Phoenix blocking up this one unit, which then also blocks up these Panther chariots.
Right?
And he could potentially even make it so that even with smart charges to like try to maneuver and unblock it, this other Phoenix could prevent them from shuffling over enough to do it. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one.
Wow, that was histrionics. Is that all hits?
He's pulling out a lot, so I would be really surprised if this is the unit that lives this turn.
I know.
All the predictions, right? The center one made sense. That one popping.
Right.
40 dice on 4s, elite, 3s, visions. Yeah. But here, so yeah, he did the.
That
Looks
was the
like the
20.
Sisterhood didn't do too great on the hits.
No.
But it still did pretty hefty.
Yeah.
And now we've got the Panther
The
Lancer,
Lancers, right?
which it looks like they've just determined that they did enough that they're just going to let him roll. It looked like he let him roll there.
Right. No, he's going. He's got 1,000, like, I can get a leap here or a vicious here.
He was re-rolling elites.
Yeah.
Okay, so now he might just make him roll snakes because they did enough damage.
We'll see.
Yeah. They're
Try it
already
again.
devastated.
Bang. Pick him up.
All right,
Ooh.
so the penitents are all cleared out.
Okay.
Curious about these reforms, but I also feel like these were the ones that made the most sense to me.
Right.
Because he might even be able to get it to where this Elohi unit is out of arc, and this penitent unit is kind of left out in the breeze,
Right.
which is another best case scenario. Because again, if we're looking at it on a unit basis, so Tyler's picked up or sorry, Scott
Scott.
has picked up. Tyler has picked up one of Scott's units.
Yep.
Scott has now picked up 3 of Tyler's.
Right.
They started with 15, but effectively Tyler had 12 combat points.
Right. Right.
Generously 13 if you count the paladin.
Sure.
Now he's down to
Yeah.
versus functionally 14.
Yeah.
So that's definitely going to make it difficult to like, and this penitent horde effectively also being negated makes it 8. Like it's going to be a rough turn trying to like even the scales a bit.
So let's see.
But if anything, this is proof. I think I saw a couple people in the matchup cast who were saying like Alpha is dead, long live grind, and this is proof that you in fact can still Alpha. It's just how you do it.
Alpha is not dead.
Yep.
Right.
So it is still a very effective list type. It turns out the best way to play games is just don't let your opponent get to play by killing their stuff before it can hit you.
Right.
Works well with gun lines. Works well with Alpha Strike.
Yeah.
So yeah. Scott here. Yeah, there we go. There's that arc check to see if he can just completely ignore it. And the Panther Lasers might just back up, and then they'll be out of line of sight anyway.
Right.
At which point the question becomes, can that horde pivot past the Elohi to hit any of the Sisterhood Knights? Because I feel like that would negate the Elohi and pick up the units that are actually scary at this circumstance. Like, it's really weird to say that Sisterhood are scary here.
But this is the matchup for
Yeah,
them,
this
right?
is like a good matchup for them.
Right? Especially the regiments.
Yeah,
Especially the regiments.
no kidding.
So
I'm glad to see it working.
I bet.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. All right, so we're definitely about to see that turn flop. 'Cause I'm pretty sure they're done all the combats.
Yeah.
It did look like
Looks like he backed up the Lancers. Looks like he ran by the
Palace
Palace Guard.
Guard champion on the left. I didn't see the result of this combat, but I assume that the Earlo he bounced off of Phoenix.
You would think so.
Shocking, probably
Right.
no one. But it would have contributed Dread to this penitent, which would have helped that combat. So that
Right.
makes sense. All right.
So it looks like it's over to Tyler.
All right. Now, clock time wise, we did see a lot of clock time get eat up there.
Lot clock, yeah.
Yep.
Lot clock.
That was 22 minutes of clock time eaten up by turn 3
Sure.
for Tyler, for Scott,
Yep.
because it's Tyler's turn now. There we go. So he does have to play these next round quick, but again, we are kind of in that downhill rush to the finish. All right. Hello, Todd Perkins.
Hello, Todd.
Alrighty. So now the big question is, what is Tyler's game plan? And it looks like, so we've already seen one thing happen, which is he did find a flank with a Phoenix.
Yep.
Um,
Just slapped it right in there.
Yep. And that's gonna. I don't think you kill this Panther because they only have like 3 attacks or 5 attacks. Maybe 5 attacks.
They've got 3 whole attacks.
Yeah.
So 6 dice, hitting on 3s, 4 hits.
3s to one because crush 1.
Yeah,
And like 2.
Right.
But gets it into a position, maybe lets it pick up a token. Maybe the back corner is on a token.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would
Right.
be interesting.
Yep.
Because I don't think the Panther Lance is killing on a counter charge.
Right. So now the question is,
And nothing else is facing it.
Is he going to do the same trick?
Yeah.
He looks like he's contemplating it on the right side. Right? Kind of snug in there, pick up a token. The
Yeah.
only thing that could face him right now would be the Elohi in the back corner.
Yeah.
He's checking that now.
I think he's checking this to here and see if they can reach. Because maybe he didn't spot those when he made that.
Oh yeah, right.
So, but it did look like he marked So like that
Yeah,
arc
he
checker-
marked his unit.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. 20 inches is pretty far. I think he should be out.
He's checking.
It's going to be close.
Right.
If they are in, then it looks like he's going to use this Phoenix to try to jump and then block line of sight, which would still allow it to potentially shoot with a 10-inch move, turn, and pivot.
Right.
And I think that is the wounded Alohi unit from earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Does
got a
still
couple
have the
dice on it,
behind
right.
So it's at least a unit that like he has a chance to do something.
So in that instance, why charge when you can fire?
right,
Firebolt, you know what I mean?
Especially if it's
Get in the
gonna be
way.
dagger. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it does look like that's what he's going to do. He's going to
Right.
use that to block line of sight.
Fire up the microwave.
Yeah.
Right.
At least from our camera angle, I definitely don't think that's blocking line of sight, but I'm sure that they've like checked it and agreed on it.
Maybe he's running up to be out of line of sight of the Alohi and just shooting clear.
Oh, maybe that's
Right,
Yeah,
that's probably
maybe
what
they've
he's
already
doing.
determined that the range is
Right.
too far.
It's too
it's
far,
not
and so
about
he's
line
like,
of sight.
now I'm just gonna punish you. Right.
Yeah. No, that's a fair call.
Right. So now he goes in. Would it be a flank? On the countercharge?
So in this case, he technically has two options. He can countercharge to the front, where he doesn't move and doesn't slide, basically because there's no room to slide.
Right.
Or you can take this flank. Now, I don't know that you would.
What's he doing?
I think he's checking to see if he can do the flank.
No, he's not.
I think he's withdrawing. I think he's doing the withdraw.
Withdraw.
Which I'm shocked he was able to make that corner, but I guess that unit was just far enough.
Right.
To the right.
Right.
Okay, so I gotta explain this because there are people in England who don't use withdraw,
Right.
and that's gonna freak them out that unit was able to pull that. I'm a little surprised that unit was able to pull that, but in
too.
fairness, I haven't used hordes in this fashion. I usually just get stuck in there with the front line. I don't have like backline hordes.
Right.
And usually when I'm letting something charge the side, it's a unit that's not chaff so that you can kill it with that flank move.
Right. And come around.
Right. But so what happened here is withdraw allows you to back up an inch and then do a move, basically.
Right.
There are technically limitations. You can't do cannot do a normal move anymore.
But you can do a charge.
But you can do a charge very distinctly. You'll be a -1 to hit.
But
which
so
is
what?
new.
Right.
But-
Given the choices.
Yeah, given that one, they're already crushing one, and Sisterhood are only defense 3.
Right.
So you're going to negate that. He's got access to Bane Chant. Those Sisterhood are still going to be 1-on-2s. It's functionally going to be still going to be doing great there.
Right.
I think I said -1 to wound, and it's -1 to hit from withdraw, so he'll still be punished there.
Yep.
But they hit on 3s.
So it'd be 25 attacks on 4s,
Yeah.
wounding on 2s.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's a
Not
dead
bad.
unit,
Not
right?
bad at all.
Yeah.
And especially if he gets in Cloak of Death here from his Phoenix.
Right. And also, like, given the choices, do you want to get an 80-point Gur Panther unit and then get murdered, or do you want to go take something out with you as you go?
Yeah, absolutely. And there is a distinct possibility that once he turns, that he'll be able to survive potentially against Panther Lancers and Chariots. I don't think he will be able to. Like, you know, it's
But you never know, right?
this is still the strongest unit that can hit him, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Right.
So I do think you try to pick this up, especially over a Gur Panther.
Sure. So now he's looking to see if he can pivot past the Alohi,
Yeah.
which I would
I
imagine
don't think he
he can't, so he's going into them, which
Yep.
is a shame. And then those, to your point, the bowmen are going to shoot as fast as they can into that center regiment.
Yep.
Hopefully pick it up.
Yep.
But I mean, the left-hand side for Tyler's a mess, right? He's got one unit kind of the
And hanging out to dry.
40 mil units kind of like looking at nothing. He's got a horde that can go in and
Yeah.
fight something.
I think this is the best you can do here, right? You pivot to put stuff in the trees, try to put both units in the trees. I do like this because if he gets charged, he could back up, sidestep to pick up token,
Yeah.
potentially.
Right.
Realistically, though, I think he just kind of chills there. I think you move up to be 5 inches close to the token and out of line of sight if you can.
Right. One of the things that Tyler doesn't have going for him in this instance is he went first. Right, so
Yeah.
he get to dictate the game in the first couple turns.
Yep,
But
yep.
it does not allow him at the last turn to just shuffle over and pick
dive,
up. You know.
100%. which is also Scott definitely has the
Scott has like
advantage
4
on that.
options to go do that, right? Yeah.
Tyler does have the Phoenix, so he doesn't have he has options to do it,
Right.
but those are about to be locked down,
Right.
or very close to lockdown. So, whereas Scott had a lot of options between Gur Panthers, Panther Lancers, Lohi.
So he's using his individual to slide his other unit over.
Okay, good.
Looks
So
like
he's
to make
doing
it so he's not giving up a flank,
Yep,
right?
yep. That's smart. That's good. That's traffic control there.
Right.
It's still going to be pretty rough, right? Because even stripping Thunderous off the Panther Lancers, which that Phoenix should be able to do that at least, right?
Right.
It's still that Sisterhood regiment and an Alohi regiment, assuming he doesn't kill it. I don't know the odds on popping a Alohi regiment. I don't know if that's the defense 5-1.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've lost track of the positions, right?
Yeah, which ones are which.
Right.
If it's a defense 5 unit, we're talking hindered, so he's hitting on 4s. He'll have crush 1,
Okay.
and then Bane Chant presumably somewhere nearby.
Hopefully.
So at least be 4s and 3s.
4s and 3s with
That's like 8
not
ish.
yeah. Right.
And assuming it's fresh, which it looks fresh to me,
Uh-huh.
that's a 6 twice. I don't like those odds.
No.
It's it's not terrible. I've had some people play their entire game around getting 6 twice,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, if it's not 4 minimum to me, I'm
It
like,
never
I
works
don't
for
want
me
it.
either.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's just a case of it's Tyler's best option, right?
Right. I mean, given the choices
it's
now,
what he
right?
has to
Yeah.
do.
Scott has done a very good job, not just of knowing when to go,
Right.
but also reducing the number of options that Tyler has on the
Yeah.
next turn. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Most of Tyler's options were dictated. Yeah, he had a surprising amount of things that he could do despite everything that Scott did. Like the plays with the Phoenixes were really good.
right.
The play with the withdrawing horde was obviously something that I don't think he expected.
Looks like he Bane Chanted.
Yep.
So he Bane Chanted the unit.
Yep.
Right. So
And this crowd control here, even though he had to charge the Alohi, he at least made it so it wasn't like you're going to get completely deleted.
Yeah.
Now it's maybe he gets deleted.
right. Here come the bowmen
Yep.
shooting for their lives.
This is pretty key.
Doesn't
If he
look like
picks
a lot
that
of
up-
hits.
Oh, but at least 3 wounds, it looks like.
There we go.
And I think they're... Oh! Not the center unit.
No, it's in the middle.
Is it? He put out a second dice thing. I think he's doing
Oh.
this unit, which is
Why?
interesting. I think he's trying to waiver it, which I don't know how I feel about. Oh, you know what? He engaged. This is his paladin.
Oh,
His paladin went into the center
Okay.
unit.
Yeah,
So
that
he's
makes more
hoping
sense.
to
Right.
poke them down, maybe kill them, maybe waiver them.
Sure.
I think
But either way,
yeah, they got Fury.
they have Fury. But the important thing is that the Paladin is where is he?
He's also infantry, so he's gonna get blendered.
He's mighty.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that's
But
I mean,
he
that's
does
what he's
stall him
doing.
for a turn.
He's stalling for a turn,
Yeah.
right?
And forcing him to fight it first, potentially survive. He has defense 5, right? So
Yeah.
like he'll have some potential to survive.
Yeah. I mean, he's 13, 15 nerf.
Yeah.
So
He's only got 20 attacks coming in.
20 attacks
Oh,
on
yeah,
4s. Oh, it's fine.
Yeah. Fours, rerolling 1s at least on the second half. He probably can't actually fit this Alohi in it, like because they're so jammed up.
Right.
Well, I say that they should be able to flag there. So he could.
Right.
It's a lot of effort to kill an individual. So yeah, that move I think, and now this makes a lot of sense because now he waivers that, which he might have because there's like some sort of token indicator here, and I might go check that as I go use the restroom here in a second.
Yes.
But if he wavered that, that's big because now he's effectively negated one of those units. He's going to strip the Thunders here. If he kills these Alohi, he's going to be fine.
Right.
He should be able to turn and easily eat a charge from Panther Lancers. At that point, maybe just countercharge the Phoenix and hope to get lucky there.
Right.
Like, at least it doesn't have high defense.
That's true.
And with that, I'm going to leave you here briefly for a moment to entertain our viewers.
Oh, crap. Prepare to be
so-
underwhelmed, everybody. Let's go.
Yep.
All right.
I believe in you.
All right. So it looks like he. Ooh. Looks like Tyler's doing a little bit of work. And let's see. Fighting over a couple attacks onto the Burlowy. Couple wounds. Nerve check is fine. Iron Resolve. Where's he going? Here comes the main event. He's going to put that horde of monster slayers into the regiment sisterhood. He's going to be hindered, not hindered, but he is. He did a withdrawal, so he's -1 to hit. Boatload of dice. Reroll this and that. There's your hits. Wow, that's a boatload of hits on force. And now here comes all the wounds. Get them ones out of there. Here's all the wounds. It's a large number. Nerve check once, nerve check twice, not a double one. Pick it up. All right. So now Tyler has the option of turning. He knows that everybody's in front of him. Pretty sure the Urlohi is probably also going to be in front of him. As we talked, the Exemplar champion is mighty, so he stopped off that regiment from getting in the flank. And now he's going to go. Let's see what he's doing next. Scott's lining up his wounds. Looks like this is going to be the champion. Oh, the anticipation. Go. Huh. Hitting a bunch. Crushing a bunch. Tag a couple more wounds on there. Nerve once. Nerve twice. Pick it up. That is a best case scenario, right? Running forward, just kind of being in the way. And move on to the next attack. So Tyler's mopping up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so on the right-hand side, he picked up the one regiment with the withdrawal unit.
Okay.
In the middle, that Exemplar champion came in and just finished off the regiment in the center. And now it looks like he's...
Oh, he finished it?
Oh, yeah, he killed it. Oh, yeah.
Holy snap.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. And then probably overran to be just...
Yeah, just pretty much, right? Yeah, just ran forward.
Man.
And I think this is the Phoenix in the flank. Based on the number of attacks.
Well, I guess good things for Scott this turn are that he didn't lose the Alohi regiment on the upper right to shooting,
Right.
but he did get wavered on the other one, so
Yep.
those bowmen are still in play.
Right.
I suspect, I guess, with the Alohi in the middle having not a whole lot of great options,
Not a
might
lot
go
to see,
there.
really,
Yeah. I don't know if he can get this Ancient Phoenix at all.
Maybe, probably.
Uh,
I mean, right now the infantry on the hill are height 5.
Right.
Right.
This,
Phoenix is site 6.
I'll be honest, with only what looks like one wound on that unit, this might be a unit to just go grab some tokens and do the run.
Do the boogie, right? Yeah,
just
seriously.
get out. Like two pivots. I always lose track of which ones have nimble and which ones don't. Do Alohi have nimble?
So Alohi have, that's a good question. So I don't know if they took it away.
I think they don't.
They do not.
Okay.
They do
So
not.
we can't double burn.
Yep.
Because yeah, if he could nimble pivot there and like completely turn around, 100% turn around. Something exciting happened there.
That was.
It sounds like snakes on the Alohi.
Well, there it is. Right?
Yeah. All right.
I hear Tyler giving a hearty boo.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Even though that's a snakes, I don't think it's actually that bad.
We're in So What Town. Yeah.
Because again, the Sisterhood regiment was wavered.
Yeah.
And the Panther Lancers lost Thunderous.
Right.
And so he's got maybe an Alohi regiment and Panther Lancers.
Right.
And those are basically French. So I think he's fine.
Right. It would be nice. If in Tyler's,
Yeah.
every piece you remove allows you to remove another piece later. So now he has to spend another turn dicking around.
Right. I think what they're doing here is they're just quickly checking to make sure that the tokens haven't been bumped and all the movement shenanigans, making sure those piles are in the right spots.
Is there something under there? Yes, there is. Please
Yep.
allow me to pick one of those up.
Yep.
Bloop. Yep.
So Tyler is making sure to steal one with the Phoenix, which makes perfect sense because
Right.
there's literally nothing I think that threatens that. Unless, of course, it was this regiment, which surely they checked that. Yeah, so he might just try to boogie straight to the middle.
You know, you say stuff like that, but every time I play a game, I'm like, yeah, I probably should have checked that.
Right? And then you don't. Yeah.
Missed that. Well, looks like you win. Nice game.
Oh man. So yeah, it looks like they at least checked on the Phoenix and he
Right.
was seeing if he could just turn and burn down the center.
Right. So now it looks like it's over to turn 4. Scott's
yep.
up,
Yep.
and the only decision really right now is, does he just toss everything in again, or does he hold off until he can get everybody in, as opposed to 1 or 2 units at a time? But to be honest, I don't think that's really a decision, right? It's go till you burn.
Yeah.
You know?
I think a lot of these things are just made. Like this is the trick. See, he's gonna see if he can try to squeeze through 2 units here. He's gonna try to see if he can get all of them frontaged on the front.
Yep.
It's gonna be tight. Yeah. This might be a smart transformation.
Right.
Come up here. Just trying to see what other moves he has to make that aren't just going to be kind of a reposition situation. I guess you charge with the Sisterhood on the left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like at this point, you don't really want to back him up. You want to start burning.
No. You got to get in there, right?
I don't think he has any way to like keep them out of this terrain.
Nope.
So that's good news for the penitents, I guess.
Sure.
Sure.
Right.
This Ogre Palace Guard, I'm curious which direction it's facing now, because he kind of like was positioning it arced up initially, but obviously it moved this way.
It's
So
got to
if
be
I had
facing
to
the
guess,
inside
it'd
of
have to
board,
be
right?
facing
Yeah.
the inside.
As opposed to
I
back
would-
down. Yeah. No.
I would hope.
Yeah.
If it's facing toward the top of the board, I feel like there's a missed pivot somewhere.
No. But everything should be facing back toward that stockpile.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely.
You know.
Yeah. If you're not picking up the stockpile, you need to be punishing anything that is.
That's right.
Which leaves this Lohi and this Gur Panther unit. I just don't think there's enough time for this Gur Panther to really do anything other than turn around and if we're going to get straight back to that, the Gur Panther is going to rear the Penitence and it's going to be a game.
Back to that.
Yep, because it's just the Bane chants aren't going to be relevant for much longer.
Right.
Especially if Scott picks up this unit on the right. It looks like he's going to squeeze just shoot. Oh no, he's bringing in the
doing
other
all 3 in order to make it work.
Okay. So it's gonna be spicy. I assume the Urlo he's on the right. or at the very least close enough to add dread. In
Right.
the worst case scenario. They should technically all be able to fit.
Yeah.
Because 150 for the chariots and then a little bit of overhang.
So I heard in Champions, which is the intro version, that you need a whole inch to go in.
I'm gonna pretend that I have read Champions. And
I
know
have
what's
not
in
either.
Champions.
This-
Oh, okay,
this
okay,
is all
good.
hearsay, sir. Right? But I
That
think
sounds
that would be,
like something that would be in Champions based on what I know about Champions.
right.
Which is like.
But it does remove. I mean, it removes some of the ambiguity of like, hey, listen, don't clip. But also, if it's really thin, you're clipping. But if it's not thin,
Yeah.
you're not clipping. But
It's, Champions doesn't have a lot of monsters, right?
no,
It's mostly just
40 mil
characters.
bros and
Yeah,
units,
yeah. I think that works when the only cases where you wouldn't be able to get multi-charges are on the 40 bros. I
Right.
think, yeah. Definitely different in Kings. Technically, though, he would at least have an inch or
Right.
close to an inch, right? Because then we get into the fun that we have a game with metric system measurements
Oh,
for
yeah,
all
yeah,
of
yeah.
its base sizes and
face.
imperial system for all of its measurements.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because technically, 150 millimeters across against a 200 millimeter across
right.
is not 2 inches. It's 50 millimeters, which is like 4.9 something inches.
Right.
Right. So you could fit one of those under the
Right.
champions rule.
There's no
Yeah,
reason
yeah,
for that.
yeah.
It looks like he cannot send the other unit of Elohi in because the exemplar champion was in the. They fly. What is happening here? While we've been pontificating, I lost track of what was going on. I'm sorry, people at home. I don't know what I'm doing.
I think, man, that is a good question.
Right?
I might just generously listen hard in the back, see if I can pick up what they're
leaning,
saying. Yeah,
right.
as much as we can. I think maybe he's just trying to see if he can move fast, but I don't think he does anything there.
It's weird.
Maybe they thought he was in the flank. Yeah, it's like should have been the front. So they're trying to. I see what they're kind of doing. They're seeing if it was in the flank to begin with, and
Right.
they lost track because of all the stuff moving, which is why you should use extra bases, boys and girls.
Get yourself, get yourself some markers
Yep.
for your corners, dude.
To plot it with the bases, then move it afterwards.
Right.
It's such a nice quality of life.
Right.
We live in an age where everything pre-measures.
Yeah. Right.
I do not miss those days of guest ranking.
Oh, screw that. Right.
All right. So it looks like they determined that the Elohi could not charge.
Well, I don't know what he's doing. He moved
Yeah,
everybody
there's
back,
a
and
lot
now
of
he's.
things.
Yeah, now there's a
I
lot
hope
of
that
discussion.
I hope that they paused the clock. It looks like they paused the clock. Because this is obviously a lot of discussion to try and solve what's going on here. And distinctly, we see the unpause there.
Yep.
Somehow this also kept these chariots out. Oh, alas, a phoenix.
Knocking your opponent's minis over.
Yep.
Right?
Crimes
Tantrums.
against Mantic at least. Because I think that is the Mantic.
That is- oh,
Phoenix.
yeah.
Yeah. I was like, it's either a Mantic Phoenix or a Reaper Bones Phoenix.
It's one of my favorite models they make. It is.
Yeah.
It is quite nice.
Definitely fills out that 75. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how Scott resolves the right side here.
Oh. Okay. So he is countercharging with the Elohi,
Yep.
and then sending all the units in because that's what you do.
Now wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. Hold up.
Yeah,
I'm
he
glad
shouldn't
Tyler
be
caught
able
that.
to-
because they have Fury, not Headstrong.
That's right.
They were wavered, which was definitely a critical role.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's seeing if he can even get there. He has Nebula. It's
weird, right?
I think he can.
Right. Because can he? We talked about this in the very beginning, right? So
You
foreshadowing, you can't
shuffle the
take
next
the Elohi and
base.
slide him
Right.
way over.
Right.
Right?
You can't slide him over to allow you to pivot fast. So
Right.
this might be a case where it's like they're playing. It's on to them to call it. I don't think he can actually make that pivot.
Right.
Because where his center point would be would not allow him to, like, you
It's not
turn
wide
it
enough.
all, you're overlapping the
Right.
unit that you are literally parallel to, so you would not be able to.
Right now, that being said, the wavered unit, the wavered regiment, what options does he have? Could he turn 90
Yep,
degrees and back up,
Yep.
right, to make the space to allow the Lancers to get in? I don't even know if he
I
can do
think
that either. Right?
technically he could sidestep because he started within an inch of the Phoenix, so as long as he doesn't
Gotcha.
move closer, but he's already as close as he can get,
Right.
he could technically make some space that way, and then that would allow him, at that point, he should be able to make a legal.
Got it.
So it can be done. They just did it slightly out of order, basically.
Sure.
Yeah. Or maybe he did move it a minuscule, like, tiny bit,
Just
and
to
we
let
just
him in.
missed it. Yeah.
Once again, it doesn't matter much.
Yeah. Very,
What?
very small minutia. Yeah.
Like exactly where he was.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so yeah, we got confirmation that on the right-hand side, some things got thrown off.
Right.
But
So they recreated the location of
Yep.
everybody, and now they're going to do it again.
Yep,
Right.
but working together to be good sports about it.
Yeah.
And again, it just looks like on the left-hand side, things are mostly determined. I am curious, like I said, about how Scott wants to play those units. They have both used a lot of clock time, despite the fact, again, and this is counting a pause, where
Yeah.
they resolved kind of undoing some of the stuff that happened there.
Right.
Because, yeah, I know earlier I was like, 18 minutes, they got plenty of time. 9 minutes for 3 turns?
No, it's a lot.
It's starting to get a little spicy.
At that stage of the game, you're,
potential 4 turns with turn 7.
yeah, and you're rushing,
Yep,
right?
yep,
Which
yep.
leads to weird crap too, right?
Yep. You start
Which
getting,
leads into bumping units, and you got to reset them where they were,
yeah.
right?
So yeah, I definitely think that Scott's under more pressure on the clock because he just has this is the downside of having more units. There is
right.
a little bit of a comeback mechanic in that, where if you have less units, you have less to worry
I
about.
guess we're just doing this, right?
Right,
Yeah,
right. Whereas if you have more things to think with, that's more time.
The other thing too is that not just does Scott have more units, but they're fast, they're nimble. He has
Right.
more options.
There's a lot of options,
Yeah.
a lot of positioning. So yeah, so there's a little bit of a comeback mechanic there for armies with fewer units on the table, basically, or certainly with fewer options on the table.
Yes.
Because again, yeah, I think when we get to what happened there, were they facing the penitents?
What?
I guess they must have been facing them. I totally missed that.
Why would Tyler have allowed that to happen?
Maybe because he had no choice. Maybe at that point it was
Yeah.
a block line of sight. But
Right.
also if he had line of sight to the guys in the middle.
Right?
So yeah,
Huh.
I feel like we missed a pivot there. I could have sworn that was the drive-by turn that he was
Right.
spending a turn driving by.
Turn two, no, it couldn't have been because turn 2 was the drive-by. So he must have fiddled around and turned.
Okay,
But still,
yeah.
like, I don't know. That's
But why not charge the super unit that way? Like make sure that this unit is far more impactful. I feel like to actually allow Tyler to have a comeback and win
sure.
versus.
But
Well, I guess he's counting on. It is still technically.
it's turn 4.
Yeah,
Well, here's the other side of it too. It's Stockpile. Right now, I think based on what we've seen, it's 1-1 or 2-2,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so, like, if Scott
Secures
that, he gets
Which
both of those, and then he's up.
Right. He
Right.
definitely picks up the token here with the sister, and he probably just chills there and picks up the next one.
Yeah, because there's nothing that can stop him at that stage of the game, right? So it's just murder that last dude, turn around.
Disrespecting this Palace Guard champion.
He is a
over
little bit.
here.
He is a little bit.
But he does have these 2 units to potentially, like, one could turn to fight that, field that
While
off.
the other one's just picking up
yeah.
the tokens and shooting behind, right?
Yeah, he could use the Gur Panthers turn and then nimble pivot to get in the way and try to block stuff up.
Right.
Block the frontage specifically. Like, you don't block up the units since it has nimble, you just walk around you. You block
Yeah.
off the frontage, just make sure it can't charge.
Sure.
And then the Elohi then potentially do have time to actually attack the center of the table.
Right.
So yeah, maybe it's just an early cleanup.
We'll see. It looks
I
like
feel like you could have done it the other way too, where you charge this unit and then turn around and face the outside.
here comes some fighting.
Yep.
Boom, boom, boom. So that is the chariot unit and the Elohi, and he's just and there's your check.
Her Elohi?
No.
Yeah, I think it's just close, but not in.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a little hard to tell. I don't feel like it should have been able to, because it was fighting the Ancient Phoenix monster, right?
Right.
I'm not crazy. Yeah.
Bunch of dice
Ooh,
on
that looks
the.
like a pretty good hit.
What's he attacking? The individual over there?
Yes,
Yeah.
there is an individual blocking
Yeah.
up the Panther.
Yeah, because it was the one that was snug between those two hordes.
Yep.
Right, so it's
either
running
the
free
priest
now.
or Augustus.
And now it's eating some lead.
Yep. It is.
Nothing happens.
Yeah, I was gonna say Panther Lancers are probably the best unit he could have bounced into, because strip the Thunderous, and at that point it's just 4s and
Yeah.
5s.
4s and 5s.
Those priests
Who cares?
Are they tanky? Are they 4s or 5s?
The
Augustus might be a 5.
oh no, they're all 5s.
Oh,
all
wow.
5s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. They're not playing
Uh,
it.
So yeah. At that point, 4s and 5s vicious, but like they're at least a 10, 12, and if it's Augustus, it's probably higher, probably a
Right.
15 at the top. So yeah, he definitely survives that.
Right. 11 billion attacks.
Yep, here it comes.
Doesn't look like a very good hit roll.
Yep.
Doesn't look like a very good wound roll. Stugats. And so now he's stuck.
I was gonna say that looks like Iron Resolve.
Yep.
So
And so now over here, well, and that leaves that Phoenix free to fly around and do other stuff if he wants, right?
this is funny. Do you think he goes in with again? I don't know which one is which. I assume this one's Augustus at this point.
Yeah.
Do you think you go in with the priest against the Elohi to see
Yeah,
if you flick him off?
You totally do.
Yeah.
Because
I
why
mean,
not?
the other option, I guess, would be to turn the archers.
Right.
But I feel like you use the archers to finish off these sisters.
I think that's what you do. Yeah.
Because as we just discussed, that priest is fairly tanky, so if you could at least hit them, but it's only 2 attacks, right?
It's only
They're
2
not-
attacks, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like, you're not gonna. Ooh. Okay. So hopefully it's. That is a lot of wounds.
Yeah,
That's a lot of
the
wounds.
sisterhoods are gonna hurt.
That's a lot of wounds.
I mean, and frankly, the Gerpanther's gonna hurt. Like everything about is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
It's the same problem when you're low defense. Everything hurts. All right. 5 more wounds there is pretty spicy. And I don't think he's got any rallying, and definitely no inspiring.
There it
And that
goes.
looked like a double 6 for the record. on that.
Yeah. Right. With Elon.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Right.
Completely unnecessary.
So now,
Yep. We are
where does
flipping to
where does he maneuver? Right.
Tyler's 5.
No, not quite yet. Scott has to decide which way he's facing
Chris,
everybody
yeah.
over there.
Yes. I think he just hit the clock. That looks.
He just left. Oh, because he's noticed
yeah.
about time.
Yeah, I
Oh
think
my
he's
God,
pressured
really?
on time. He's down to like 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes to play 3 turns, potentially 3 turns. I think he might clock.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Hit that Owen Wilson.
Right.
Yeah, I think he's that like pressured under the clock
Yeah.
that he just has to hit it. So he didn't have time to do anything fancy here.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, Tyler does have some clock pressure too. He's
He
down
does.
to 8 minutes. So, but
Right.
he doesn't have a lot of options.
So this is turn 5.
Yep.
Right.
So
Top
now-
5. This would be top
Right.
5.
By the
Tyler.
time I finish typing up a turn swap,
It
we're
would
just
just-
gonna be on the bottom.
Almost Scott.
Yep, yep,
Period.
yep.
Right.
So turn 5 top for Tyler. It does look like he took the priest and the Elohi.
Yep.
And
He's checking to see if the Phoenix can go over there and do a little work. Double checking.
he's got to be cognizant of that clock time. It looks like he's seeing. Oh, did the Phoenix never face the Elohi? Because he was. So he didn't try to shoot that Loki regiment. He turned it to the right.
Ah.
The Phoenix on the top of the board is actually facing the
To the left.
Right. Oh yeah, to the
left,
Left.
yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
It wasn't facing the right as we had assumed. It was facing the left,
Mm-hmm.
and now he might be able to dive on that center token.
Right. So now, in you go. He's thinking
Which-
about it. Oh, what if I do this, he says.
Yeah, the question's going to be, can he get what is the play here? I don't think you need to charge the Elohi unless he's trying to shoot the Elohi, which I guess that's another option.
Maybe. right? Shoot over the
Trying
top.
to shoot over to the Sisterhood instead.
Well, I mean, it's Bowman into the Sisterhood. It's the Phoenix into the Alohi, and it's the Horde destroying the regiment in front of him, right?
Yeah.
Or the
I mean, you should pick up most of the stuff in the middle.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
hope.
Which, yeah, if he doesn't, he's definitely.
It's that should go, right?
His game is definitely a lot closer than it was looking. At the
Well, it's funny.
bottom of turn
It
three.
looked like Tyler was dictating because of his deployment, the way that he was progressing very
Yeah.
methodically and deliberately. It was like
Right.
on a scenario, he was like, "I'm going to get this."
Right.
Scott goes, "It's go time."
Right.
Pick a bunch of
Yep.
stuff up. Now, what are you going to do?
Right.
And Tyler has reacted very well with the
Yeah,
pieces
yeah.
that he's had. Right.
Yeah, he's made, I guess, the best decisions you can make under those pressure points, and
Right.
it's paying off.
And also he when it was time, he abandoned the position. He had all the Phoenixes together.
Yeah,
And he
yeah.
was like, nope, time to scatter.
Yeah,
Boom,
yeah,
right?
yep.
And so he went out, did some stuff, and now he has a boatload of options in the last two turns of the game.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
It's pretty cool.
All three of the Phoenixes are still in play. All of them still have the ability to shoot.
Right?
The Ancient has Cloak of Death on top of that.
Right? Just kind of hanging out, being a jerk.
I guess, yeah, the only downside for that is that it's not nimble, but it should be facing the center. So
yes.
it could also dive on
Yep.
Sisterhood. And with Cloak of Death, I like the odds of 3 attacks in the flank a lot better.
Sure.
Especially with what looks like 13 wounds already.
Yeah.
It might be 7. I think his trays are 3 dice wide and one of them's empty.
Got it.
And it's just throwing me off because of light reflection. Okay, so that Phoenix goes in, picks up that token. So now there are 2 Phoenixes tokens.
Yep, they're both going. Well, he sent them both.
Actually, I think the other Phoenix had a token and then dropped it. And allowed that other Phoenix to come
To
in
pick it up.
to snipe it up. So that way he can move this Phoenix around.
Yep.
So at this point, I think Tyler has 2 tokens. Both on Phoenixes.
I can go check.
Yeah, I'm really curious what the tokens are at this point.
Because we're getting to the point where it really matters,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, right. We're in the critical phases. Okay, so trying to see if he can get line of sight and shoot, or at least block line of sight. Is that forest should be height 9. I believe that the height tables for this event are going to be height 9 forests, height 3 hills, and height 3 difficulty.
Each of the Phoenixes has one, and I think that's about it. From what I
Nothing
can
else has
tell.
been picked up. Surely one of the units on the right has to have picked something up. At this
Sure.
point. Sure.
I think it's 2-1.
Okay.
Right? I didn't want to interrupt too much because
Yeah, no, definitely
they're
don't,
in the middle,
don't pester them
right.
to say, hey, where are they? Yeah.
right, I walked over and
Yep, just glanced. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so maybe 2 to 3, assuming that Scott has the one on the left. He has to have picked up the one with the Sisterhood.
you would think so.
Yeah, right. If he's just standing on it, I feel like that doesn't actually help him at that point, even if the unit's at risk. So yeah, it looks like the Phoenix is burning the Sisterhood.
Sure. Right.
Playing for that turn 6 kill, because now it's Tyler down to 3 minutes for the record. But he is at least top of the turn. He did get a double 6 there for nerve.
Right.
But this is on a unit that doesn't really matter which unit. Oh my god. Yeah. I saw that 3 and
Right.
I cringed there. Yep. I wonder if they knew that they weren't supposed to deploy on the clock because they had those 10 minutes or whatever. I mean, I guess they could do it either way.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
were
yeah.
deploying before the.
I mean, that's fair.
Right.
Yeah, they were a little bit ahead for a round. Though it does look like overall in the hall,
A lot of
maybe-
games have wrapped up.
yeah, 60% give or take.
Yep.
All right. Alrighty. Here comes Big Comet in the center. Panther Lancers picking them up.
Shuka. Here come all the
And
hits.
Tyler's using both arms despite the fact that one of them is functionally not working.
I know, right?
Yeah, because he knows that's the pressure of the clock. That looks like a lot.
It's a yes.
Yeah.
It is a bevy of hits.
Yep. I don't think it's like devastated though. I don't think it's actually a true snakes.
Right.
Yeah, but an 8 should be plenty, and whatever that was should
That
be
was the
plenty.
symbol.
It was
Yep,
a
out you
6
go.
and something. So now he picks up and pivots. I think you just pivot toward the center. Yeah.
Yep.
And just say screw it. Oh, he's trying to get out of line of sight of the. He can't get out of sight of the line of the looky though. It's not gonna matter. Unless he's pivoting to face the left.
Now it's just occurring to him now.
Yeah.
He's going
Yeah.
back to where he was.
Why? Too much time on this. It doesn't matter. The unit's not carrying tokens. Let it die.
Right? Man.
They are tighter than I like to be on a clock. Holy God. All right. This looks to be.
What's he doing there?
They've definitely given up on the chip for the record.
Yeah, no. It's go,
Yeah,
right?
it is go time.
Which is fine.
Yeah. No,
I,
don't blame them.
I appreciate the effort in the
This
beginning.
is one of the Phoenixes. This is looking like it's picking up the Sisterhood.
Yeah.
Or both Phoenixes because it's going to be 12 attacks. on
And yeah,
twos.
boom,
Get
boom. Thank you very
Yep.
much. We have some lovely
Yep.
parting
So
gifts.
center of the board is
You ain't kidding.
yeah. Clear the board in the center.
Here come all the attacks
This is going to be the other horde against the chariots.
the chariots. Yep.
Yep. Which looks like he got a pretty good roll there.
Yep.
Very solid. So it should function.
They have paused the clock to discuss something.
Yeah, I think Scott is being nice and like making sure to technically Cloud's clock is out, but I'm pretty sure Scott is being generous.
Right. Just
Good sport. At least finish the combat, and if not, maybe giving him some leeway given the fact that he's functionally playing handicap.
Yeah, right. I mean, for anyone listening at home, Tyler's got his arm in a sling, and so he spent the entire time. I don't know if you've noticed, but if you look back, his right hand is the one doing all the work.
Yep.
His left hand is completely tied up next to his chest.
Yep. So yeah.
And I guess that's about the height of that. And now,
They pause the clock so he can do all the watch this nonsense.
this is nonsense.
Oh man. That's trying to finish 3 turns. By the time I switch this,
But don't just, you might as well just say mess and just be right.
turn 5 bottom mess. Also, it's just turn 5 and they're both.
I know. It's
Yeah.
bananas, right?
So technically bottom, Scott. Not Scoots, Scott. Scott's turn,
Right.
for all 2 minutes of it. All right, let's see. What are the critical comments that Scott has to get done in 3 turns?
Does he have to kill a
All right, he did
He
pick
just
up.
did pick up
there's that
another.
pickup.
right? So that they're dead,
There's 2 tokens. So those tokens, you're right. They were never picked up.
and that's it.
So he
And does it end with a tie?
3. Do they even know that they're not on turn 6? They might think they're on turn 6. That's what it sounds
Oh,
like.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You want to drag him over here and
Well, no, for the record. They do, again, I'm
Right.
sticking to my guns. If they think they're on turn 6, they're on turn
right?
6.
To be honest, I think they're both out of time.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
It doesn't really matter. Right?
He has, like, I don't think he unpaused his clock for this last turn.
Gotcha.
Did you guys understand what's going on over there?
Apparently, you guys had 13 seconds left between the two
Did
of
you guys know what turn you were on at that point?
5.
Turn
Okay,
5.
good. I'm
Yes.
glad that
Swapped
part
out
was
at the
correct.
beginning or like the end of 3-5.
Um,
The confusion was that guy was like half on the hill, half not, and so he.
It was because
The
he had to slide
individual-
over to like multi-charge.
It was
fit,
attacking
and
the
he was, like,
Alohi.
Yeah.
So it was once
Oh,
I
there was an
charged
individual in
it
the
was
middle.
like, wait, where was
Oh,
he?
yeah.
Yep. We
So
fi-
he
we figured
prevented.
that.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And we were like, oh crap, I'm like 2 millimeters out of being able to quadruple charge.
Right.
And we just 4-upped it, and I rolled a 1. I was
Yep.
like, oh, now I have to rethink everything.
Right.
That killed my clock. And
We paused it for a little bit.
Yeah.
he was fair.
I feel like both of you were being fair on clock.
Absolutely.
Given how tight it was on the clock.
Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So who
That was awesome. Yeah.
I take it then that it's
went over-
Tyler 2 to 1. So I can see 3 to 4.
I got
Oh.
the 4. That's why I was rolling. It was like if I just
One
killed
on
that
each
unit at
unit,
the end.
and then he got 2 over here, and then 2 over
So he
here.
got 3 in the middle.
Oh,
I had-
because they would be picked
yeah,
up.
I had 2 on this unit, and then
Okay.
there was a lot of.
Because I killed his chariots and picked up the 2 to make
Yep.
him happy.
Oh, but they were
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the-
yeah.
Okay.
So
God,
I
you guys
squeaked
had
it out. Yeah.
Wow, it was close.
Yeah, yeah.
Really close.
That was tactical play on both your sides. It was sick.
We had a little more clock.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, we did the hill thing was just stupid.
Janky,
And
Yeah.
there was one point where I found like the magic spot that was really annoying for him. But then another one where you had the terrible unit.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was fun.
What?
Awesome game.
right.
Awesome game.
Awesome to watch. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, the first 2 turns are probably boring.
No, it was
No,
great.
no, it was we had plenty to fill.
Yeah, it was great. Awesome.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Guess go bottom rung.
Sex. Uh-oh. So,
Oh no.
it wasn't you that lost. So it all works out. All right.
Well, my problem for next round.
Bottom.
No one pointed that. All right, that's. All right. Well, Scott takes it.
Yeah.
4-2 on turn 5 with no time left.
No time
to play.
left, right? 4 to 3. He needs the unit to go. He gets it the last die roll.
Yeah,
Calls it a
literally.
day, right?
Yep. Close game. Good sportsmanship on both sides by the
All
sound of it.
around, yeah.
Especially given tight clock and some interesting resolutions that they had to come up with.
Right?
And yeah.
Awesome.
So here's the question: are we doing lunch now?
Doing lunch. I think we're doing lunch now.
Okay, I was gonna say that makes sense because
Yeah.
that's the timing on it.
Right?
So
Here it is. Get in here.
yeah.
Bruce
Perfect.
Reps.
We'll eat lunch. We'll see you guys later.
Yep,
You got it.
Hey, you want to eat?
We are gonna break for lunch.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yep.
Yeah,
Good.
we're gonna bomb out. Yeah.
Awesome. For those in the stream, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this over to a break stream. We're going to leave the stream running, so you don't have to close your links, don't have to close that tab that you got running in the background when you're painting something at home. We will be back here.
12. What time's the next round start?
That's it.
I should probably look it up.
Yeah.
No, not ready. Oh, please.
That's the thing I needed to ask here before is a player packet,
Got it.
because I'm not a player.
Give me that player pack. There it is.
Okay.
12:30.
12:30.
11:30 to 12:30 is lunch.
So we will be back 12:30 West Coast.
Word up. Catch you in a bit, buddies. That was good.
Yeah.
That worked out.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 U.S. Masters on the West Coast, Reno. Here with me, we've got Mike Rossi.
What's up, everybody?
For anyone who missed it, I'll get a Facebook post for those who weren't here early in the morning to watch the first game. We had an exciting match between Tyler and Scott. Scott pulled it out at the end, 4-2 in. Yep, pick this up. Yep, knew there was one thing I was missing. Before we pull up the table, Scott pulled out 4-2 in. What's the scenario?
Stockpile?
Stockpile. Thank you. There we go. It's one of the new ones. That's why I don't have it down. It's just a scenario. I don't know what the scenario names are. The winners are all upside down. There is no message. It shouldn't be a message. It shouldn't be anything streaming. What's going on? Interesting. Maybe something was showing through one of the streamers. I'll have to check back on that. Anyway, now moving on, we have Ray Shields playing against Dustin Howard.
Yep.
Ray Shields playing his Abyssals and Dustin playing his
Dwarves.
Dwarves.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Him and everyone else. Right? 15 dwarf players in the field this year. Not counting the Abyssal Dwarf.
All right. Mike is going to start us off with these lists.
Sure. So we're going to start with his dwarves. I will start with Dustin Howard. He's got 4 regiments of Iron Guard, all with throwing mastiffs, as you do. A horde of shield breakers. 3 troops of sharpshooters, because you should. And then everything else kind of writes itself. He's got an organ gun. He's got Gallick's Fury. He's got a Stone Priest with the Aged Periscope and Celestial Restoration to keep everything alive. He's got Garrick Heavy Hand because Radiance of Life is awesome. He's got a Steel Juggernaut. He's got another Steel Juggernaut. He's got Faber Ironheart for the triple threat. So everything is defense 6 that can be defense 6. It shoots, it hits, it sticks. Right? Pretty straightforward. On the other side, contrast in styles, Ray Shields, right? With Force of the Abyss list. He has a regiment of lower abyssals, token crap. He has a troop of gargoyles. And then he has 4 hordes of berserkers, all with the sacrificial imp. One of them has the Brew of Strength. One of them has the Blood of the Old King. One of them has the Helm of the Drunken Ram. And one of them has Sir Jesse's Boots. Because, sure, lean in. He's got a Sedectress with the Gnome Glass Shield. He's got a Berserker Apostate running around making the other Berserkers better. He's got an Abyssal Warlock with the Conjurer's Staff and Firebolt, Banechant 2 and Scorched Earth 2. He's got Zazuzu the Betrayer. He's got, and he has the Formation, which has 2 more regiments of Berserkers and a regiment of Nagari to bump everybody's regen up. So if they last, they will heal pretty quickly, right?
Yep.
And knowing from personal experience, Dustin's army does not have a boatload of attacks, right, with any one of his single units.
Sure.
So some of them are high quality, but it is 12 dice,
So
15
you're
dice.
the door player here.
Yeah, dude.
Mike.
Right.
Tell me about it.
So it is. So it's going to be tough, I think, unless he gets multi-charges. And I don't know, if Ray's pretty good, he's not going to let him get those. So we'll see how it goes. The scenario is invade.
Yep.
Right, which also
definitely favors the
favors Ray.
super fast army over dwarves any day of the week.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
right. I have found that as a dwarf player, I don't mind invade as long as you really hope you have to go first.
Right.
Because you run forward, you get the 8 inches on them, and then now you can kind of set where the line is.
This is a legitimate question to you as a dwarf player that I
Yeah.
don't get to talk to as much.
Okay.
How have you found Ordered March has changed invade for dwarves?
I think it's great. It's
Right.
well, invade, yes, but actually it's more important for things like on turn 4 and 5 when you're playing things like pillage and control.
Gotcha.
Right, because you can go up and then move to be able to, in the last turn, run to where you need to be.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
Invade, not so much, because anytime you're over the line, you're good. Right?
Yeah.
But in when you have to move across the table, it actually makes a bigger difference.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So not going to be as big of a deal in this specific scenario. they're starting clocks.
Start
Gotcha.
your clocks. Let's go. Right?
These guys are already well into deployment. I'm
That's
going to
right.
get out a quick link to our friends on Facebook to make sure that people who weren't watching us on the break, I'm so disappointed in everyone for not watching a soundless stream, will be aware that we are back up and running. Switch it over. Let's go. Alrighty. Back up and set up.
There we go. So it looks like Dustin has already laid out his first four Iron Guard regiments, and he has that piece of difficult terrain in the middle of the table, which may affect some stuff. He's going to try to want to avoid that because I don't think anything on his side is Pathfinder, and you don't want to be any slower than you already are, right?
This table's interesting. So you've got impassable and impassable,
Yeah.
which you can definitely buttress between this.
Yep. He's going to try to funnel, right?
Right. Which dwarves definitely can do better than many factions, right?
Sure.
Especially lots of regiment dwarves.
That's right.
You've got forest and then the height 3 difficult, which I don't think is like. I definitely think Dustin putting him on that side of the table makes sense because he cares less about that cover for those early turns when he's going to have sacrificial life anyway, right? But it will slow Ray down a little bit because he can't move at the double threat
Right.
because they don't have Pathfinder.
Very similar unit strength between the two of them.
Yeah.
Dustin's got 15 drops with 24 unit strength, and Ray has 13 drops, so a couple less drops, but 25 unit strength. Everything on Ray's side except for the Seductress has unit strength, and then on the other side, the Stone Priest and Garrick both are individuals for realsies and for truesies, but everything else scores as well.
Right.
Right. So that's pretty good.
Yep.
Does the organ gun? Does that? Oh, it has unit strength 1, so yeah. There's not even
Yeah.
conditional unit strength. It's
Does
just
it have
unit strength 1.
Yeah.
Bang. That's it. So
Yeah.
trying to make war machines good without being amazing.
Yeah.
Right. Very, very hard to balance, I would imagine.
I'll touch on it briefly since it's relevant in this game, and it's at least relevance to Dustin taking it, right?
Sure. Right.
I do think unit strength 1 is ultimately the way to go with war machines. I do think it should apply to all war machines, which is, I think, the issue currently.
Sure.
Is that they're a little sporadic,
right.
a little inconsistent there, and that's not ideal. But we're at least aware of it, right? And so ideally, moving forward, we know that this isn't that big of a deal. War machines probably can score. It'll be fine, right?
Would you think about setting it up as a optional upgrade? Right. Take a cannon for another 20 points that has unit strength 1.
That's a thought. I don't think it's necessary. I think they can just get it.
Have it be that.
They've been in a wonky spot since basically like the start of third.
Yeah. Right.
Like there was an initial period where people were using them a little bit, but that was I think before people really adjusted to like unit strength focused play.
Right.
And then you saw a shift basically out of artillery into things like claw shots
Yeah.
and the dwarf equivalent. That,
Right.
Is it literally just long rifles?
No, it's sharpshooters.
Sharpshooters.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I was going to say the similar units that have more attacks, therefore you get more consistent hits.
That's right.
And they score, right?
Right.
Which is a big deal.
Right.
So I think giving them scoring opens it back up, right? Now there's competition in the spot.
Right.
It's just going to be, the trick is just going to be making sure that there are reasons to take war machines and reasons to take sharpshooters,
Right,
Like
right.
you want people taking both. So we'll see. But that is a future problem, not a at this table problem.
That is correct.
Right?
Right. So interesting. It looks like just the way things are set up. I think you nailed it. Dustin is probably going to try to set up in such a way where he can move up between those two pieces of impassable.
Yep.
Own that section of the board, and if he's going to fight, he wants to fight 3 inches past the center line. Right. Ray has the option because he is way more speedy. And it looks like he's going to start doing that. Is slide around to the outside, to the right flank, and make Dustin take some of his other pieces, go over there and challenge him, right? Or else, right? Or else Ray can really just toss 4 hordes of 4 hordes of stuff, berserkers across the center line, and would just turn to face the flank. Right, your fused flank isn't going to help Dustin in this matchup.
How much unit strength does Ray have in the army?
He's got 25 unit strength.
How much does Dustin have?
24. Very similar.
There is a possibility, depending on how Dustin's shooting goes, that they might not even fight. Ray has the speed to potentially just literally
Right.
walk around Dustin
Right.
and just let him cross the table and not care. Right?
I totally see that. I hope that doesn't happen because I
Right,
don't want to
right.
set up the camera and go to another and now we're to leave this game for more competitive content.
Oh, we ain't moving that camera. We're gonna make best thing I could do at that point is take this camera and we don't even have a table close enough.
No,
to
it's all right. I'll call him with my phone and just
yeah, right. At that point, we'll do as much meta commentary we can do
That's
on why this became a super cagey match.
Right.
I don't think that will actually happen.
Absolutely
I think
not.
there's enough shooting from Dustin to put enough pressure, and if
Yeah.
he can pick up one unit, that forces Ray to engage.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think late game we'll probably just see a dive with whatever's left.
I would imagine so. Right.
So those two buildings are what make me think that might happen, because you could hide a lot of stuff behind.
You totally can.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And guard your flanks and
Right.
But it's not like it's close. So Dustin
Yeah.
is hoping he goes first.
Right.
And then by turn 2, he can be snug as a bug in there, and he can kind of set himself up in a little ring.
Right.
If he doesn't, I don't know. If I was Ray, I would move up, take that same position, or completely abandon it and say, come over here and try to fight me. Right. Redeploy some of your stuff, because right now, having played the list enough.
Right.
Those regiments stick. They're great for scenario play.
Yeah.
They stick. They don't. It takes a while for them to die, but they don't do much.
Right. They don't really hit hard.
And he doesn't have
Yeah.
any Bane Chant list, so what you see is what you get.
Yeah,
Right.
so
It's
they're-
12 attacks
they're
on
bricks.
3s.
Right, yeah.
Right. So at this stage of the game, he's got 12. He's got most of his unit strength already deployed.
Right.
Right, on where it's going to go. All the toys are going to have to be interspersed in there in order to
Right.
make the line work. So he doesn't have anything else to really shift off to the right at all. Right?
Yeah. I would say that you're right that normally I would say that those units are not that big of a deal, right? Because 12 attacks, 3s.
Yeah.
But Ray's entire list is defense 4.
That is
right?
true.
So they
Right.
do have some threat potential there, right? Like
Right.
a flank is going to hurt.
Sure.
So Ray can't just ignore them like some other lists could. Like if you were defense 5, you could literally just be like, hey, you can have that flank,
Yeah.
especially if it's a hindered flank, like 12
Nobody
hits and,
cares.
like,
Thank you.
4 wounds,
Right.
woo, right? But with defense 4, that's a little bit more, spicy.
Looks like Dustin is setting up a set of sharpshooters there.
Yep. I feel like he'll walk into the
Into the terrain.
right? Yeah.
And just kind of hang out in there and,
and just park,
shoot out.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways I think this game can go. Because again, Ray has the speed to turn, pivot, and walk away. I guess the Nagari.
I know.
Um,
Delicious.
It's because we made the Trident Realm April Fools right before they came out, and so
right.
I was like, we already made that unit. But I don't think they have nimble, unless the formation gives it to them.
Well, hold please. Let's find
It might. I think it might.
Right. That's nimble.
Okay, yeah. So the formation gives them nimble.
Yes, sir.
That vaguely recollected that.
Right.
So with that being the case, speed 6 because they're slower.
6, they're slower.
So there's
Right.
that. So 12 inches of maneuvering around terrain-ish.
Yeah.
But he's already locked him in between the two forests, so it is going to be hard for him to try to wheel around those impassable pieces.
Right.
So that, I think, takes some of that cage match potential out of the equation, so that's good for the viewers at home.
Right.
At least for the spectacle entertainment, if not the great tactical play.
So he's got I don't know, that is what, the largest model in the universe? What
Oh,
What
yeah,
model
for
is it?
his, what I assume is Golog's Fury. He has Golog's Fury.
Yeah, he
right?
totally
'Cause every
does, but-
dwarf has Golog's Fury.
it's so big.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And he's
it's
got
definitely covering other units. It's definitely going to be fun to commentate around.
right?
If that's not Golog's Fury, then Dustin's doing something wrong.
No, it totally is. And he's also got, it looks like he's got
And for those, yeah.
He put Garrick right next to him because he should. They're best friends,
Yep, yep.
right?
So you got Golux Fury. You've got the 4 regiments of, is it Ironclad?
Iron
or
Guard.
Iron Guard,
Yeah,
yeah.
defense
see,
6, hit on 3s. Yep.
Gotta get some naming reconventions there. But yeah, the defense 6-1. Following that up, we have. I need to get the list pulled up on my end so I know what I'm looking at. I know Dustin is from the south, and I know Ray is from the north. I just don't know which direction of the north.
Oh, northeast.
Northeast.
Yeah, northeast. Yep. So it looks like he put an organ gun way off to the left, and I don't know if it will matter, but I am going to bother Ray once he gets done setting up to go which magic items are on what.
That
Right,
will matter for
that will
someone
matter for the
sure.
Jesse's boost at the very least, right?
Yeah,
You know?
especially. So, yeah. So for Dustin, going down what's actually on the table.
I will double check because it looks like they're shaking hands and getting ready for first
Yeah,
turn.
yeah. This was the Horde of Shield Breakers, so that's your crushing 2, smashing. Hiding just the back. Oh, I almost lost my dice pointer. I'm actually going to hide this briefly so we can see, because it's got 1 unit of sharpshooters, I think, parked all the way up on the edge of the board. And then sharpshooters here.
All right, so the horde of Abyssal Berserkers behind the wood, oddly enough, has Jesse's boots, right?
I'm shocked.
Shocked and amazed, right? And then on the other side, yes, that is a giant model. The base is actually the right size. It's
Yeah.
hiding underneath. Those 3 pieces that he's moving right now, the first 2 that are closest to the right, they are the 2 steel juggernauts.
Yep.
And then Faber's the one on the far left.
Gotcha.
And then
Makes sense.
snuggled in between the 2 Iron Guard in back, and behind Gallic is Garrick.
Gotcha. So
Right,
he is-
Radiance
he
of
is
Life. And
very
then,
sandwiched
yep,
in there.
and then
yeah.
way to the left by himself, on the back corner, is the guy with the Celestial Restoration. So he's always going to be like 13, 15 inches away.
Literally, like, way in the corner.
No, way on the other side. It's actually underneath one of his giant arms.
Yeah,
that dude right
there we
there.
go.
Yep.
Yep.
So he's going to be lobbing Celestial Restoration from the corner
Yep.
the entire time, hoping that somebody with a gnome glass shield doesn't punch him in the face.
Right.
Right.
Which probably going to be fine. So now that Ray's down, looks like Dustin has turn 1.
Dustin has turn 1, and
Which-
he is beginning to move.
Yep.
So this is a good thing for Dustin. He needs that first turn, in my opinion, to set where the battle line is going to be. He's zerging forward as much as a dwarf can zerg.
All right. Looking at Ray's stuff here. We confirmed the item units.
Yep.
Now, we said this one's J-Boot's way in the back.
Yep.
Behind the forest.
Behind the forest.
Not the one that started in the forest.
Right.
This might have been one of the few games where I could actually, like, potentially justify someone popping Jesse Boots for not the reason
Right.
everyone actually takes it, which is
Could
Strider.
go in. Woo, right.
But rather that you could use it for a Pathfinder at the double
Mm-hmm.
nimble pivot. That said, I don't even know that you. Well, he is playing it smart because I don't know they need to be this far back with that unit, but
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there.
you definitely want that unit here because you don't care about these trees after like the first turn. You care about this water
Yeah.
for the actual combat, right? So I think that the deployment there makes sense. Just that it's a little back. He's blocked from line of sight anyway by the forest,
Right.
so it's
Right.
like,
bother?
it would have made a little bit more sense to me. So I backing up a bit, it does make sense from a perspective of if you wanted to nimble pivot and turn a flank real fast, right?
Sure, yep.
Because if he's too close to the forest, then he actually locks himself out
Right.
of being able to nimble pivot.
Right.
Or at least nimble pivot and then go 18.
18.
Yeah, right.
Flying.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Which maybe that's the plan. I mean, right now the assumption is he's going to go through the forest in front of him, but maybe
Yeah.
he nimble pivots, goes, and then he can blow through that other piece of terrain
Yeah,
to
yeah.
go take the flank, right?
Right.
When I say the flank, I mean go to the right side and then come around the building.
generally
Right?
speaking.
You know?
Yeah, I still feel it could have been a little bit closer, right? Because you could still turn that corner pretty tight.
Yeah.
And I don't think he can. I'm going to use my pointer here to make sure that people get what I'm saying. I don't think he can snake his way through here without touching at least one of those pieces.
No, he's nimble.
At least with one pivot.
With one pivot, he can.
Right. And the main
pivot
reason
he
you do this is because you're trying to get one pivot but go 18.
Right.
So you could definitely do this, which maybe actually that lines up a little better. Mm-hmm. So like maybe this is just a quick eye gauge, and
Yeah.
like he's like, I want to book it this way.
Right. Ray also is the kind of player who will sit down and go, all right, this unit's going to go here, this is 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 going to end the game over here.
Right.
So he's already kind of like mapped it out.
Yeah. That positioning makes a little bit more sense now that it's backed up. He has put a decent amount of stuff on the left, so going through his actual units, one of these is probably going to be the regiment from the formation.
Yep.
The unit to the direct right of that should just be one of the hordes.
Looks like some shooting is happening.
Yep. I'm going to get
Pew,
it.
pew, pew.
Next, that should be an apostate.
Yeah.
Because either that or a warlock. And I suspect the warlock is the one closer to the center. Because you want your apostate going wide.
Right.
Frankly, it could be both. Yeah, this has to be the warlock center. And then
Let's see which one is the Zuzu. I didn't think to ask.
as a Zuzu, we might need to go poke. Because there's also a seduction of the gnome glass shield, which is also very similar to a Zuzu.
Uh-huh.
So we had two flying characters running around. And then
Wow.
we had,
Justin has put 8 wounds on that unit already. Right? Which is what you do.
right.
You know? You pile everything in as much as you can. Here comes the dice. And
Wow.
he picks it up. Sweet Jesus. All right, then.
Yeah. I defense 5 with a hill, but everything presumably, 36 inches of range, right? So probably
it's-
shots.
And
Golux
then come off
parry,
of Golux, right?
which has got to be here on this arrow because he's got
Yeah.
marched up on the
Yeah,
hill.
he's up on the hill. Right.
Yep.
So he flies up. He's hitting on 5s. He doesn't care. The other units are hitting on 5s. They don't care.
Right.
Right. So he's got.
If that, I don't think these moved. I think he just got that open shots. These should have been clear fire grenades. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
think he's on 4s. I think it was on 4s
Oh,
with
yeah, that's
10
right.
shots. Mm-hmm. And then I don't know Golok's
Right.
thing. I just know it hurts.
It normally hits on 4s. It's 5s if he moves.
Fives.
So it doesn't have steady aim.
Okay,
but,
so
but whatever.
5s,
right?
but it's like
12 shots on 5.
yeah, I was gonna say it's a
Here's
lot
2.
of shots.
So if
yeah.
he hits, he wounds on 2s. It's
threes. The Nagari are defense 5, I think. They should be. I hope they're defense 5.
no. That's a horde of the berserkers.
No, that was the Nagari.
Was it?
Yeah, that was the Nagari unit. That was big.
Oh no.
That was huge. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I think Ray stuck it out there because it was defense 5. He could take hits on it.
It looks
And
like Ray is going, and he's charging
Yeah.
in the Gallic.
Oh, with gargoyles.
With
Okay.
gargoyles.
Yeah. I literally just said that Gallic was the unit with the arrow, but for the base with the arrow marks.
Yep.
And then immediately forgot. I was just like, oh, he's just moving gargoyles in the middle of the field. Like, what's the point?
Huh.
Yeah. So Golak doesn't have fury, right? Because it's just a normal beast.
Yeah, but
It's
he's
not that-
17, 19.
Right. No, you don't kill it.
Right.
I think the idea here is that you lock it down, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't even know that they're going to get the wound to stop the shooting.
No.
Yeah. Scargoyles,
Against defense 6.
they do at least hit on 4s, but
Right.
and he does have Zuzu, but I don't think he does anything naturally to gargoyles. It's just the weird upgrade that he has the option to get, right?
Yeah.
Which he definitely didn't take because
This way, would you?
too expensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
More things to fix at one point, but I guess the other question is where are those flying characters? Because if he has the ability to jump into enough stuff, he can block stuff and then make his way into the gauntlet. But
Yeah,
I
but-
don't know that you want to jump into that funnel. You just watched what happened when a unit was in that funnel.
Well, that's what it is, right? The other thing too is that even if they're only crush 1,
Yeah, right.
so I guess I'll wound on 5s.
Against most of his army, yeah.
Right? I'll go in. I'll roll a boatload of dice. I'll hit on 4s. I'll wound you on 5s.
Yeah.
Wah, wah, wah. Right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think that the Nagari needed to be exposed there. They could have just started in a forest.
No.
And then if it was a case where Ray did want to like push the center, you could just move the Nagari around the top into
Right.
that gap that is now open.
Right.
Now you can take advantage of the double pivot.
Sure.
And they're faster, so they have more time to get your battle line before we're done.
Right.
But yeah, leaving that exposed definitely hurt. Some of that would have been like the smallest of spikes, I think, because it would have been 4s, and then of course Gullux would have been 5. I'm doing the quick math in my head. 5 hits.
He had 8 wounds on him. Right.
So it would have been 9 hits, and then piercing 2 would have been 3s. So like
6.
should have been 6. So it was a little bit hotter on the hits,
Sure.
but like and then a good nerval to spike it. So
Right.
yeah,
But that is
it
said
is only-
twice.
Yeah.
Right. Which
Yeah, definitely within reason.
Right.
And even if you don't get it, waiver is definitely a possibility.
totally.
And then good luck getting out of there.
Right.
So
But
yeah,
that forces another turn to shoot now.
yeah.
Right.
And it's just a big punch to raise regen capabilities.
Yeah,
right? Like
absolutely.
one of the biggest advantages you typically have against doors is that doors don't have a lot of focused recovery. Right.
Right.
Like you have the radiance.
Yeah.
You have the iron resolve.
Resolve. Yep.
But beyond that, most of the time wounds stick. And Ray would have had at least the option to constantly be getting wounds back as long as his units are still in the fight. And as you said, right, as he's fighting those Iron Guard front to front,
Right.
you know,
Not a lot of attacks.
right,
Not a lot
you're
of
looking
wounds.
at 4 wounds a turn,
Right.
right? You know,
Easy
you're
to deal with over time.
right. And with Fury, you don't have to worry about getting wavered. Like you're gonna get those regions.
Sure.
And inevitably, I think you grind down the dwarves. But now the issue is, I think Dustin's going to angle his units in very clean position. I need to change the name on who's playing.
That's right.
But
In a lot of ways, too, more importantly than what happens when they scrap, Ray has chosen to, it looks like he's choosing to feed units into the middle. Ray wants to fight. He wants to do some scrapping, right? So he's moving his units. He's getting them in a position where he's going to charge Dustin's stuff, right? Interesting for me, too, that Dustin has decided, based on the unit position now, to take 3, 6, 10 unit strength and shoot it up the left-hand side between the edge of the board and that piece of impassable.
Yeah.
Right?
well, I guess so. Let's think about turn calculus, right?
Right.
So that was his turn 1.
Uh-huh.
Turn 2, because of that fence, I don't think he can quite go that full order to march 8, right? He could shove one unit really aggressively, but
Sure,
then
and
that's,
the other one
that's kind
behind
of
it.
jamming it up,
Yep.
right? That's causing his own problem.
Yep.
So I actually think you just take it slow and just go 4 inches, because that's his turn 2.
Sure.
And in turn 3, he's either at or right about to cross the half line way.
Right.
Which means even if Ray tries to like solo block him up,
Right.
he's still got 4 turns or 3,
Got another
maybe
3
4
turns to get one of
punch
those
it.
units across, right?
Right, exactly. So I actually think that's a viable option. I don't even think he needs the shield breakers necessarily to do it, and he has the option potentially with ordered march to just leapfrog there.
Yeah.
Certainly, he might have to pause a turn with the Iron Guard, but I think the shield breakers, once Ray commits past that building, will
Oh, yeah, they're going to go.
absolutely just
Yeah, they'll know
murder
which way to
everything
go,
there,
and they'll
yeah.
just do it, right?
Assuming that horde squeezes through, which Dustin wouldn't have angled that horde that way if it's not going to fit.
Agreed.
So yeah,
So, yeah, Ray is opting to go into the middle.
yeah, Ray is, at least so far, there's a little bit of flexibility here. There's still an option. If I'm Ray, you put this to
He's
where.
taking those other units, and he's not going to go and try to stop up that.
Yeah.
that
Okay.
flank.
So he is going to turn.
He's just going to go and.
So maybe Ray. Maybe this ends up being an 11-9 statistical. Remember what I said?
I
He just
do.
turns and burns.
I
I
do.
think we might be seeing that, but Ray's recognizing at the highest level of play that it's better to take a 9-11 loss than it is to take like a 20-0 loss, right?
Yeah, man.
Which is really rough to say that that's what's happening on the first
On
turn
the
of the
first
game.
turn of the game. right?
But I mean, is that wrong? right? Like, do you really try to push into that? I don't think he wins the gauntlet.
I wouldn't go into the
Right, like,
Right? Dude, what if you run away? What are dwarves going to do? Wave at you? Like,
Yeah,
who
yeah,
cares,
yeah.
right?
Speed 5, 18-inch shooting, 23-inch.
Oh, that's right.
If
He ran
pivots.
forward 10. No, he's right. He ran forward 10 inches.
Okay,
So
then it was
Golic did
just,
shoot, so it was
wow,
just
then it
those
was
three.
just the sharpshooters. Then.
Oh, good
Yeah.
catch. Good catch, people at home.
Oh, but it would have been the juggers too, right? Yeah. So it would have been Golic. I missed the juggers.
So it's 17 shots.
yeah, that adds a lot.
Right?
Yeah,
That's
because
what it
Faber
is.
is 2
Right,
extra.
hitting on fives.
Yep. So it's actually better than it would have been what I was calculating. I was calculating with Golok, but it was actually
Right.
more shots with the Steel Juggernauts. Assuming they're at least range 24.
They are 24.
Yeah.
So, that being said, if he starts in terrain and moves through terrain and shoots, is he -1?
As long as his leader points outside of the front, I believe
Which
he's
he
fine.
is.
Yeah.
Which he is. He sneaks out the front. Yep.
There is there a match tracker link? I knew this question was going to come up. I knew it was going to be a thing.
Oh, please.
So, is there a match tracker to see who won their matches and stuff?
So on the
Masters website isn't loading. Oh, well, which Webster's website? We're talking like the U.S. Masters website because we have a whole fancy Discord link.
I know, right?
And I assume that one is working because otherwise there would be a general panic.
Yeah, that is up and running, and the results sheet is there.
Yep. Okay, so I will get you all the link to the Google Doc so everyone can see where people are at. And hopefully that is an open shared document, or else we will go shout at Jeremy.
Right.
All right, so kind of as predicted, we saw. Ooh. So he should be center to center. He's trying to do chariot shenanigans, which, as a fan of that long base, I'm deeply interested in.
Right.
So he's checking to see if he can see it and is an arc, and then he has to be able to single pivot around because Golok's not nimble, right? Yeah, he's just straight. Yeah. Even with a generous cut,
He's checking the check. He
Yeah,
can't do it. Right.
I don't. Yeah, I think he hits the building before he actually touches any unit.
Yep.
With nimble, oh
that's the
boy,
end of
you
that,
cut
yeah.
every corner.
Right.
You could be charging units behind those gargoyles.
Yeah, dude.
It's great, but as it stands,
All right.
seeing that. So the one problem with the turn and burn thought, and I gotta switch the name to bottom because Ray's turn was fast for the
It was
record.
quick, yep.
He played fast and thought about it quick.
Yeah, looks like Dustin is doing ordered march to turn the guys and go back to the middle
Gotcha. So
with one of the regiments. And
Yeah.
he's going to do it with, and he's going to go to the outside with the other, so that gives him 3 unit strength at the end of the game, guaranteed.
Right.
4 because the organ gun's going to huff up behind, turn them wheels, right?
The fact that the organ gun has been reduced to just unit strength in this game is mind-blowing.
Yeah, right.
But apparently,
That's what we're doing.
it might actually get some shots here in a couple turns if Ray doesn't get out of
Right.
dodge. But he has the speed that he should be able to just keep away from that the whole game.
Is that Ray has a little whiteboard. I want him to write me notes. Right. Oh no!
Yeah.
Exclamation
right.
point, right?
It's like by the time I get this done, these guys are playing fast. They
They
do
are.
not want to clock out.
Okay, and here we go. We're going to rotate, and we're going to move up. And we're going to, can he clear? He cannot clear. So, oh, he's measuring from the back. He's measuring from the front. That's
that was-
generous.
I feel like that was a little
A
generous.
little generous.
Yeah,
a little generous.
yeah. I don't think he had that clearance, but
The occlusion of the board.
right.
Use
I
that
was
again,
gonna say,
right?
yeah, the exclusion of the board does throw that right. If
That's
you play-
right.
That's the one thing that I tolerate and do actually like about UB is it's impossible to not.
Right, dude. It's that. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
it. Yeah.
it is always static, but there's always that human error sometimes. So it could also be our occlusion, could be their occlusion.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Right.
So
Um,
here comes the nimble shenanigans from the 3 juggernauts.
yep.
Right.
Some of
Moving
them,
there.
yeah, I was gonna say Faber's on terrain, so he's only moving the 5.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I was
5,
gonna
yeah.
say are they 4 or 5?
That's 5.
Yeah. It's like Speed Dwarf is slow, but like how slow?
Right.
And then he's got one more in terrain, so he's got to limit his options there. And then one that's out, so he could potentially move at the double, but I don't think he will. I don't see any reason.
Why would you? Right?
Yeah. Like,
I mean, unless you want to have him run up,
Dustin's
punch a
not the one
gargoyle in the
aggressive,
face,
right?
and then
Yeah.
sit yourself in such a way where you can now use, because they have a,
Yeah.
what is it, D3 wild charge on top, or is that just Faber? I have the list in front of me. I could look it up.
I was about to say, does Faber have wild charge? on
Oh,
top
he
of all
totally
the
does.
other
Yeah,
things that he
yeah.
does?
Of course he
Holy
does. It's great. Yeah. He's everything a Steel Juggernaut should be. Like, why take the...
Yeah.
Yeah, so the normal ones don't have it.
But he does. Yeah, he does have wild charge.
Yep. Yeah. For 25 points,
Right.
you
no,
get it.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's
Just
big,
a smidge.
right?
Yeah. I talked about it on the matchup cast. I have my views on Faber. I think he's just a smidge too efficient.
He's amazing. It's funny because
Uh,
I actually think the normal Steel Juggernauts are, I think they're 10 points too expensive.
Too expensive.
The,
Yeah.
the 5 attacks, I know they have a shooting attack, and you pay a lot for
Right,
that shooting
right.
attack, right?
Yeah.
But 5 attacks is,
Defense 6 fearless, man, is
it's so good. I know,
Yeah,
Dash
yeah.
13 though.
right. And it's still so much that you have to input just to get it.
Right. But
Like,
Faber's he's got Dash 15.
right,
Right,
which
and
is
so
even
that's even
more
better,
effective.
right?
Right.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
So good.
Exactly.
Right, so he's backing up. He's thinking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
what he's going to do. I would imagine that the gargoyles did no wounds to him.
Right. So
So
he can just back up and
back up and, machine gun
yeah.
his way out of stuff.
because
which is nice.
he's put a staircase behind it. We didn't talk too much about all. We did see the turn and run with the cornered units.
Yep.
But we didn't really talk about these units. And I will say that again, you're right. They're aiming toward the center. So I don't. I guess it's early, right? Like, I feel like once you get past this building, if you commit past this building, like, that's it.
It's
That
done.
is your choice, right? So if he wants to, like, play for that small loss type of, like, run around, get out of there,
The thing is, too, if you can engage the dwarves turn 4,
right?
then Justin doesn't have enough time to break through the regen, etc. But if you
Doesn't?
go in turn 2,
Right,
then he's just giving him more opportunity to roll
time.
more dice, right?
right.
Because the line is going to be set. It's not like once you get in there, it's not like everyone's going to be backing up and shifting
Right,
around.
so you're saying that the thought is he'll sacrifice these two and hope that Dustin can't chew through them fast enough.
Maybe
Right.
to stop the other guys from going. I don't know if it's a good idea.
I think he's already up the field far enough. Like, I think he's just
so,
got enough
too.
time.
I think so too.
Um,
Okay, so
and
he's-
even if he's don't, I just don't think 2 forwards is enough to clog that whole gap.
right.
But we'll see. Dustin's bringing some more units in. Yeah,
Is that a charge though?
I think it's a triple charge. I think he brought in looks like Garrick in the back, and
Yeah.
then he's countercharging with Golok, and then charging with one of the regiments.
Yep.
So which gives them a speed boost functionally. Which yeah,
Because once
I-
you're in, you get the overrun and turn. Right.
Yep.
And he now he's setting the line. Right.
And all he has to do to make sure he's got it is he just slides Golok to the left, and then slide Garrick to the left, and then pivot.
Off to the right.
Or I don't even think he has to. I think they're already in the front, right?
Uh-huh.
Like I think he just chills. He kills it and just doesn't
Kind of
move.
hands out. Right.
Right. Like you want to come in, it's a wall of
Address the
defense
line,
6.
right?
Yeah.
And then once he goes in, then it's
Right. If anything, if Dustin does any like change in like his organization,
Right.
it'll be to shift one over so that he can pivot it, and yeah, he's even lasering it right now, is to see if he has any room to pivot inward,
Right.
because then he could limit the amount of multi-charging capabilities. While we're waiting for Dustin to complete this super fancy and shenanigan movement, shout out to our sponsors for the U.S. Masters 2025 Countercharge podcast, obviously run by some of the, certainly one of the hosts here in the West Coast, and the other one driving 30 hours.
30 hours.
Here. Yeah. So, shout out to Countercharge. Shout out to Mantic Games. No reason. Shout out to Winged Hussar. They write cool books.
Yeah.
I'm told that somebody wrote one of them.
You should buy it. It's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good.
Shameless
plug.
Shameless plug. Yep. I'm from experience every time.
Right.
Yep. There is no such thing as a shameless plug. There is only the plug.
There is only plugs.
Yep. Warchess Creations, Tim Lonis, creating some awesome gaming gear for your Kings of War experience. Definitely take a look at that. Game Envy, which was the first aid table that was set up. Super awesome first at a Masters that we've seen, where we have basically a station dedicated to repairs, because as everyone knows, the first thing you do when you get to a GT is unpack your models and look for how much stuff broke on the way.
Right?
Yep. And then last but not least, we have Loose Caboose Hobbies, which is apparently in Nova. I'm probably gonna get that wrong.
No idea.
I had Jeremy's tell it to
look
me.
it up.
Yep, I'm gonna have him write it down.
Okay.
It is a hobby store in the West region that is apparently super cool and super awesome, and they deserve a better shout out than I am giving them. So I am going to make sure that I get that covered.
While you look that up, just Dustin is pouring shots into that horde in the woods.
Yep.
Looks like he's having a lot of success. Once again, he's triple shooting with the juggers, Gladys Knight and the pips, and kills. Doesn't look like he did anything to them. Put some wounds on them, but more importantly, those gargoyles are all dead. Now it's time to reform, and we'll see what he can do. Checking lines of sight.
Okay. Loose Caboose Hobbies is in Napa. There we go.
Napa.
I was like,
Very
I knew
nice.
it was started with an N.
Right?
So
3 glasses of wine with every purchase.
Yep. So we've got Napa, gaming store, friendly local gaming store that also looks like it does potentially model trains, which I haven't seen that in a hot minute. That is
Right?
cool.
Seriously.
As well as just other general hobby supplies and good old friendly local game store stuff. Give them a checkup.
All right, so what is happening here? He's shifting to the...
So yeah, he's doing what I'm 90% sure I predicted, which is he's going to shift over with Golux Fury.
Uh-huh.
He's going to shift over with Garrick to create space because
Yep,
he needs
and
space
then-
to pivot, and then he's
Right.
going to pivot to the left as
Yeah.
we're seeing it, because I think he has some wiggle room on his laser line to
Right.
that unit just above my marker here.
Right.
So I'm going to mark it.
A lot of dice are happening.
Yep.
And now he's shifting...
I think he's just letting. I think he's letting Ray roll his regions, because after this he's going to be done.
Oh, yeah.
So
Right.
they're just saving some clock time and
Very
being
nice.
generous. Yep.
Cool.
Um,
All right.
and it looks. I saw that clock hit, so it is Ray's turn.
I am going to come right back because
Yep.
coffee's a thing and beer's a thing now.
It's that time. Yep. All right. Get this pulled up here. This is now bottom turn 2. Ray to play. Alrighty, taking a look. So yeah, I think Ray may be coming to the same conclusion that we were looking at, where he's looking at how much unit strength is available and what things are doing. I see him measuring from like the center to the gauntlet. The problem is he's going to take shots on the way to try to run around, and he's only got one use to drop the sacrificial imps. So if he does try to maneuver, he's got to do basically a single pivot, walk, pivot, and try to keep the front, because it is effectively a big shield to the front. So you do still take extra hits on the flank, which is relevant in this game, because if he tries to turn and burn around the buildings, then he's going to get shot in the flank, and he won't be able to actually make use of the sacrificial imp. I think he's still looking at this as a try to engage in the center, and I just think it's a trap. I think that I don't like this. Even if you get exceptionally fortunate, and I'm going to take a quick look at his list. I know he's got 4 items. So he took fire oil. Oh wait, no, these are the wrong 2 lists. Hold up. Okay, so one of them does have Brew of Strength and one does have Blood of the Old King. So, and one is Hell of the Drunken Ram. So he has some heavy hitters there, right? So he's got 2 points of modifiers, and the one that doesn't have 2 points of modifiers is going to be Elite and Vicious, which is pretty much the same thing, at least for the one combat. And in the flank, oh, that's making me have to do map, and I need some more caffeine before I start doing that, and I'm out. But assuming unhindered, 30 attacks times 2 hitting on 4s is really easy. You just go straight back to 30 hits. And then wounding on 4s is 15. Assuming it's one of the ones with 2 points of modifier. I would have to pull up a calculator for Elite and Vicious on a 1 charge. So I don't like this. I don't like this even if he gets these kills. So what you're missing is that Ray is looking at engaging into the gauntlet.
Into the flank?
He's found a flank on Golug's Fury.
Okay.
And after checking his items, I'm like, okay, it's not actually that bad because he will have, at least on 2 of the units, and we do know that the unit that Strider is the one that's over there.
Yep.
So we know that at least one of these units, and they probably both have the ability to charge it, with Nimble and the ability to get out of the way and shenanigans. One of them has to have 2 points of modifier, basically, by definition, right?
Yep.
It will either have Boots of Striding or not Boots of Striding, Helm of the Drunken Ram, or it will have
A crushing strength.
the Crushing Strength, right? And then if it's not, it's Blood of the Old King, which is pretty good.
It's really good.
Yeah, right. I wanted to make it playable and might have gone a little too far.
It's really quite good.
yeah,
There is no downside. Why would you not take that, right?
Yeah. Probably is a few more points. But ignoring that, the odds, it's really easy to calculate because it's 30 dice on 4s, right? So you multiply it by 2 and then immediately reduce it by half because it's 4s. So it's literally you're just going to hit 30 hits and then on 4s.
But that's not what he's doing.
I think he's just putting it behind. I think he's using the base as the actual markers. So I think he's taking it.
Yeah, he is.
Wow. So without Bane Chant, which I'm triple checking that Warlock now that I think about it.
He's got a Bane Chant in the list.
He does have Bane Chant. It's only Bane Chant 2, which 25% chance of failure.
Yes.
Always rough.
Yeah. 25% of the time, it works none of the time.
Right. But if he gets it here, then I think it's a guaranteed kill on Golok, or at least a double ones twice.
Oh, it should make a mess, yeah.
Yeah. Without it, I think it's 15. See, I guess 4s.
Right, so 4s twice.
Which is still not bad.
No.
But it is kind of the 4s roll, right? Like your 4s and 4s, and that can... You do have high variance, at least, because you've got a lot of dice, right?
With the idea being that you pick Golok up, because Golok gives the Earn Resolve, that's all inspiring. He's coming
Sure,
up
right.
totally cool.
It's a big pickup, right?
But
But
those 3, he's standing there, and everything turns and goes.
Yep, and it looks like I was about to say. I think he already burned his M's. I think he burned his M's last turn.
Probably.
Because I've noticed that the tokens are no longer on the board except for 1 unit, which was the one that ran up from the left corner, right? So with no imps left, he's just going to be functionally getting wounded on 2s by everything in the dwarf army, because that's how dwarves do.
Yep.
They may not have the volume of attacks things, but when they
quality
hit,
attacks,
they hurt.
right? That's what you want, right?
So yeah, I'm with you on that, right? Like I don't like this move. I think it, you see, it's one of those, like, it's the Shobek move, right? Like, everyone hates Shobek. Everyone loves killing Shobek. So there's so much hatred in the community.
Right.
Like, when you see that opportunity, you go for it. It's like, but you don't though, right?
I also
you know the
really-
best way to fight Golok and the best way to fight Shobak?
Don't
You run,
right?
right? Like don't.
It's interesting to me too because I think that Dustin knows that. First thing he does, he takes Garlic, he runs
Yeah,
right
he
in
runs
front,
aggressive.
with no one around
Yep,
him and goes,
exactly.
"What are we going to do about this?"
Because
right?
because that is exactly how to handle that. When
Right.
when you're playing players who know to avoid it, you just be as aggressive as possible and
Hey.
force them to deal with it.
Right.
Like you don't get a choice anymore.
Nope. Because that is a mobile firing platform.
Because you have to overcommit.
That's
Right?
right.
This is the overcommit.
right.
At least in my mind. Because you're right. He'll kill it. Where does he go? He can't even. I think he threw. I assume that's the Warlock. I'm gonna go check here in a second. Because I gotta know where his characters are. This is a pretty
Right.
big deal. But that's gonna prevent him from pivoting. He won't even be able to reform after that. Like he's got to
Why?
unless it's fighting these dwarves in the center. Like unless
Which
that's
is-
the apostate. I hope to God it's just the
Right,
again
right.
the line of the fact that they're fighting on a hill, the fact that things aren't balanced.
Like he's rolling dice.
Right,
Things are
right.
happening.
Okay,
Okay,
if
he
that's
got
not
the
part of
Bane
this
chain
combat,
off. He got the Bane chain off.
okay, that's good.
Right.
That's needed. And it looks like it was on Golok.
Yeah. And he got the Scorched Earth off, it looks like.
Okay,
Those are his two spells.
sure. Unless this is in combat here, he has no way to pivot this unit.
Nope.
Which there's just a unit of dwarves right here. We talked about it. 3s and 4s is not bad. on
Not with 24 attacks. That's a horde's worth of attacks.
And that's not counting these other guys. And Garrick's still right there. Garrick also hits like a truck.
Right?
Especially for an individual, crushing 3 is
Yeah,
mean.
no, it's great. It's great. That defense 6 and regen. What are we
And-
doing?
Right.
Right.
Characters, man. They are solid.
Mm-hmm.
I really can't complain. EOD is sitting on like the running joke is pick the 4 characters and go from there.
That's exactly it. I do have to say that Dustin's list has no fat.
Yeah, no, it
classic,
is lean.
It does everything it's supposed
Yep,
to do.
yep.
Right?
Yeah, it's trim.
Right.
So we're seeing wounds come out.
Got to respect that box.
Yep.
Some of the misses out. That is a large number of misses.
Yeah, this is on the regiment, which makes sense. So
Yep.
I do think that this is probably the apostate and is probably in combat here.
Yep.
Because it also gives, I know it gives a boof. It's been second. Vicious.
Yeah.
So they've also got vicious. Okay,
Right.
that makes those comments again. Yeah, I think he can pick up those units.
Sure.
I just don't think you want to.
Right. I feel like the only winning move was not to play, right? For Ray was to really just scatter,
Yeah.
try to mitigate the shooting.
Yeah,
and
especially
then-
after losing the guard.
Right.
I think the play was mitigate the loss rather than try to push back. But you never
Actually,
know,
think-
right?
Well,
Dice are
running
dice.
to the outside could be a winning strategy.
Right.
Right.
But
so
here is the thing.
So he murders that unit, and now here comes the reforming. Right.
I guess the other benefit of pouncing now. So let's try to think of how does this play out well for Ray, right?
Yeah.
Like what are the how does this work when it does go his way?
Yeah.
If Dustin gets another turn, and Ray didn't do this,
Yeah.
Ray's not getting through those 2 buildings.
Not at all.
It's locked down.
Right.
So by bouncing now, or pouncing rather, not bouncing.
Pouncing, no,
Yeah,
right.
if he bounces, he's still screwed.
Don't bounce, Ray.
Right, but if he pounces and
Go.
kills them both, he is at least through the gauntlet, right? He's through the choke point, like he
Right.
can kind of try to funnel through now.
Right.
And Dustin doesn't have things to the right of this building to basically kind of create a concave to threaten,
Right,
at least
right.
on that side. And he did kill the regiment, which is
Uh-huh.
big. He needed that. If he
Yes.
didn't kill that, he was in big trouble.
Right.
But he's able to space these out now.
Yeah.
They're
And
facing
everybody
forward.
slides over, which
Right,
leaves
right.
leaves room for the other unit to
Yeah,
pivot. when
which
it's-
now
when
this
it's
unit
time.
can pivot.
And now here we go. Let's see if we
And-
can pick up Dalek.
Doors, the downside is, that ordered march is nice, but they are still speed 8 on that
And that
charge.
shield breaker horde is very far away.
Yeah, and
Right.
I suspect that this is more than 8 inches. That's my
Probably,
gamble. Yeah.
probably.
So,
Right.
So yeah, now it's if he picks up Golux, that's a big pickup, and then he still has to take some mean charges and or like concentrated battery shooting. I think Dustin's play at that point is shoot the
shoot the living
living
shit
daylight at it, right, and pick up a horde, and then just tank the other one.
What
and
is
maybe
his turn 2, man? He's got
Yeah.
room to pick up two.
he
two
can pick
boards.
up a turn, a horde a turn.
Horde a
Yeah.
turn.
So yeah, I still don't know that it's the right play, but if you are going to try for the win, it's not at least
Right.
as bad as it looked at first.
Sure.
Especially throwing Vicious in the mix now, there's a lot less of a chance to
Right.
whiff on Golok.
A lot of dice flying around.
Yep.
Dustin's
Yeah.
picking
Oh.
up multiple d6s.
Yeah. Okay, so Golok does get picked up.
Goodbye, sir.
So now the question is, I think you reform to face forward, but then there's still Garrick. There's still Garrick in the middle.
Garrick's going to get in the way.
Right, and
And then-
so the other unit, whatever unit doesn't shoot off the table, is going to be stuck.
Yep.
Because even though it's nimble, it's a large infantry horde, right? Like that's the
Right.
problem. You can't pivot through it.
Right.
You either have to withdraw and take a massive penalty because again, 4 is going to 5 is a lot less
a lot,
scary,
yeah.
right? Or you're punching Garrick and probably not killing him.
Okay. Well, we know now
Yeah.
that regiment is more than 8 inches away because he turned his flank to it. Do
Yeah,
not
yeah.
care. Right.
Yeah. I guess he's giving himself a little bit of wiggle room.
Right.
I don't know that he can position himself in such a way to where he can keep the regiment in the front, but Garrick in the flank, because that would be a potential move.
Right.
Force Garrick out of the way. At that point, I still think the solution is from Dustin is he's just not going to charge. He's just going to shoot him.
No, he's
Like, you're right.
no,
100%. He's just
gonna
going
go
to shoot him.
down. Yep. So I don't know where the guy where the seductress is.
I think it's either Bazuzu or the Seductress that is currently fighting the rightmost.
Oh, that dude there.
Yeah. Which makes sense because if this flopped, you
Right.
want
You'd
stun
lock that piece
insurance,
down,
right?
Yeah.
Um,
Absolutely.
And at the very least, I think it's safe from these two because it's an individual, so it does have kind of like that.
Yeah, it's very small,
profile,
probably can't be
hard to
seen.
get the arc right. It's definitely out of 8 if I had to play a guessing game. If I'm a
Right.
gambling man, that's more than 8 inches.
And it looks like
And it's probably out of arc here.
Guaranteed.
So yeah, there's I think about as safe as the character can be.
Right,
They're
so
checking
now-
it again.
well,
Even then, it's still only 10 attacks.
right.
They're crush 1,
Crush 2.
crush 2. Okay.
They hit hard. Right.
So, but it'll be hindered for that one.
Right.
But it won't get ensnared.
Nope.
So
And it's 5 attacks. Oh, it's 10 because the 5 in the front, 5 in the side.
yeah. Which will admittedly gets interesting because one will break. You want the one in the front to go first to hopefully get one wound on that even 6 to then pop it
pop
to
it,
pop
and
the
then-
glass shield
right.
and then let the one on the flank actually get hits.
All set. I just ran off and did it.
Oh, you're good?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm good.
sorry, I just saw your.
That's good, man.
Okay.
We did see this unit, which so we're doing this fun guessing game with speed 8, right?
Right.
How short speed 8 is, right?
Right.
Now the second question is how far is 18?
Oh, yeah.
Because that unit is rounding the corner
Yep.
pretty freaking fast.
Yep.
Like it's definitely already on the invade side of the table, and it is projecting threat. It's just how far. If I am doing like guesstimates, so this is 24. So I feel like that's probably just
Right,
out,
probably
taking
just
like
out.
one more turn of moving.
Probably
but-
just out. I think that Dustin checked that the first thing he did.
yeah,
was check
yeah.
that
It
he
was
getting
how
his turn,
close
yeah.
is that?
Yeah.
All right, so the big decision here, which one I'm going to remind people that this is in fact Dustin making big decisions.
That's right.
Turn 3 for the record. It has been a fast and
Yeah.
fighty, punchy game, so can't complain
So
there.
he's checking again. Looks like he's probably in.
Top turn 3, Dustin to play.
Dustin is assuming he's not going to be there in a minute.
Okay. So he's checking it again. Maybe this is a confirmation between him and Ray. Oh, it looks like no, Ray's there. I was like,
Yeah.
just making sure. Maybe they're taking a quick check on guarantee that it is just out. Oh, they're checking Garrett. Okay. But yeah, about what we were guessing. It's probably just out of
Right.
most things relevant except for Garrick.
All right. So now he's saying he's going to disengage nimble charge, right? Because he's going to withdraw,
Yeah.
and then he's going to charge.
I don't even think he has to, right? They can.
They just turn in place and go, right?
This is just me trying to remember stats on so many units.
Right.
What is the height on those things? They are height
They're 3.
three, right?
Yeah, they're large
Okay,
infantry.
I'm not
Yeah.
crazy. They
Yep.
are large infantry.
Yep.
So he doesn't even need to disengage. He just takes a.
No, if,
yeah,
and
yeah.
if the guy with the gnome glass shield doesn't do any wounds to him, it's not like it doesn't
Right.
matter. So we're going to go in here.
You only lose. Whoa, because it's snare. You're right. Good
Right.
catch. Good catch.
So he's, again, charging to make the distance, to get the unit strength across the table, right?
Yep. Hey, I don't know that I like Dustin charging that. I guess if the other regiment is within 8 inches, because it looks like he's trying to see if he can fit 3, which implies
That's exactly
the other
what he's
one.
trying to do, yeah.
Yeah. Or he's trying to throw another one. Oh, was Faber with it?
Well, Faber's got the D3,
Oh,
wild charge, so we probably check that.
Yeah.
And then said, I guess we're going in, right?
Yeah. Okay, so if you get 3,
And now we're doing some math, and we're checking some stuff, and everything kind of fits, but not really. And
yeah. I mean, the regiment would go first, slide to its final position. The other one moves forward, goes. He switched up which one went because that wouldn't have been able to
Right.
pivot around necessarily, given that. And then Faber has an easy job, walk forward, turn.
Just
Go.
walk-
He's
yeah,
already
walk his
hindered, right? Okay, I guess if you're not going to shoot, charging is the right coordinate. And if they're crushed 2, then theoretically it's the same thing.
right. And now what Dustin's going to do is bring the second line up,
Right.
right? To if you're going to trade pieces, that'll be the horde will be the last thing that goes in and picks something up.
Right. You're right about the speed boost. That definitely makes a difference there. So, same general strategy. He'll block up with Garrick on the other one.
Yeah.
He's just, instead of shooting it, he's using the speed boost.
Right.
And the rough part for Ray is that, again, we're making the assumption, and the likely evidence is that it is one of the 2 better hitting units, either crushing
Sure.
+1 or
Sure, it's gotta be.
2, right? And if it's Helm of the Ram, it's about to lose the benefits, and I don't think it beats that stuff in the counter charge.
No.
Because it's all the
Not at all.
6.
Not at all.
Even the dash 13, I think
It's
it
5
struggles.
wounds.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bane Chant helps a little bit, and Vicious from the Apostate helps a little bit, so maybe you pick up the 13.
Yeah.
But, like, that's really the only thing there.
That's about it. So now Dustin is rethinking it because if he moves forward that way with the horde, then he is essentially giving a flank up to that other unit, that other horde of abyssals in reserve, right? So Ray is controlling the movement in that box with that horde up in the top, right?
He's still not touching the forest, but it's still just behind the forest chilling.
No, the one that he's measuring off of right now, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Because I was going to say, he still has this one.
Yeah, I don't know what that is doing.
Yeah.
Hanging out.
Apparently. It looks like it took damage from
he's hiding it.
throwing dogs, so he's hiding
Yeah,
it to
he's
get
hiding
some
it.
regions
Yeah.
back. So yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Probably missed the throwing dog. It had to have come from the left side unit.
Sure.
Because all of those regiments had throwing dogs.
Yeah. Because it should.
Yep. And
What are we doing here?
yeah,
How do you get there like that?
we're talking the regiment,
The horde.
the horde, ordered march.
Move up just enough to pivot and then pivot around? Now he's
Yeah,
seeing if he can fit. Dude,
he definitely didn't do 4 inches, right? Because like, definitely had to move more than 4 there to get that. So he had to go forward and then do a
Right.
single pivot.
I do have to say, I noticed all the white angle brackets all over Ray's side of the table. I love those for marking
Oh, the
units.
undo
so
buttons?
the first
Yep,
thing he
yep.
does, he puts them all down and then he does his stuff.
Yeah.
It would be good if Dustin used those because he
Yeah.
goes back and forth and just keeping it clean. You know?
Yeah.
Keeping it clean.
Clarity is always a good thing.
Right. I mean, especially after our last round game where everybody had to back up because they
Right, we
'cause
saw
the one
exactly a
individual's in
perfect
weird
situation
spot.
of
Yeah,
exactly why
right.
that causes. Yep, yep. Nope, that is a very good shout. I do love those undo buttons.
Right.
Obviously, blank bases are the best of both worlds as
Sure.
much as you can.
Yep.
But that's even for just normal moves where you might not think to put out a blank base, right? 'Cause you're just moving
case.
normally, right?
Right.
You know. And sometimes, especially when you're doing normal moves, you might be a little too tight to check.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, I agree. The undo button, either even just for picking units off the table, just to be able to check things,
Yeah.
right? Like,
I also like it when you're like you see that right now everything's scrumming around that hill in the middle.
Yep, yep,
and
yep.
that hills make
Oh,
clean plays so
yeah,
hard.
yeah.
Right?
it's one of those things where like I love terrain for the spectacle,
Right.
like especially in-person spectacle, right?
Oh yeah.
If I'm not saying I ever want to run a Masters, nor would I ever run one.
Right.
Flat terrain, as horrible as it would be for the spectacle,
Right.
so much cleaner.
So at the tournament I run, we have 20 tables of terrain. All of it is really well done. It's gorgeous. My club they're fantastic. Every single piece has a flat piece
Has a
underneath.
piece under it. There you
So
go. See,
even the
that's
hills,
the
you
best of
pick it
both
up and go,
worlds,
there you
right?
go,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. That's
Yeah.
amazing. That's a great compromise on it,
Right.
because then you don't have this problem of
That's
things
right.
falling off the hill.
Right.
But getting 64 tables set up.
Oh, that's a lot of terrain to set up, right? Pain in the
Cool.
ass. All right, Dustin is shooting something. Probably should stop talking about. There we go. He is fighting.
Yep,
He is
we're
putting-
already up to punch,
Yeah.
punch, kick.
He is putting wounds on that horde.
So starting with, looks like at least 2 more, so up to 7.
Yep.
Ray's got some big chunky
He
dice
certainly
to
does.
read. Yep.
Up some at 8. Here comes some more wounds. Bang, bang,
That's a
bang.
lot of hits. Yeah.
That's Faber. That's Faber doing work. He rolled 7 dice.
Yeah. So
Oh,
we're up
boy.
to 13 is already pretty rough.
Roll it again.
Once and twice.
And out you go.
Yeah. That was a 13. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah. But not surprising, right? Like
No.
that was kind of the prediction either way.
Right,
Is
yeah.
either going to get shot to bits or
Right.
this is the other possibility.
And now Dustin has to, once again, he's charged up. He's going to reform. He's going
Right.
to set the line. And Ray is running out of units to charge him.
Right.
Right.
So what was it worth it, right? Because like the other thing is that the units that he has available to charge, it was one thing to pick up gold. It was still good value, right? Right.
Sure.
Decent trade, theoretically. But now your options for charging these units back here are, looks like 1-to-1 single charges against basically everything.
Yeah.
Maybe a double charge against what I assume is just the normal dude.
Yeah.
And he's willing to sack the 1 unit strength there, which,
Yeah.
sure.
Sure. Right.
Because he just needs to buy 1 to 2 more turns for that horde to get back in position.
Right.
Um,
I have found, once again, from playing dwarves, and even with Order March, and even with some decent shooting and etc. Once you release the dogs and you got a couple, like you have 20 quality shots, maybe.
right.
Right. If the other guy doesn't want to like fight you,
Right.
you kind of don't have a lot of choices, right? Invade actually is one of those things because I don't have to be at a spot. I can be anywhere along that line.
Right.
It's actually easier as a dwarf player. I'm like, well, if you don't fight me, I'm just gonna run across and make you.
Right.
But in other scenarios, it actually is very tough to force engagement if they don't want to mess with you.
Right, because you don't have speed.
Yeah.
Right, that is, as it should be, the defining weakness of dwarves is, hey, we're slow.
Right.
Or at the very least, not as fast as other armies.
Right.
And we're seeing that even with the reforms and the whatnot, that horde has kind of just twiddled its thumbs for these turns so far.
Right.
Which is definitely helping Ray at least a little bit, because keeping it out of the threat potential.
Yeah.
Um,
Which is funny because it's the only quote unquote soft target that Justin has.
Right.
It's a block of 22, 24 nerve.
I mean, when you factor in those items, Ray's units are chunky.
Oh, yeah, they are.
So some of them are definitely painful.
Did he send both units into Garrick Heavy Hand?
So this gets interesting. Garrick wouldn't have been able to align, so I think that's the thought. I don't know why they're. Damn, I'm gonna have to rewind that and like zoom in or something because that has to be Garrett, right? We know that.
Yeah.
Technically, when you charge the character lines to you.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what happened? So he declared the multi-charge, but then he specifically chose the regiment. I realize I'm pointing at the screen and not using this. He chose the regiment first. And
to go in
because the
straight.
regiment first, it went in straight.
Yeah.
Because Garrick was aligned like that, which forced Garrick to turn, and then it slid down to its final position.
Got
as
it.
you do, which then allowed the horde to pivot directly 90. So
Nice.
they are doing it correctly.
And then which puts the apostate or the warlock, whichever that is, just puts it in the way of the regiment.
right.
Right. And now we can make a little box there.
And if they kill it, you still get that overrun, right?
Yep.
So that regiment, probably in the flank of that regiment. Sorry.
Yeah,
Clarify which regiment
Yep,
we're talking
the abyssal-
here. The abyssal one is
Right.
in the flank of the dwarf one,
Right.
the one that doesn't want to be flanked.
That's right.
And it probably looks like a 2 to 3 inch overrun.
That's some good play.
Yeah.
Right. That's some good decisions by Ray.
And if he manages to hit that, if he gets this series of events to
Right.
conclude, right?
So it's
That's picking up another 3-unit strength.
13-15 defense 6.
Yeah.
Right. So
13. Right, we're talking Garrett.
Garrick.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
14-16 because he's Garrick. So he
Right.
has regiment nerve in a very small package. Right.
Right.
So he's got to try to pop that. No, he's got boatloads of attacks.
Right. The question here is that Helm of the Measured... sorry, I keep wanting to say Helm of the Measured Ram.
Helm of the Drunken
Helm of the
Force.
Drunken... Yeah, right. So, thank you for helping. Like,
There it is.
I drink some more of that caffeine here in a second. He's got +1 thunders. There
Yes,
we go. I
there
don't
it
know why
is.
I'm trying to say the item names instead of what they do. That's
Right.
what matters more. Assuming that's not out of play, right? Assuming he didn't get disordered.
Right.
So he'll have 34. So again, we're looking at 7, a little bit more with Vicious from the Horde, and then 15 should be statistically half. So like 3.5, averaging 4-ish maybe.
Yeah. Say 4.
So it's definitely not a guarantee. We're looking at like a
4 twice.
yeah, throw in Bane Chant. You could probably get that up to your snakes.
Yeah.
I think you do have to Bane Chant the Horde though, not the regiment, which is not.
Which is funny
because
because you want to
Bane Chant
vector
to carry
the,
over,
yeah, you
right?
want to vector the Bane Chant
So,
in there.
man, if you're the gambling man here, which we're in Reno, so I guess everyone is,
Right.
I think you Bane Chant the regiment. I think you take the gamble
I think so.
and eke out like literally only 1 to 2 extra wounds there, and then hope that that's enough. Hope that 3 twice or
Right.
4 twice hits, and then hope you get averages and don't roll ball it because it's still hordes, right?
Right.
And then get the overrun and then get a decent okay combat against the hordes.
Ray is. It should be noted that right now Ray has 3 unit strength across the table, way off on that right flank. All right, so here comes a little bit of shooting, a little bit of spell casting. Try to get himself a little Bane Chant here. Oh no, he regen.
Yeah.
So the regens are working, and now we are going to fight with the regiment. Nope, he is regen. He is
Just lots of regen.
He's rolling through his regens before he does anything else.
Okay, but if he's regenning that has to be the one then, right?
Right.
Because those also have regen. Yes. Yes. Okay, so the Warlock has to be this one in the middle.
Yep.
And then the Apostate has to be the thing fighting the front here. That's what went in against Golok in the first place.
Yep.
So Apostate's in the right spot. He's going to get Vicious in all of this combat.
Yep.
He'll
Which is
get
good.
Vicious for Garrick and Vicious for
Rocket.
what we assume is a standard one, not Golok.
Right.
Or
So
not,
you-
sorry, Faber, not
Faber,
Faber.
yep.
So that one,
So here comes some shooting.
yep.
Pewdy pupes.
This is some heal, it looks like.
I think so.
What hits? Heal. I don't think it's heal. What was that?
He
Forgotten region?
he put Bane Chant. He put Bane Chant down on that unit on the left. That's what it looks like.
Okay.
We double check to see what other spells he has available. Right?
All right, so currently they're fighting the Seductress. which looks like it did some wounds.
Yeah, he's got 2 sources of Bane Chain.
Oh,
So-
okay. Oh, because the Zuzu.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Okay.
All right, so here comes.
And then he did that. That's why. Okay, so he threw wounds because of Zuzu's funky betrayal.
Oh, cool.
mechanic.
Yeah.
That's what's going down. That's what was throwing me off was that this unit back here was taking damage.
Taking
and the dice
wounds,
was
right.
moving. Like he can't be healing, and it can't have regen because the things that regen have already gone.
Right.
So
Here comes the shooting, and that looks like. And there's all the wounds ever.
so
And now for the second time. What's going on?
assuming this is wounds. Yeah, so it looks like, or no, this has to be, yeah, this is hits. You see Dustin counting out. This is the regiment. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is the regiment rolling. Which looks like it didn't.
6 more.
6, yeah.
6 more out of 15.
Okay,
So that's
so
still, yeah.
that's not bad. Ooh,
Did he
I
get
think
him?
that was Snake.
I heard a
I
uh-oh.
think that was Snake.
Ah,
Yeah.
son of a gun.
So the positive note here
If there is one?
that, yeah,
There's nothing there to flank.
there's nothing here to immediately get deleted by. There's just kind of Garrick,
Oh, man.
but he loses out on that juicy overrun,
He
like
does.
potential cam butt mechanic.
Right.
Um,
Oh, it's so tough.
yeah,
So tough.
and we're then gonna watch Garrick regen.
We are.
and then Celestial Restoration.
Yes.
and because he's on a hill.
Oh, son of a gun.
Yeah.
Poor Ray.
Yeah, that was rough. I
Right.
think that play was very good,
Right?
and definitely could have got him into a spot. I don't know that it wins in the game. I still think Dustin's favored, even if he gets that. But
Right.
it definitely put him back in the.
But it
running.
would be nice to clear that part out because now
Right.
Dustin has nothing on essentially 2/3 of the table.
Right, and
Right.
and it also means that Ray doesn't have the ability to basically run away. Like he's
Right.
stuck in.
No, he's in.
Yeah.
Right.
He's either getting basically 20'd here, maybe not full blackjack, but like 20, 19-ish.
It's not good.
Or he's miraculously going to punch all these dwarf units
I don't
down.
know how that's gonna work.
Right. And
Right.
I don't know that I see it anymore.
Right.
Especially because this point he's gonna have he's got the Strider boots still, and they definitely haven't fired.
That's correct.
So he's got that. But
So
that's
there's one
also
more.
his weakest unit.
Right.
Because the only bit of it has is that ignores terrain.
Right. Right. So he picked up another one of the juggernauts.
Yeah, that helps.
Faber is standing right in front of him.
Right, so he's got to
Right.
do it again
Yeah.
if he doesn't get shot, right? Which at this point, I don't know if you throw Faber in there for the speed boost because you don't have anything else to speed boost with it.
Right.
All right, here goes. That unit is coming around the mountain as they come.
Looks like it's top of
Yep. We're flipping over to. This is top of 4.
top of 4.
Yeah, unless I'm.
Top of 4. Dustin
Unless I
to
missed
play.
a step.
I think
Yep.
you might have. It's all right.
Oh, I missed switching to Ray. That's
Yeah.
what happened. But
Yeah.
it is turn 4. Okay. Feel less bad about that.
Yeah.
I was fascinated by Ray's story potential comeback mechanics.
Right,
That's my excuse. All right.
So to be fair, if that had worked, there really is 2 more units that Ray would have to really worry about. It's the Horde and its Favor. Everything else would like plinkety dink 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 for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah. I mean, but it's still 6 unit strength, right?
Yeah.
And then the Horde's another
4.
4.
Yeah.
And the sharpshooters are still going to shoot you. And it's still, I think that their shooting should outpace the region.
Yeah, it always does.
Right. And there's still 3 turns to play currently, potentially 4.
Dustin is going to box him in. He's going to push up. He's going
Yeah,
to turn
yeah.
a little bit, make it so Ray can't run by him.
Yeah.
Unless he has to run away around the outside of that building.
Right, which
Right.
I don't think even generously. If it was a Pharaoh chariot, if it was a chariot character of some kind, maybe there's some way to snake through it. But with a normal 290
No,
degree
he would have to go
pivot,
around the far side
Yeah.
and come down.
and the other unit's right there, so I don't think he can.
Right.
Yeah, he's stuck in. This is just going to be a slap fight to the front, which is not what Wei wants to see.
Right.
So this unit's going to withdraw. He's looking at. Well, I guess technically it has some wiggle room, but I don't think he can go through it unless he moves Faber out of the way.
Right.
And I definitely don't think he can do it if Faber goes in first, because I don't think he does it with 2 pivots. Without 2 pivots, right?
Right.
Because he's got to be really close from center to top, even with withdrawal. Yeah.
He would go in with. I mean, he would go in with Faber. Right. So
Right.
you go in with Faber.
Right.
You go
I'm
in
saying that Faber has to move and can't go in with him.
and
I
he
don't-
also.
which
yeah,
which I think
Agreed.
they're literally
Agreed.
figuring out right now. Which
Yeah.
is that Faber, to do that, Faber has to
has to go and charge the unit behind.
right. Which yeah, I think that's a solid
And-
play.
and I-
One, it removes the danger that was there for Ray last turn.
Right.
With the overrunning regiment. It locks up another unit and keeps it pinned to where that horde is going to right. Like it's going to get there eventually.
Not with 2 barrels, he can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And yeah, I think at that point, Faber shouldn't have any problem locking up the 1 regiment, and with line of sight being the same, the horde behind it won't be able to charge.
No.
Unless he withdraws and backs up, which is not what you want to be
Well-
doing in invade.
Yes. All of this is to say double ones.
Yeah, definitely hurt.
Son of a gun.
Yeah. So yeah, there goes Garrick to block up the other unit.
Yeah.
That does leave that regiment free, but I'm guessing that's where all the shots are
Right.
going.
So I actually thought that Dustin had skipped ahead to do some shooting, but no, that was Garrick's regen roll. Oh,
Yeah,
5,000 dice there. Yeah.
Yeah. Curious as to how many got picked off of him. It looks like he's showing it there, kind of. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So down to 2 dice, which
Right. So tough. Looks like they both have 20-something minutes left. I mean, the clock has
yeah.
not been a problem. They've been flying.
I don't think
Right.
they've got a problem on
They
clock.
have been
This
flying.
is not the same as the last game. They're gonna finish.
Yeah.
Which usually is one of my concerns with Dustin. Is sometimes get too finagly on his
Mm-hmm.
play. And I think part of that is that Ray has made a lot of his choices fairly easy.
Yeah.
Which has definitely helped out.
I mean, Ray is trying to push the game, and by doing that, he's pushing into the
right. He's
into
pushing
the
down
strength.
the
Yeah.
clock time.
Yep.
Yep. So it looks like he did not put Faber into the.
No, he just backed him up.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
backed
Which
him up.
would also solve the problem.
Yep.
I think that's to bring more shots against the regiment. I think
Yeah.
that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And then he's going to triple shoot it with Faber and the 2 things, and that brings it way closer to the killing.
Yeah.
Or even just a waiver. Because Fury's great unless you're getting
Unless
shot.
you're getting shot,
Right. And I'm pretty sure that imp is long gone.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not.
So there's just a good
Oh,
chance to pick it
he
up.
charged the lady with the gnome glass shield. He took the horde of.
Oh, right,
He just
right.
went
'Cause
right
that
in
is
there
still
and went
there.
to punch her in
Yeah.
the face.
Yeah. And she's got at least the wound, which means that that's gone.
Yep.
So she's dead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, another speed bump at this point.
That's right.
Hey, part of me's like, I now I want to rewind and kind of check it, because he punched with Gnome Glass Shield for 2 turns. I felt like,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, because he went in turn 2 with it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah.
It took a while. But
I'm wondering if he had line of sight to one of these troops in the back.
I wish
Yeah.
yes.
Because that would have been,
I understand situational, you want to go in, you want to lock down a piece and
Right.
then move on.
Right. But hey, man, get out of the danger zone.
Right? But even if you go in with Host
I guess
Shadow Beast,
the horde was facing that way, but that would have also made the horde walk back toward the other
Right.
side of the table, right?
Which is-
And it's still shutting down shooting it with a similar output,
Yep.
if not better, technically.
well, you get in, you cast Host Shadow Beast, and you
right,
just make
and
a
you could
mess,
potentially
right?
kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it was just in the thought. Maybe that wound was last turn and I missed it.
Right.
and therefore he wouldn't have had Host Shadow Beast because that is the one downside is once you get it in the opening hit, but then
Right.
then you're punched down.
Yep.
Looks like shots went out on the regiment. Does look like the regiment's still there for now.
Yep.
So
It's there and highly functional.
yeah, so it looks like the regiment survived. At the very least, it's alive, if not wavered.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's the regiment punching. I assume they took at least one wound, so they won't have Thunderous coming off the hill.
You would imagine not.
If by some miracle they didn't take the wound from the apostate, that could actually be really mean.
Right. 4 wounds.
Yeah,
That's about
yeah,
right.
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like he did not.
And nothing to show.
Yeah. Definitely not there to kill, just there to stall.
Right.
I just don't think Ray has the tools to remove it at this point.
No.
Because that regiment is probably this regiment of Abyssal is probably in the front.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it wasn't, it would be hindered.
Right.
So I honestly, this might if Ray's just gonna keep committing to this like let's just hammer stuff, which I don't want to see it because the hammers are getting in next turn. Like,
I know.
and that's a dead unit. It doesn't even matter what else is out there.
No.
The Strider unit could potentially get into that regiment. He moves his chaff regiment
Yep.
into something,
Yep.
right? Like presumably this,
Yeah.
or just runs, right? Double pivot, walk 9, get out of the dodge,
Right.
and then take this, pop boots, and either hit here or here and hope to break.
Right. And so I believe that I misspoke. That giant piece right there,
Yeah.
that's Faber,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? That piece right there is Faber.
Yeah.
I thought that, I got mixed up.
Yeah.
But so he's in the thick of things. He's rolling a bunch of dice. He's smashing shit up. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Boatloads of attacks. Here comes the nerve. Here comes the nerve again. Oh, goodbye, sweetie. Out you go. So that was the Horde mopping up that. What's Dustin going to do? Probably spin in place,
Yeah.
facing the direction he wants to face.
So he technically has to that back corner has to be due to weird geometry restrictions. I want to say has to be this back left corner has to basically be touching somewhere in the front of this unit. I don't know the exact pivot arc, but he's close enough that if he pivots just a little bit, this is close to what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Comment. That's a good comment. Right. We were concerned they were just going to pass each other, and now it seems like it's a giant slaughter fest. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely good for the stream, good for the viewers, bad for
Yes. Right.
um
All right. So now Dustin's trying to spin in such a way that he's not giving up all of his flanks. Still pretty legit.
yeah. There's a part of me that still thinks that a strategy for Ray is still just to salvage points by just gunning it around the building with that Strider boot. Pop the boots and actually use it for
And just
Pathfinder.
get
and
out of
just
dodge,
run.
right?
Yeah. That might be the other play.
Give yourself 8
Yeah.
8 unit strength on this side of the table and see what's up.
Right. Obviously, both these players won their first round, so that's the other
Right.
thing. They're
On a
probably
big-
both playing under the understanding of like, get those 6 wins, get those 6 wins.
Yeah.
Like,
That's one of the nice things about Masters. 64 players, 6 rounds. It all comes down,
yeah,
right?
yeah. It'll be really tight at the top, even if it is one of those rare situations where you get the kind of like the 5 draw
Yeah.
or like the 6, but like with super low
Right.
game results.
Well, we already had first round. We had Corey Reynolds and Travis Tim. They drew.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we've already
so,
got
like,
some
you
of
know,
it. Yep.
right.
Travis already setting himself up for
Right, and-
another year.
Well, both of them another
Yep,
year,
yep.
like smash, and
Yep,
maybe you get some
yep.
big wins and be in contention at the end, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
And we had, I know Radigan blackjacked,
Sure.
and I think there were a few others that I heard. So yeah, we're already seeing some points across the board.
Right.
I'll have to check the spread and see if there was like oh my god, everyone was getting slaughtered in the first round. I don't
Yeah.
think that's the case. I think
No.
the first game was a pretty good spread.
Yep.
Um,
Okay, it's over to Ray, it looks like, and Ray is moving bros and charging dudes. And all right, so he is
Yep.
going to pop the boots and go in. He's going to block up the other unit with his one regiment there.
all right, so yeah, so he's taking that. You're right. Yep.
Yep, so he's just getting out of the way. Don't want to move up too far. He's nimble. He can turn and turn again.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
So he's not charging.
Well, he's not charging with you.
Right. He's aiming to open up the
Because he
lane for the
couldn't see him.
tables.
Right, he
Right.
couldn't see him.
Right. That had to happen.
Right, for the
I feel
forward to
like-
go in.
I don't know that this helps you though. Like, I feel like this feeds him 2 units instead of 1.
Now he's
Because the hammers are going to kill it. Oh, okay. So he sacks the regiment on both sides potentially.
with the idea that he pops and turns.
Yeah.
And he's
Well, the hammers kill whatever they touch. There's no question in my mind.
Yeah.
The shield breakers are going to delete a unit next turn. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
which.
right.
So feeding a regiment definitely better than feeding the horde, right? So that's good. The regiment in the forest is not going to get charged, but it does protect the horde. It keeps the horde open.
Yep.
But the horde's not going to be able to get out of that forest. There's a couple problems here that I see. One is that the horde. I don't know if Ray knows this. I don't know if he knows that he can. This is a smart charge situation. So
He could have centered and then shifted down this way.
right. So he
Right.
could have chose which way these end up showing up,
Right.
which would have taken him further out of this forest.
Right.
Which then would have given him an easier way of potentially sidestepping and getting out of there so he's not hindered because he's only got those boots once, and if he's not popping it now, I don't know when he's popping it.
Right. Mike Atkins bombing in from outside, saying that Radigan, Bodine both got blackjacks. And all those people got 20s. That's strong. Right? Adam Ortle with the 20.
Yeah. Wow.
All right.
Yeah, lots of big wins.
And we're regenning.
All right. So yeah, region there. So yeah, he's been feeding regions onto the warlock with Bazuzu, or not Bazuzu, Zazuzu, because
Zazuzu.
every abyssal character
Zuzu.
has a Zuzu.
That's-
somewhere. It's like it just has to be a thing.
It's very important.
Yep. So yeah, got the regions there. That's where he's been feeding the betrayal wounds to, so that he can get the regions on a unit that's
Right.
somewhat safe. Right. That regiment took some betrayal wounds. It sounds like.
Looks like
He
it.
switched it over, but he knows that unit's going to die anyway, so that's why
Right,
he's
so it
right
doesn't
there.
matter,
Right. It
right.
literally is irrelevant, so it's
Go
the best
in,
unit to put it. Yeah.
Make a mess.
Yeah.
Be a mess. Move
Even if
on.
he doesn't kill it, right? Like, it's going to be eaten by the shield breakers.
Right.
Man, it's closer than I would have suspected,
Right?
but I still feel like if he doesn't pick up that regiment,
If Ray doesn't get that double ones.
if Ray didn't get that double once, I actually think Ray had a chance to win. I
do
think that
too.
would have absolutely
Yeah.
brought him back into the game.
Uh-huh.
As it stands, the region is still kicking in enough to keep him low enough to where the shooters that are still shooting.
Well, that's what it is, right?
Yeah. Dustin was relying on getting that waiver on that regiment, right?
Yeah.
Like, because
Yeah.
again, he did the whole reason he did all that backup, the whole reason he did all
Uh-huh.
that stuff was to get those shots.
Looks like he has put a bunch of wounds on that regiment. So he's attacking now.
Yeah, this is presumably the one in the center.
Yep.
Assuming Ray is using the chip.
And it looks like he got him.
Or no, that was
that was- okay.
Garrett.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
Garrett-
both
Garrett
forgot
finally
about the
had
chip.
to
That's okay.
We're going to overrun. Is he overrunning enough? He overrun 1 whole inch. 1 whole inch.
If Ray loses this, we can say that it was Garrick alone that 100%
Yes.
MVP for Dustin.
Right? Absolutely.
Yeah. Because 1 whole inch to not hit, presumably the front,
Yeah.
but
still more
right?
wounds,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Wounds are wounds, right?
Right. All right. So that is.
I will say, actually, you know what? I don't know that that's a bad thing for me. So, like, because this is right there.
Right. Are you 8.5 inches away now because you stayed where you were? Right.
So is he actually better off not getting those extra wounds, but not losing a horde to the
Right.
horde of shield breakers?
It looks like he did not break that regiment.
Ooh,
He poor bad hit roll,
yeah.
followed up by a bad wound roll.
But this was the middle one, not the
Yeah,
left side.
no, so the
Yeah.
one on the left is the
the
one
middle
you-
one is the one that he can afford to not kill.
That's right.
That's the safest unit.
Yeah.
At least theoretically. I think the best option Dustin has to try to kill it. If not, fighting a grind would be to back up and then shoot it. But
Right.
shooting it's going to be difficult. He's going to get cover. He's going to get. He's at least on 3 wounds, but
Right.
they're an 18 on the top, so like he could take 10 covered shots. Faber would have to give a flank up to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, assuming he's an inch away.
So. And now.
All right, this is big.
the
He's got to
flank.
pick up this regiment. If
Yeah.
he doesn't pick up this regiment, I don't think it matters that, like,
Oh, it's over.
yeah, because he just doesn't have the time to punch
No.
through. And, like, Dustin will have 4 unit strength. It will be a lot less than I would have expected. It'll be a much smaller win.
Yeah.
But he'll still have stuff across the table.
That's right.
And Ray will. So, yeah, it's going to come down to, can he pop this regiment because he needs to remove that 3 unit strength? Mm-hmm. And then can he... He's got to stall the dwarves. Does look like he popped it.
It does. And
Yeah, certainly they're
and trying to be
pick it. Yeah,
careful
yeah,
to pick
yeah,
it up. He's
yeah.
moving everything.
Right, right. I mean, it is. They're probably
Everything
all
is no
interlocked.
spiky, right?
I
Yeah.
don't know if you've seen those new Abyssal Berserker models.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty
dude.
sure Ray has the.
Oh,
actual
yeah, and
models, which
everything is
great.
serrated,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Shout out to Manta Games. Ray built an entire army out of the new Abyssal stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty. The Abyssal Berserkers definitely overhang their bases like
Right.
nobody's business.
They're
They are
pretty minis.
trying
Yeah.
to grapple you. So, all right.
So he
So the
turns,
regiment
he turns,
turns,
he
yep.
turns, yep.
Yep.
He actually protects the side of the horde,
Yep.
right? Because the other regiment is protecting him.
Yep. And I think even with a generous pivot, even if that horde had connected with Faber,
Right.
he would have been okay. Which in this case, I'm kind of like, I feel like you should have fought that one first because that was way
Yeah.
more important to
Yeah.
determine.
Yep.
Because I might have even chosen not to take that overrun if that was even a possibility to get within that horde's range.
It's true.
But yeah, that keeps Ray in the game. This is actually at least a game. I still think Dustin has the edge again, and I'm not saying that
yeah.
from the south because I like Ray too,
Dude,
but-
I'm trying to be partisan as well, but it's
yeah.
it's
it is
the math is the math.
right. Dustin has stuff on the other side of the table, and Ray does not.
Right.
The objective of this game is to not be on your side of the table
Right.
on turn 6.
Exactly. All right. As they're going, I'll be back again.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Bottom of turn. No, we're on top of turn 5. Top of turn 5. Yeah, 2 turns for Ray to get back. The nice thing about being speed 9 is he can definitely cross that center line very quickly, but he's got to punch through a lot of doors to do it, and he's running out of turns for combat. Top turn 5, Justin to play. Guys, for the record, after this round, there will probably be a very brief intermission. I'm not going to throw out the break thing. I might mute the mic briefly, so if you hear sound go out, just be aware that that is not that we are off. We will be coming back super quickly. But that way I can breathe. We'll try to use some of that time to get a brief interview with Dustin and Ray here, see if they have any thoughts about the game. But beyond that, we're going to be rolling straight into game 3 and then straight into game 4. So 12 hours of Kings of War goodness when you count breaks and a little bit of buffer time. All right, looking at the actual play here, as predicted, Dustin's going to eat the regiment. Shocking. Literally no one watching. Procedurally here, we're going to see the regiment charge. Yeah, mostly, again, the reason that the clock time is going so clean, and they do both have lots of clock time, it looks like. I see at least 10 minutes for Ray and at least 16 for Dustin. Could be an 18 on Ray's, but plenty of time for 2 turns at this point. Especially with how few units are left on the table. We're down to, like, the nitty-gritty on units. They have beaten the crap out of each other. Dustin's move made for him in the case of the regiment in the upper left, charging its counterpoint regiment from the Abyssals. And in the center, the Horde, of course, charging that regiment. This one countercharging realistically. This one either turning to shoot or charging, depending on which direction it was facing. That is really the question, is what is Faber doing? That is Faber. They're either going to try to shoot some of the back, or they're going to... Now it is turn 5, so if Dustin's not shooting, this is when you turn and aggressively walk to the other side of the table, because that is 3 more unit strength, and it is going to come down to the wire on unit strength with currently, in terms of what is left on the table, you have the organ gun with 1, regiment for 6, horde for another 4, so that's 10, 11, a 1 of the steel juggernauts left, 12, Faber for 13, and then those 3 units for 16 total unit strength left. But some of it's got to spend some time getting across the table here, which is going to be these 3 troops, which looks like Dustin is going to boogie. He's just going to aggressively ordered march. That's no. Come on. More pivot. There you go. More pivot. Yep. So we're seeing the standard for sharpshooters, which is this is turn 5. It's time to do objectives.
Yeah, right.
We've shot all our shots. Let's move. So Dustin is just moving them.
Yeah.
I actually think 2 of them might not be able to get across in time. We'll
I think
find
so.
out, but 1 should. I did a quick count on remaining unit strength for Dustin on the board, most of which is on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
Is 13 unit strength on the other side of the table.
Oh,
Okay?
no.
Counting that horde,
Right.
counting an iron juggernaut or steel
Yeah.
juggernaut, counting Faber, counting the 2 regiments.
That's so
and
much.
Ray, we're looking at 3 plus 4, so that's 10, and then another 3, so 13. So he does still have the unit strength to potentially win, but a lot of it's beat up and bruised. 2 of it's about to disappear.
Right.
Unless he gets a Lucky Snakes back, which, fun fact, being devastated, you're at half unit strength, so he'll lose a unit strength anyway.
Half unit strength, too.
Yeah, I'm 90% sure about that. I have to go triple check, but it's a very niche thing that comes up. Like if you somehow survive and it's late game, you're half unit strength.
Right.
So the regiment will go down from 2 to 1, and then I just the other problem is none of it's on the right side of
That's
the table
correct.
yet.
Right.
And he does have the speed to get there, but there's a freaking wall.
But he's got units all up in his face and shit.
Yeah.
Right?
He needed that Garrett pop. He
really
needed
did.
that roll.
He really
then
did.
he had the space to slink on through.
Yep.
But now it's just a fight bath, but on the wrong side of the
Yeah,
table. Right?
right.
The dwarves are on Ray's side of the table, and they're the slow army.
Yeah.
Um,
Once again, going first.
yeah.
Right. The first thing you do is
Does
you run
make a
up.
big. Yeah. I mean that. I stand by that. If it's not like if it's invade, you go first. There's no reason not to go first. If it's like controls, those other scenarios, that's when wind
Little
blast and
question-
some
well,
other
yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
right?
Right.
You know, there's a bit of debate over whether or not you want that board control for turn 1 or that late game jump on tokens turn 2
Right.
or bottom of the turn. So different people have different opinions.
Sure.
I think they're all valid, except for the ones I don't agree with. But yeah, here we go. So Dustin looks like this is the horde based just on the number of dice.
Yeah,
'Cause
right.
There's only 1 unit in his army that I think throws that much dice.
That's right. And here come the wounds.
Also, just another note of like things. Even though this is the 1 unit strength, now this is going to be able to shoot.
Ba-boom!
It is an organ gun that's on the opposite side of the table. It's going to have relevant shooting options on turns 5 and 6.
Glorious.
Like what?
Right.
certainly potential. It might be better to actually back this up and just shoot the red.
Seriously.
But yeah, so shocking literally no one. He does pick up the regiment.
Yeah, which is gonna.
23 attacks on 3s and 2s. It's spicy. And I don't even really think he has to do fancy positioning here. Like, nothing can really get to him. Everything that Ray has is stuck.
The only thing that I would do is make sure that you pivot in such a way that you're clear of the pass ball on the left, so you can slide to the left if you wanted to.
Right.
With the unit, right?
Yeah, exactly. Literally, the only thing right now that can do a move on Ray's turn, even accounting for withdraw, is literally this horde here, and its options are like to back up aggressively.
Right.
Right? Like, it really can't go anywhere. It just has a move that isn't countercharge, basically.
Right.
Yeah,
So it
I
looks like-
think Ray's turn is going to be, can he kill enough stuff to where Dustin can't pick up stuff
Right.
in the follow-up, and Dustin does have the sharpshooters set up so the two that won't walk across the table will take shots.
Yeah.
So I think the rest of the game is kind of, we know what's going to happen, at least in terms of the moves.
Right.
The only thing that might be the surprise is which unit does he charge with the hammer horde, and I imagine the shield breaker horde.
Right.
And I think it'll be whichever one can block the most space to move across the
Well,
table.
that's exactly it, right? Yeah. Get yourself in a spot where you're just making the
Right.
wall big.
And if he doesn't feel confident in taking charges from whatever's left, if enough stuff, it depends, I think, on. Speaking mini fast, thoughts catch up. So if Ray kills enough of Dustin's stuff this turn, I think he has enough left that Dustin cannot reliably remove it with his shooting.
Right.
To where he cannot risk losing that horde, because then it's suddenly a really close
much
game.
tighter.
Especially, and I think at that point, Ray wins on a turn 7 if he can
Possible.
clear that horde, right? So I think if the horde, if he doesn't break these units, the horde just picks a unit to try to kill him.
Ray has just thrown a warlock in the way.
Okay. So he's giving himself some insurance.
Yep.
That will make sure that one of those hordes doesn't die.
Yep. He's
Ooh,
charging.
this is gonna be
And he's double charging the apostate and the horde into favor. Or else, why would the horde be in that position?
yeah.
Ray also has 20. He's got like 20 minutes left on his clock, and I think Justin has
There
a
might
minute
be
and 12
some
seconds or
weird-
something. Like,
Yeah.
I need to go check because that.
There
That's
might be some
surprising.
weird hill shenanigans going on.
Yeah, right.
Give a quick check on that too.
We'll do.
Yeah. This is a lot closer than I thought it would be. Ray's head is the first one to make the camera try to refocus. All right, so what are our verdicts?
It's 11 minutes on Dustin's clock and 15 minutes on Ray's.
Yeah. I think they both have plenty of time. They're
Yep.
both playing fast enough that
Yep.
they'll get through, even
They're
with a
doing
turn
good.
7.
Yeah, and it looks like Ray has maneuvered. He's back up. He's withdrawn, and he's gone into the side of
Okay,
favor.
but it is just favored.
It is just favor.
Gotcha. So the
Yep.
apostate is
The apostate is
possibly the
hanging
one that charged the hammers.
out. Yeah.
Because I think this is the warlock.
That's right. That is
Yeah.
the warlock, right?
So
the
I
apostate
think this is the
going over there.
apostate.
Yep.
I think he's sacking that. He's losing the
Right.
vicious, but I don't think he needs it. There's not a lot of defense 6.
And this is
left, right?
and this is the last turn. To be honest, he needs the vicious on the last steel juggernaut up that the horde is fighting, right? And he's going to have it because he's going to do that combat first. Well, he's going to do it either way, right? So we will see.
I mean, theoretically, he gets one more round of combat, right? Unless I missed a turn somewhere. Yeah, no, we're good.
Yeah,
We're
it's
good.
fine.
They've even got a march. Yeah. So no, I've been on top of it. At least in the turn number, not whose
Right.
top was.
Here come the regens. As you do.
Yep.
Very sticky.
Yep. Okay.
It's
so
funny. I go over there to check the clock, and Dustin's like, I made a mistake, turn 2. I was going to back up 2 inches. I backed up 1 inch. I was getting greedy.
Oh, like Golok type of thing.
Yeah. Right.
I still think it. Like I said, I think that the engagement on Golok was still a big risk, and but not from the killing goal block standpoint.
No, but it's just it commits you to grinding in the middle.
Right.
now,
You
right?
are, that is the game.
Right.
Now, right.
It is interesting to me that Ray goes in with those two hordes, and he has other units in the back, and he deploys another two, and then he waits and he deploys another two.
Right.
And so he's been like, rail gunning.
He's
hordes
definitely
into
been
the center.
cycling. Yeah.
You know?
Imagine if that Nagari unit had been shot off.
Oh
turn
my
one,
God,
Right.
right.
Like.
It would have been shut off turn 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Realistically. Yeah. All right, so
Here we
we're gonna
go.
see. This is just the grind fest.
It's like
Nothing
Ray is
fancy.
doing.
This is just the regiment on the left, I believe.
I believe so.
Yeah, just the minuscule nothings. Yeah, now we're switching to the. I heard him say 30 attacks, so we're
Yep.
looking here.
Ba-boom.
30 attacks against the steel.
Yeah.
Steel or iron?
Steel.
Okay, hey, they changed the actual metal being used.
That's right.
That would be a really easy way to distinguish the two dwarf infantry types: steel guard and iron guard.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Just. All right.
A lot of hits. Here come the wounds.
Yeah.
Reroll your wands. Because you're vicious.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big number.
So I have to do it again.
Yep. Okay, so it picks up that, which was needed.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's got to pick up all three.
Yep.
Um,
Well, he didn't pick up the regiment on
well,
the left.
actually, no, he doesn't have to pick up all three because he literally can't pick up the regiment. I guess the gamble there is that you guarantee Faber's gone to free up the one that could be more threatening.
Right.
Because as my assumption, and we can go check it later, but I think this is Thunder plus one. I
Sure.
think this is Helm of the Dragon.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure this is one of the old kings that blew its load ages ago.
Oh, yeah.
And then that leaves this with Strider Boots. That's the only one I know for sure. So,
All right. So now it's 11 billion dice, 90 dice on Faber.
yeah, I think Faber dies.
That should do it.
Yeah,
That should do it.
it should. I've seen people roll fours though, so you definitely make them roll it.
Well, yeah. Right?
Also eating the next block time. Not that
Yeah.
I think they're worried about it, but hey. Also, here's the thing: how often do you get to roll 90 dice? Right? How often do you get to enjoy the
Totally
feeling
should.
of just like
Totally should.
getting to roll
Right.
90 dice?
Have yourself a cocktail.
Yeah,
Treat
right.
yourself.
So he's picking out the misses.
Yeah.
Yeah. See this? I'm telling you, man. Fours. That's fours.
Oh my God, what did he hit him? Like 5 times?
Yeah. I think that was pretty abysmal.
Maybe he wounded with all of them.
Yeah. I can only hope for him, but I see the dice that Dustin's like pre-putting
like,
down on the table,
Right.
and I think that's 12.
So
So
he gets
it
to do
wasn't
it 2 more
bad.
times.
Right.
Right. It's got to count for something. Right.
Yeah. We'll see. They should be just at assuming that is the apostate, which again, making it pretty
Sure.
100% sure that's the apostate.
Right. It's probably
Vicious
out.
Ore is out, right?
Oh, yeah,
but
totally.
was probably relevant for the other one.
Yeah. Right. Looks like he's got 1, 2, another 5. That's always good. High
Okay,
number.
does he kill it? He kills
High
it.
number.
Okay, so yeah.
Alright. And now
Anything? I'm guessing it was anything but.
Right. He
So-
takes the horde on the left and he moves to the
So you
left.
you
is what he
scoot
should
down,
do.
right, yeah, toward the board edge.
He moved backwards. Why did he move backwards? Because now you
That is
can't
a
reform that
good-
other horde.
No, I think that's what he was trying to do. But if he only went, ooh, that's a really tight pivot. I would be looking at that from the top down, as clean as you could.
Why would he move backwards
So
and not
I
to the
think
left?
he was. I think what he was thinking. He need, yeah. Why?
Look, it's
create,
invades. Get to the left.
right? Why create this problem at all?
Right?
Is there something
Because
that
I'm
we're
not
missing?
playing,
Right.
and I'm just watching. That's
Yeah,
why I know what to
welcome,
do.
Right. Welcome to casting
Yeah,
101.
right.
We have bird's eye view and none of the pressure.
Well, and I've also learned 3 coffees and 2 beers before you start
Yeah,
going.
also-
Probably not your best bet.
Yep. Yeah.
So-
Caffeine does help.
Right? Usually when I do this, I'm at home. I'm like, I'll be back in a minute. Go on. mute.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think Why? Why
Right.
not just sidestep? Because you
Yeah.
guarantee, even with 1 inch, that's all you needed with the sidestep down.
That's right.
But with the sidestep back, you
No, you
needed
need
a
like
minimum
3 or
two.
something, right? And also because you want to be on that side of the table.
With 40. Okay, doing some quick math. Faber 40 millimeters, 120 millimeters, so you're at 40 on either side. Yeah, you need a 2 inch backup. I
Yeah.
guess, which is
And 6 at a time,
yeah,
it doesn't
yeah,
work.
versus just guaranteeing
good.
it. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. You're literally
Right? Maybe he was worried about moving to the left and getting charged by the hammers or the shield breakers.
they shouldn't be able to get there. They literally can't because they might even be budgets.
no,
to
because
get
he's
to
got
the
a-
thing,
he's got a
but
guy in
literally
front.
he's got a guy in front, right?
Right.
So like, why
Whatever.
not?
Whatever.
Anyway,
Because mistakes were made, it's not a big deal.
I'll make fun of him for it later.
Yeah.
As we all should do. But yeah, hey, maybe this is a long shot.
Okay.
I don't agree with it, and I still don't think it changed anything. But like, maybe puts those dwarves past them, yeah, like this, and then allows them to like back up and leave.
Okay.
But you can't move after that, so now he's just back into the same position where he's going
Right.
to fight them.
And he's on that side of the table.
Right, he's on that
Right.
side of the table anyway. Oh, okay. Here's the possibility,
All right.
and this is big brain thinking by Ray. If this is true, he's looking at the horde.
Yeah.
He's looking at the horde on turn 6. He's looking at this and this, being able to charge that, and able if he did the 1 inch sidestep. Realistically, I don't think he was able to fully pivot like that.
Ah.
So this changes the pivot a little bit.
Okay.
And puts in a position where it can withdraw and then charge.
Right. Is this top of 6?
This is top of
This is
6.
top
I got
of
to swap.
6.
Right. So yeah, but you need to get it to the other side of the table. It doesn't matter if you kill the horde at this point. I think you just leave the horde.
No, is he just shooting it off? He's shooting it off.
Yeah, or it won't matter here. Yeah. No, you got 2 wounds, so
Yeah, he's got 10 shots. It's not going to be enough.
yeah, it shouldn't be. Top of turn 6.
Of course, I say that.
Yeah, you never know. It's 4s.
So he's shooting with both those units and sitting on 4s.
He also might have the organ gun snake line of shot through the middle of all that stuff somehow.
It looks like he's foregoing. I mean, he's going right to the shooting.
Right.
So he hasn't even bothered with moving. He's happy where he is.
Yeah.
He's going to remove a horde. Here comes a couple more hits.
You say that it's an 8 at the top. They're tanky.
They are.
Yeah.
And he's a 12. He needs a 6 twice.
Yeah, which not guaranteed.
No. What is that?
Celestial Restoration.
Right.
Yeah.
He might have been backing up to get off the hill and get covered from sharpshooters. Once again, Mike at home has an opinion, and it's correct.
Yeah.
Right.
That is a good shout.
Mike, would you call in and just take my seat? Right.
I had both of our seats. I wasn't calling that either.
Great.
Yeah. The big question. It looks like they
Didn't
did
get
not
it.
die.
Good.
I don't know if that was a waiver. I didn't see. It looked like a 5, which I think would have been a waiver.
Right.
Which is still problematic for Ray because that means he's moonwalking to get to the
Yes.
other side of the table.
Right.
And then he needs to pray that there's no turn 7. And I think there's still no path to victory for him. I'm trying to figure out. Dustin picks up the apostate, right?
Right.
That happens. I think he gets. If he shouldn't pick up the regiment, but potentially could on a high spike or something
Yeah.
silly. Like that.
Like that.
Cool. So
There it is.
now I
All right.
definitely don't think there's a path to
Let's
victory
go.
for Ray.
Oh.
Because now, okay, hold up. So the regiment was going to get it to this side table, right? The only thing it could have done is maybe do exactly what Dustin just did and spike back and kill the regiment
kill the
somehow,
unit.
right?
Yeah,
And
right.
we're talking like the spike of all spikes, like on 4s, hit with everything,
Right.
then 5s to wound, wound with everything. That regiment looked pretty fresh.
Right. All this. Oh, this is the apostate going down as well.
Yeah, Apostate's going to die.
Goodbye,
Die
sir.
horribly.
Okay.
The horde that is kind of stuck here is about to be more stuck there.
Yeah.
he's going to be able, because the apostate dies, and I think at this point you just run forward.
Ray runs, or yeah, Dustin.
Or
Dustin
he doesn't run
forward.
forward. You pivot to a point where this can't move.
Right. Yep.
To where this horde, he pivots the shield breakers to where the Berserker horde can't pivot without breaking the 1-inch rule. And then because of that, that keeps both these in the front, because again, that is kind of the gamble, pick up the 4 unit strength at least.
Right.
Problem is that still means Ray has to pick up this regiment.
Yeah.
Has to pick it up. Has to. Well, but he can't even charge because I'm pretty sure this was wavered. So yeah, he just takes the overrun and does the same thing, which is even more damning for Ray because now this unit is locked up.
Yeah.
And has one option, which is to go straight forward. Yeah, Ray's
He's checking to see if he can squeeze.
Yeah. He
cannot.
technically can pivot, but he can't break the 1-inch rule unless he charges something. So if he could squeeze through here, then you could get that potentially. 18 inches is far, but I don't think he squeezes that gap.
He's checking to see what his options are, right?
Yeah.
In terms of squirming away.
Right. I just don't see a path. He's clawed it back a lot. Like he clawed a lot of points out of Dustin.
Right.
But I think his best option is scoot the horde that's wavered, either by moonwalking across the line 4.5 inches. I think you could possibly get there. It looks pretty close. They're checking now. So he's gonna moonwalk.
Right. So that being said, Dustin has 11 unit strength on that side of the table now.
Right.
Right. And Ray has 9 unit strength to play with. And he's got
Right.
3 across the table already.
Right.
Right.
So
if he messes around, he gets himself 6. And then what does he have to do to make it tighter? Right. He has to remove one of the regiments and hope that it doesn't go, and then he loses 6 to 7.
I think he has 2 choices. Right. So he has 1 Bane Chant left.
Yep.
And I think if you want to gamble, you throw it on the horde fighting the shield breakers.
Not in a million years.
Right, but I say that's the problem, right? Is you are gambling on force spiking.
Yeah.
But if they did spike, right? If you got let's say 20 hits, and then you're looking at 2s to wound, right? You know, that's not terrible.
Sure.
But it's still probably and this is
are
a
the
generous
chances, right?
spike, right? A generous spike is 18 wounds, and then it's still a 6.
Yeah.
So I think you throw it
Got
against
your
the
luck.
regiment, right? They're both going to be hard targets to pop.
Right.
But pick one and try to remove that unit strength because they can't do anything else, right? Like they're not going anywhere.
Right. So Ray is debating what his options are here.
The other option,
He
can't. I don't think he can squeeze through.
he can't even.
Yeah, he can't pivot the
Well,
first.
he's looking to see if he can withdraw and go in.
Okay. So we're seeing if he.
So as soon as he can double, smash,
this
and
is
then
the
run
better
over the
play
line,
there.
right?
Yeah. Because you can definitely see them. I think he should be able to do it. Oh, is he just seeing if he can walk across? He can't do that.
No.
Yeah, he has to charge if he's doing this. Yeah. So he's sidestepping. That's what he's doing. He's withdrawing sidestep.
But he can do that, right?
Yes, you can do that.
Right.
You just can't move. You can't do a normal
Advance. Keep
Yes.
him
I was
advance.
gonna say, what is the actual technical term? Everyone, regular move.
So does that get him across the line?
I think that's the question. I think if he can, Ray doesn't do it because it's just unit strength. Either that or he's doing it and really hoping to not get a turn 7.
Yes.
Because I would rather see him. I liked your point out of the do a corkscrew and just hit the horde.
Yeah, if you
Then,
can.
if you hit double, then I think there is a good shot. Yeah,
I think if you can, you should.
Um,
But that once again, there's like this
And-
cascading.
right, and potentially,
If he does that, that regiment is staring at nothing.
yeah, I was
Right.
gonna say you could actually overrun at that point and potentially scoot
and
past
get on that
anyway.
side of the
right,
table,
Right. He tries to throw the warlock out there. I don't know what that use. Tries to block him from a charge. If he kills the horde in some miraculous overspike, he's gonna Bane Chant the horde.
He must not have been able to see.
He should be able to.
Yeah, I know, right? 3-2.
Yeah, they're height.
Yeah.
Like, you should have been able to draw like a little laser right through there. That's for everyone's viewing with, like right through that little gap.
Yeah.
But I guess either they determined he couldn't maneuver it or didn't want to chance it.
Right. Just take the
So,
3
yeah,
and call it
yeah.
a day.
Right. Now we're finally on the minimized points loss, like
no, I
6
do.
turns in.
Yeah. Right. But that
Right,
that is to raise credit.
Yeah, yeah.
But once again, I think that if he doesn't get that double one,
Yeah.
he has way more
100%.
options in terms of
way,
funneling units
way
down.
better. Yeah. Way better odds.
getting into the juicy, the juicy nuggety backfield.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think at this point, Ray's shooting for gets super lucky spike on the horde.
Right.
And it looks like he does still have Zazuzu floating around because he just dumped
A bunch of wounds
on
there.
his own thing, because that unit will die to shooting if it doesn't.
Right.
Even if it does kill realistically, right? There's probably still throwing dogs on the unit.
Oh God. Right.
Or it's getting flanked, right? There's a lot of options for Dustin to pick up that unit. So he threw Bane Chant,
Yeah. And that looks
Got
like
it.
about half the hits, which is what you would want.
right?
And now he's going to wound on 2s,
Right.
and then we'll see what happens. Right.
Yeah.
He needs 2, 12, 12. Boom.
Yeah. It's already, I think, under.
So here's all the wounds.
Yeah. So
That's 16 wounds.
yeah, which isn't bad,
That's
right?
great.
Right? But you would need a
And that's
16
it.
wounds, right? Yeah.
And that's all she wrote.
No 7. No
No.
7.
So if
Oh
Ray,
wait. No, there is a 7.
well, they shook hands.
It might have been an acknowledgement that it's over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think there's a 7.
Because it makes me wonder if they paused the clock. Dustin is playing the I would do this, I would do that game.
Is he?
I think so. They paused the clock. No, they didn't. The clock is going. My camera is a little fuzzier on my screen.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
fair. That's fair. I'm gonna check that on the stream real quick and see if we're still getting good.
Man, if Ray gets that to work.
This is for my own personal curiosity. Oh yeah, this is about what we're getting. So you're right. It is a little smidge,
It's all right.
but
I'll just look over your shoulder like I've been doing the whole time. Everybody gets to see this side of my head.
all right, we can tilt the laptop. That works too.
Yeah.
All right, so
Snuggle buddies. Yeah, it looks like Dustin is going to mop up.
yeah.
Right.
So let me get the turn 7 out there.
Yeah. So if Ray does break that board, he then overruns. He still loses a couple units. If he overruns and that's the end of the game.
I also totally forgot to flop over to Ray for his monster.
Sure.
I was so glued in.
Right.
Yeah, I think Ray needed to not have turn 7 in order to minimize loss.
Yeah.
And now he's going to lose the horde. I think he loses at least the one that's behind the hill.
Yeah.
Even just with flank shooting. Oh, maybe not. Does look like he was able to get it off the hill at least. So with the moonwalk.
12 wounds on the unit plus. Let's also. Next dice
Okay.
doesn't kill it.
Sure. Wavered it.
Wavered it.
Yeah, which is relevant because I like I said, I don't think there's any way we're going to claw back in.
Right.
Like, even pop the horde, he just does not have the tools to pop
Yeah.
11 unit strength worth of stuff.
Right. This is the regiment on the Warlock.
Yep,
Warlock's going to take a bunch of hits.
sure.
It's going to take some wounds.
I think the Warlock is the deceptive piece from memory, though. Like, it's one of the Warlock. Oh, no, it does have use. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah, it's only.
and he did not. What's up, Tyler? Let's go. Going. Right? We're just checking out the.
Yeah. So the Warlock's still relevant. Looks
Yep.
like the Warlock didn't die.
And now it's. Is Ray praying for a double one here? Right?
Yeah.
From the, right?
Yeah.
Something like that? 'Cause
It looks like Ray's being generous and not making roll it, and it sounds like he got it.
Did he?
I think he got a snakes. So he's going to force Dustin to roll it out now because now that Devastate is relevant. I still don't think it makes it.
I think with 16 wounds on that horde,
I think
it
he
does.
healed a lot of them. I think Celestial Restoration kicked
Healed
in.
like 9 or 10.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Like he's down to 2 dice, so it's under. He
So it's
healed at
gotta be-
least 5, or at least 4, right?
Yep.
So and they're about to have half attacks unless he gets the most ungodly region roll of
That's
all time.
a lot of wounds. That is
right?
correct.
And he's still on the wrong side of the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now he's running, and then he's backing up.
So those
And
two are wavered moonwalking to
right.
maintain
That
the unit
dude's
strength
running.
he had.
That dude's going to run.
Oh, and both those were wavered. Yeah.
Right,
If he
so
had
he's-
one that was unwavered,
He's
he could try to
piling
flank.
everybody across.
Yeah.
He's going to pick up his dice. He's going to attack with his.
All right, so here it goes, Ray. You could. This is so. Remember, we said that he had the Hail Mary last
Well, he
time.
has to regen first,
Right? Can he reach an above 18?
right? And right now it looks like he's at 1828.
Yeah. So he's got to get at least 9, which he picked out.
This is bananas.
But it still doesn't win him. It just reduces the loss significantly.
Yeah.
So
Well,
was it enough?
No,
It was not. It was not enough to get
Okay.
above Devastated.
But-
He's not even picking up the dice to show it.
but hear me out. If that horde isn't there anymore, it's 7 unit strength on that side of the table. And Ray's got 9 right now.
I think Dustin's. I think this troop is on that side of the table.
Right.
Yeah.
But if that horde goes away and Ray can overrun, and I'm talking now, it's over. So there you go.
Any like drinks or anything, or you're good, or
I'd
you
love a
want me-
beer. Yeah, beers.
You want a beer? Okay, what do you need?
And
want
if
a
you're doing
monster?
like drinks, then I would take a whiskey coke. If you're doing
Ooh,
Coke?
yeah,
non-drink
Jack and Ginger.
drinks,
You want a Jack and Ginger,
Jack and Ginger,
a
yeah.
whiskey Coke?
a whiskey coke.
There you go.
Jeremy, you're a saint.
Thank you, honey. And now that's it.
All right. So looking at it, the horde didn't go away. So I think it's
12-9.
I don't. I'll go and ask him here in a second because I don't know that the warlock's right. I don't
Right.
know if the warlock's actually on
So
this side.
that would be 10.
Because you got 6. Because these aren't devastated.
Yep.
And then you've got the.
Well, no, he's
I
got
think it's
that-
11
He's
because
got
you
that
got
unit in
the
the corner
machine.
down here.
Oh snap! I forgot
Yeah,
about
dude. So
that.
like if he breaks that horde and overruns,
Yeah,
he
you're right.
wins.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Well, I don't think you could overrun past.
7. I needed 8 to get the full attack.
Yeah.
For the region.
Just fit your britches or what?
Yeah.
Hey, look, that double ones didn't do you any, didn't do you any favor.
So what was the final score? Was the warlock on the other half?
I gotta figure. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so it would have been 1, 2, 3, 11 to 10. Okay, so it was a lot closer than I thought it was. I
So close!
I totally forgot about that regiment on the
Yeah,
right-hand
just mind
side.
its own
Yeah.
business.
Yeah.
And then you had the one that got wavered. That's why I was like, didn't they used to be wavered? That's now it's devastated.
No, devastated is the half. We were literally bringing that up because it was actually going to be relevant.
Right.
Yep.
So close, right?
Yeah.
The double ones on the
On what's his nuts, Garrett?
Garrett,
Yeah.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
dude. It was.
because that would have been a flank too.
It would have been boom, boom, and then
And
you
you
could have
paint
had
the regiment, right?
right,
Yeah.
and then you would have had an alley to send you to shoot your bros through.
The issue
Right.
is he backing up. I'm like this. I like he knows what I do. I was gonna pie off. It's like everything's sitting on
Right.
Yeah.
And I got this. But I went 2 of them.
Yeah.
Why was I thinking?
I still thought it was risky initially because I was like, you commit, and then at that point you are guaranteed to be fighting in the middle, and then it's just a grind fest.
Yeah, I wonder.
Right.
Dice. And the dice, I failed all my Bane chance.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I was watching, and my commentary was all on the dwarf side. I was like, what Dustin wants Ray to do is go into the middle, grind out, fight him in the middle, and then just, eventually. And if Ray doesn't want to, what's Justin going to, or what's
Yeah,
Dustin going to do?
we were discussing
Right?
the possibility of you just literally
Just everybody
turning and
just
running
goes around the outside and goes
literally
later
never have a
suckers, and
combat
that's
the
it.
entire game. Just
Right?
run a circle.
I don't know if
but-
it was valid because the shooting is real.
The shooting's
Right?
real,
Yeah.
and we only had 1 unit strength difference between them.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we were discussing that was kind of the limiting factor, is that he could shoot one thing and then suddenly it's a loss.
And him going first means that Golik was right in the center. Like, I have to deal with this.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Damn.
I feel like my dice were not necessarily with me in that game.
No.
No.
No. Did he give you a double ones at the end?
Yeah.
Was that
Yeah,
what it was?
yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
that
yeah.
gave you an opportunity to claw it
But
back.
I
Right?
then failed to get one more reason.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Sad state of affairs.
It was still a series of like, you need this and this and this, and then it's a win. Right.
But I
Right.
wasn't
Right.
inspired.
Right.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, close game. Way closer than I thought it was.
Nice try,
'Cause
dude.
I did forget about that regiment, so that
Yeah.
that definitely put it closer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And the two hordes just getting wavered consistently and not
Oh, I
actually
know.
killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty.
It was sounds like it's a very minor by 1 unit strength to Dustin. Yeah. Yeah. Key double one.
Hopefully we can keep tight things coming on the
I
screen.
know, it's awesome, right?
Yeah.
It's really entertaining.
Keep tight games on screen.
Keep it tight. Keep it tight. Keep it tight on stream.
It's, what was it 11?
11-10.
11-10.
Yep. Right.
Holding that there for now.
So let's see the next round.
Yeah, we're gonna have like what, a 15-minute intermission or something really short. Probably.
I think it's 3. Let me check. I think it's 3:30.
That's me being hopeful.
Yeah. Right.
But it's probably to be a lot shorter. It's probably like 5 or 10. Just enough for people to pick up their stuff and move to the table.
3:15 supposedly.
3:15.
Next round starts at 3:15.
So we do have about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So in theory, round start at 3:15. We'll probably see people shuffling around in the background here before that, I would
Right.
hope. I'm looking around to see, are there games still running?
I think there's looks like Zed
Like
and
one or two.
Zed and
on,
Trowbridge
like,
are still throwing.
yeah, probably at like the 7s,
Yeah,
right? 6s,
yeah.
7s. At least I hope they're in 6s or 7s.
But I mean, this round ends in 5 minutes.
They're not throwing, they're on their phones.
Oh, yeah, they're
calculating.
adding, yeah.
So we should be back here fairly soon. We'll be 20 minutes and a brief break. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna mute us for that. I might see, since this is an older laptop, if I did. No, it's the wrong one. I was gonna say I could even put on some like nice little loose music that is that I know is I own the copyrights.
Oh, nice.
Right. So I never have to worry about that ever again.
Right.
But alas, not on this computer. So,
You guys will have to hum to yourself.
yep, y'all hum to yourselves. We're going to give ourselves a 20-minute break to preserve our voices and our sanity. And we'll see you in 20 minutes.
Catch you in a bit.
All right, everybody. Now you should be able to hear us. It is intentional this time. Welcome back to the U.S. Masters 2025 West Coast version in Reno. We are here starting round 3.
Round
we got
3.
one more game after this. We're halfway there.
What do we? Are we doing 4 and 2?
I think we're doing 4 and 2.
You are lying to me.
You can check the schedule.
I am going to immediately.
Okay.
It's a panic attack.
Okay. If it's only 3, then man, we get a break, and that's nice. I actually haven't looked at the schedule. I haven't looked at the pack because they didn't email me a pack.
Fair enough.
So.
Fair enough, sir. Fair enough.
Yep. All right, I'll let you track that down.
I am
Hopefully, we don't
tracking
have
that
a
down.
4 then. I can hope. But in any case, we are moving on into round
Oh no,
3.
round 3. That's it. There it is. All
Okay,
right.
cool, awesome, cool. So then we're done
Agreed,
today after round 3.
right?
Nice. So, we have for your viewing enjoyment Keith Randall from Southeast versus Alan Beener. There we go. I was like, I was about to start. I was about to I heard the correct pronunciation, and then immediately my brain was like, I see a B, a U, an E, an H.
Right.
So, yep.
And a triple letter score.
Yep. So Alan Beener playing Pillage. They're getting into the deployment phase, getting set up, and getting some tokens out there so everyone knows where they're at. So they've already set up their Pillage tokens.
Yeah.
So with me today, who has been here through thick and thin, Mike Rossi,
What's up, buddies?
who I joked with Jeremy would enjoy this game because they're both elves, so clearly he will just hate them both equally.
My new army project is elves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
because I was tired of watching people run by me.
how are you going to explain that to your dwarf brethren?
They're all 15 of them. They're going to be okay,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, right.
They'll be fine. They have themselves now, right?
Alrighty.
So this is an interesting matchup.
Right.
Right. So I'm going to go over the
Yep.
lists.
Ross is the one who gets to read the lists.
Yeah, it's
And
so dirty. All right, so I'm gonna start with Keith. I'm gonna start with Keith's list. It is a well-rounded elf list that does gross elf things. He's got 2 regiments of Glade Stalkers. He has a horde of Therenian Sea Guard with Fire Oil. He has 2 troops of Silver Breeze Cavalry. He has a regiment of Stormwind Cav upgraded to the Quicksilver Lancers with the Brew of Strength. Right. He has 2 hordes of Draken Riders, one with Sir Jesse's boots. He has Argus Rodinar for that, just spread the inspiring around. He has the Swirling Tempest Formation, which is 2 regiments of Draken Riders and a Drakon Lord. Not a lot of items, nothing really except for the Fire Oil. Really just a lot of bros running around causing problems.
Yep.
What you would expect. Alan's list. Twilight King. So he has 2 troops of Bound Phantoms.
Yep.
Because they are good. And then he has a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5, and a 6, and a 7. 7 regiments of Corsair Void Wranglers. 7 regiments of them. And do you want to go into what they do a little bit? Because I think that's the key here. Why would you take 7 of them?
Sure. Generally speaking, I think it's just a stats game. I don't actually think it's for their supposed niche mechanic of being able to disorder things when they shoot.
Sure.
Though that is something that might come up and be significant in this game
In this
where
matchup,
elves,
it will.
right,
Yep.
who are very specifically do not want to be disordered for the shooting and don't want to be disordered for their flying, right?
Right, exactly.
Nothing wants to be disordered here.
Right.
But I think more important than that for 90% of matchups, and this matchup too, is they just have a good round number of attacks at 14. They hit on 4s regardless, like they're basically the same and melee and at ranged. And they're just well spatted, like speed 7, 14, 16,
Right.
like
Piercing
defense
1
4.
shots,
They're-
crush 1 attacks.
They are the definition of not the best at any category, but
Right.
probably a little above average in all
That's right.
categories.
That's right.
Which is usually when we start seeing problems.
Sure, which is another reason why you take them.
which is
because
why
they
you see 7 of them.
versatility,
Right,
right? Yeah. Now they have movement 7 and 9-inch range. So the effective range is 16.
Right.
A
That
lot
one
of
holds up.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff that Keith has an effective range of either 20 or 18.
Right.
Right. So he has a
Keith-
little bit of a speed advantage. Right.
Keith, you would think would have the range, but we're not done with that.
But
list.
also,
Yeah.
Alan is bringing 3 bound soul flayers, one with blow to the regiments, one with blood of the old king, one with helm of the drunken ram, one with Sir Jesse's boots. They all have wind blast 5, And then he has 1, 2, 3 Summoner Crones, one with Amulet of the Fireheart, Enthrall, and Alchemist's Curse, one with the Piercing Arrow, Enthrall 5, and Blood Boil, and one with the Zephyr Crown with Windblast 8. So he's going to pull you in, he's going to shoot you a bunch, he's going to push you out, and then he has Lethal Blakeheart, because why not, with Bane Chant 3, Enthrall 7, Windblast 7.
More Windblast, yeah.
Right, so between the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Windblasts, 1, 2, 3 Enthralls that he has on the table, he can pull you, shoot the crap out of you, push you back out.
Yep.
Right,
and-
it is air bending all day, every
Yep.
day. Yeah.
I've definitely seen this style of list before. We saw it a lot when Ravagers came out in Night Stalkers. It took off for a little bit. I think it caught a lot of people off guard as a new style of list, which was cool.
Right.
And then it kind of phased out, or at least kind of became more of like the people who really liked the style kept playing it. We've seen similar archetypes like that. We've actually seen Trident Realms do a similar thing before, so it's not an entirely new concept. It's just how prevalent it got very briefly with the Ravager introduction, and then again it faded out as people who were chasing the meta were kind of like, it's not the hottest thing, right? And then the people who really liked it kept playing it, and this is basically the newest, fresh take on that.
Sure.
I do think that this is a step up. You do lose out on some of the durability of the Ravagers, but you make up for it by just having more units and more shots.
That's it. I mean, to put a point on that, Keith's list comes in at 12 drops and 25 unit strength.
Right.
Right. So, about right for an elite list. About
Yeah.
right for an elite list. Right.
Absolutely.
Alan's list, he only has, with all those, he has 22 unit strength, but he has 16 drops.
Right.
Now, part of that is 4 of those are individuals.
Sure.
Okay. But the Ravager,
Pricey individuals.
Yeah, well, the Wrangler units are all, even the regiments are all unit strength 2 instead of 3.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's given up some, but also he's got 7 of them. Right. So.
Yep, and it's not like the other stuff beyond that. Like, right, it's very easy to zoom in on that and be like, this is the scary part.
No.
But you got 3 regiments of Soul Flayers, and Soul Flayers are, I would argue, one of the best units in the game.
They're
We
fantastic.
saw that in the matchup cast. We saw that they were one of the top 5
That's
picks,
right. You
right?
should.
Yep, they're amazing. I don't know why you would ever start a Night Stalker and Twilight Kin list without starting with 2 of them.
Right.
Personally. And that usually is an indication that they're pretty good.
Yep.
And in this list, they've got double duty with Windblast, right? So they're not just there to be a big threat piece or a late game push off objective piece
Right.
or potentially early game movement shenanigans. Very limited, right? But in this case, it's you're going to pull, as you said, you pull forward and you push back, and they are definitely adding to that.
Yeah.
Slowing things down. There's enough Windblast that the speed 10 stuff can't reliably just play the cat and mouse game,
Right.
or the standoff game, right, where you come just within your charge range but outside of theirs. You can't do that
No.
because you're just going to get pushed back out.
Right.
Yep. I will say, I know Keith, and I know that he knows how to play against Windblast.
Sure.
So he's going to know how to buttress up and angle, and there are lots of clever ways that you can basically take units and angle them basically slightly outward to where their back corner is overlapping this, then you have this back corner overlap this.
Which stops things from moving.
Right, yeah. You basically butt against all your own
It'll
stuff.
stop the push, but it's
Right,
not
but
going
it
to stop the pull.
doesn't stop the
right?
pull. Right,
Yeah.
so
Because to be honest, what I think Keith wants to do is get close, pull you in,
yep,
and then just push you back where you started, right?
Yep.
So you think you're safe, but you're not safe. It's,
right, yeah. I think this is going to be an interesting game, right? Because it's pillage, which because for whatever reason we name a scenario that is not about loot tokens something that sounds like loot.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But it's there are 1, 2,
This
3, 4,
is
5, 6. There are
The
7.
objective.
Yeah,
based
7 objective
one,
markers on
yeah.
the table, right? And you can see them on the screen. They're using the 3-inch mats,
Yep.
right, to denote where they are
Yep.
and the zone of control. And it looks like Beaner has decided, he's on the bottom of the screen, it looks like he's decided to put 1, 2, 3, 4, all 7 Wranglers up in a line. He's got
Right.
the individuals in between, snug nice and tight so they can't get hurt. He's going to use them to do the push and pull. And then he has everything that's tall and flyy in the back, right, as a second line. Keith is moving up on that refused flank on the left. He's got the Dracons that looks like the 2 regiments. He's going to come and try to control a little bit of space. The Sea Guard are going to hide back there and just kind of own those 2 pillage tokens on the left rear of the table. And I think If he does well, he's going to be able to hang out there the entire game and maybe shoot into the middle. But the important thing about that is that is the good place to put the horde because he's going to be able to control both of those. But he can't. There's no reason for Beener to move close enough into the middle where any of those bow shots are going to matter.
Right.
So now he's got 270 points just kind of hanging out, and hopefully no one messes with him till the end of the game. Right.
Right. We are already rolling into
Yep.
this.
Keith has
they
moved up.
deployed fast. They knew what they were doing.
Absolutely.
So
Keith is shooting at the one unit of Wranglers on the side over there. With the two Blade Stalker regiments. You can draw a line of sight. Even though it looks like they're in terrain, those Wranglers are in the middle of nowhere because that circle is a pillage circle. And little elite for you.
Yep.
And have some wounds.
So going across here real quick with our list to verify where things are.
Yeah.
So we got Keith.
And that's the end of turn one.
Yeah, wow, that was so fast. Playing catch up here, Jesus. We've got, I assume these two regiments in the center are the Glade
Those
Stalkers.
two Glade Stalkers.
Pretty clear there. We got the Horde of Dracons.
Yep.
We've got second Horde of Dracons.
Yep.
We've got where are the Silver Breeze? There they are. Yep. Silver Breeze Cav. We have not Silver Breeze. We have the Stormwind Cav with the Nimble upgrade. The Quicksilver Lancers. That was the term. Then we have Silver Breeze here. Silver Breeze, I assume.
Way on the right.
Here.
Yep.
Yep. So he's doing the same kind of call it battle groups.
Sure.
Not my favorite colloquialism, but you've got Silver Breeze and the regiments of Dracons, Regiment of Dracon, and then the Horde of Seaguard.
Yep. And he's got Argus looking like he's just kind of floating around back there too.
Argus is just chilling here for the good old being Argus, right? And then that right there is something. No.
That is nothing.
That is nothing. What is that?
That is probably a tree.
It's chilling behind the hill.
No,
Okay, cool.
I'll go look. Let me go see this
Just in case.
Yeah.
Where's the Dracon Lord? Is he way on the right?
I'll go check.
Okay. It's the one thing I'm missing here. On Alan's side, Alan's hat is going to play havoc with the resolution potential, so we're going to try to keep an eye on that, and I'll try to adjust it as fast as I can. But we've got the Phantoms being represented with what I assume are gargoyle models.
You were correct. Way over on the side. Way over on the yep. That is that's the Lord.
Okay.
And that little dude over there is the Argus Rodinard token. He says I'm giving that guy inspired.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Yeah.
Nifty. Or is it a? Does he also get inspired? I thought it was just the reroll.
Oh, he gets the reroll.
Yeah,
That's
You're thinking the Night Stalker equivalent.
Yeah,
which
that gives the actual inspire to the thing.
Yeah. Same general concept. All right. Argus is so much wonky. Just one dice on anything in almost any situation.
Pretty good.
To the point where we specifically amended Celestial Restoration so that it cannot be rerolled by anything anymore. Because I was tired of people finding loopholes.
Yeah.
So most of these units are fairly easy because they're all the same thing, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's a seventh one underneath this
hat.
hat.
Yep. And then this is going to be a troop of Phantoms.
Yep.
This is going to be a troop of Phantoms 2.
Yep. And
this
then
is Soul Flare. This is Soul Flare, and presumably the third one is under his hat. The items are almost irrelevant because they basically all end up doing the same thing. It's very similar to what we saw Ray doing last game, where you have Blood of the Old King, you got Helm of the Drunken Ram. Yep. And then I don't think he had the Crushing +1, right? He had something more cost-effective. Jesse's booth. There we go. I was going to say the other most chosen go-to item. especially for a unit of Cav.
Right.
So it looks like Alan did box very tight,
Uh-huh.
right? Which makes sense. You're playing against the faster army, keep tight. But I don't think he has to worry that much. It is interesting to see. I guess you keep the chaff behind. No, chaff behind makes sense. I was about to say, his army is at least somewhat fragile to the counter shooting.
It is.
To at least a little bit.
It is. Defense 4.
Right. No stealthy, or no, maybe they do have stealthy. I was about to say, don't they have stealthy because they have the dogs? Because that's the whole concept of the unit was this mixed arms like shadow. The original concept was shadow hounds with handlers,
Okay.
and like some of the OG like notes of like what to make them when we were developing them
Yeah.
were like a unit that could literally split into two type of stuff. Was,
Oh,
like,
that
proposed
would
by
have been
Mantic.
cool. Yeah.
Would have been a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would have been cool.
Right. But impossible on the table.
Yeah.
No.
Would have been
Right.
broken. Would have been a nightmare to handle.
Sure.
So yeah, can you even imagine having to break wounds into two different groups?
No,
Yeah.
right.
But super cool idea, right? And then it was trying to come down with, well, how do you represent that in the best way? So it has to have a shooting attack because that's the best way to kind of do it.
Right.
Or you have to do some kind of throwing dog-esque thing.
Sure. Right. One time, probably not too bad.
Yeah.
Right. Every time, probably a little bad.
Right. So there was a lot of kind of like what to do with it, how to do with it.
Oh man, Keith, top of turn 2. So you don't even have to change the name.
Yeah,
They've already moved on.
with how fast, because we were announcing the units.
Right.
Oh, that helps. Turn 2.
So
Blazing through this. Admittedly, I don't think he had anything to shoot when we're looking at Alan's side, right? Like he moved forward, but he should have been out of range.
right,
with
he's
pretty
got
much
that
everything.
terrain over there,
Right.
stopping some stuff up.
Is it Enthrall is range 18? Or is it 24?
It's not
Pretty
24.
sure.
Pretty sure it's 18.
Yeah, 18 sounds right. Yeah, 18. So Keith, I think the best way you play this if you're Keith is you just spend every turn you have shooting him as you can.
Yeah.
Because the one downside of Alan's list is he does not have a not the Mind Screech, the Planner Apparition.
Yeah, he doesn't have any
Right,
wound
so he has
mitigation, right?
no wound mitigation.
Yeah.
So anything that hits is going to stick,
Sure.
unless it also has regen, which is nothing.
Right?
Right. I think it is just everything sticks. So you just shoot as much as you can here, because every wound is going to stick around, and
Right.
then you hope for some waivers mid game. Hope you start picking up mid to late game, and then very late game dive.
Yes.
Use the fact that the Dragons
Try
are
to win
tough
4 to
enough
3 and
like-
call it a day, right? Because
Right.
I mean, it looks like Beaner is setting up in such a way where he's going to swing up,
Right.
right, and just
As he
those,
anchors to the
those
table.
4 diagonal, you know,
Right.
he's going to own the 4
It's
on
good
the
play,
left.
right?
Yeah.
Beaner's playing for 4, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he has realistic ways of taking the top left in any substantial way.
No, he doesn't have, unless something weird happens, right? Where he can
Right.
just burst
And-
out
and-
in the speed pattern.
Yeah, I know you brought it up earlier, but yeah, Keith parked the horde there, and it's never going to move because
Right.
that's how he's going to hold those 2 tokens.
That's right.
So he's basically got those 2 locked down,
And now
barring an Enthrall. Which here's the thing: Keith did play top, and Enthrall's in play, so you got
Yeah.
to be very careful as we approach the end.
Yep.
Because just watch that unit that you're relying very heavily to score 2 tokens just
Right.
get pushed or pulled off.
So that's interesting. He just backed up everybody on that flank up in the upper right and just backed them up.
Yep.
So now he's boxed in the corner. He's hanging out.
Yeah, I think this is good play from Keith. I think he wants to delay as much as possible, so
Yep.
he wants to avoid getting shot, avoid getting enthralled, and again, take this opportunity
Yep.
to do elf things.
Right. And he has the speed to do stuff, so he just soften him up as much as he
Yeah,
can.
I think the irony is that there's not going to be a lot of technical maneuvering, at least for a little bit, because Keith is still elves, and like you don't have as much of the jump potential as
Yeah.
like a true alpha strike. Like you're
Sure.
blending alpha strike and gunline, right?
Yeah.
It's always been the elf style.
Right.
So, but you don't have the critical mass to get that critical like
Right.
turn 3, turn 2, like
Right, it's not
everything
like
gets
Green
hit.
Lady. I'm going to go
Right,
in,
right.
block you with 2 pegs, and call it a
Right,
day.
exactly.
Yeah.
So because of that, that means that Alan doesn't have to stress as much about how he positions.
Right.
He just has to make sure that the actual hammers are accounted for, and then he can just kind of advance.
Right.
And he has some chaff pieces for the turns that he really has to like build a shield. Again, this is another game where I might see those be used as a you just ignore a flank and use that to litter cover one by
Yeah,
just sitting in front
yeah.
of it.
Oh my God! So Keith just shot. I think he's shooting the 2 regiments of Glade Stalkers at the one Wrangler unit that's pointed out to the left.
Yep.
And I believe that he hit a lot.
Yeah. Looks like he put at least 9 wounds, assuming that the first die is a 6.
Yeah.
Getting a little reflection there, but yeah, that was some smooth shooting.
Strong work, dude.
Yep. 3 more puts it up to 12. That is a 4.
Yeah. 4 twice.
And again, if these wounds are sticking, so even if he doesn't kill it here, he pokes it with literally anything and it falls over.
So.
But I don't think it's going to matter because he picks it up now.
Right.
Yeah.
There's 1.
That's 1 down.
And-
6 to go.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So yeah, it's 1 Blade Stalker's still good, right? Like it's still a good unit.
Right.
I definitely think they're in a reasonable spot where they're not the problem that they first
No,
came
agreed,
out. They're just
agreed.
you take 2 and it's a solid baseline
It's
shooting.
the no pierce.
Right,
Right. So
right.
it's good in some matchups and not so great. in
Right,
others,
exactly.
Yeah.
There's enough reasons not to just dump
Yeah.
them on the table.
Right. And now we're over to Beaner 2.
Yep. So
Beaner.
this is Beaner 2.
Yeah.
I should actually change the name.
And he.
Good catch.
So Alan 2, and Alan is running forward. Looks like he's moving up aggressively to try to see how much shooting he can do now. He wants to make sure he keeps a line. Moves the characters up. Keeps them all snug inside.
Yeah, so it looks like he was doing some measurements. I think he might, because again, it's a weird range due to the mechanic. Functional 16.
Right.
It's not, yeah, 9 plus the 7 move.
I think the other thing he's doing is making sure that he's outside of 20 of the Horde, because I don't think he wants to let that Horde of Dracons in, right? The Horde right now is closer than the Regiment. It's the only thing that's like close enough to cause a problem if it goes in, but if it goes in, it's dead next turn. I'm pretty sure that Keith would not trade pieces like that at this stage.
So at least for now, and admittedly, I don't know if the pack had different rules for building heights, but assume the building was height 9. I generally
Oh, right, it's a building.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can't see nothing.
Right, exactly.
Right.
I do
Got it.
like the height 8 buildings a lot of the time because it creates some dynamics with hills and being able to see stuff
Giants
when
on
you're on a
hills is
hill.
the over-
Right,
yeah,
right.
right.
Creates some fun shenaniganry, but height 9 makes it very clean. You just don't get to see.
Right.
So in this case, he's able to advance and ignore those dragons because he's not. Well, he shouldn't use them as chaff, at least right now.
Right.
Likewise, he's getting close to that danger point. Like, he looks like he's just towing over the center
Yeah,
line, right?
yeah.
There's not a lot of board left for Keith to
Tighten
back
up.
So, yeah. I don't think you want to start feeding units.
No. No.
He could potentially block up both of these. It's a little bit hard to tell with how Alan is lining stuff up here. If this is a parallel straight line frontage,
Right.
Which great for playing against Surge most of the time because guarantees you can't be flanked by any Surge cannons, right?
Right.
Like, you can't fit in between. Not strictly good for playing against Alpha Strike because it actually creates more open space to let them dictate how they would
yeah.
engage. You typically, this is where if Paz or Alan was over here, he'd be like, tilt one of them inward, like, and just guarantee that you can't be
Done with it.
multi-triggers,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So solve that problem. But looks like
Looks like Alan on the right hand side is taking one of his bound Phantom troops, push it to the front, 20-inch board control,
Yep.
trying to,
Threaten the Dracons with a bad time because they don't have to kill the Dracons.
just sit for a minute
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
everybody rushes forward,
down.
right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And one more turn of the Dragon's not turning means that he probably can pick up, like, he'll shoot the Silver Breeze off, right? That's what he should do. And then you just have to not die to a single Lord on Draken and some one regiment. And, like, a regiment's not bad if you can get the flank. Like, it's Soul Flayers, right?
Right.
But
He's going to go behind the hill.
he
and
just
sit tight.
has unit superiority here, right?
Yeah.
It's just a peace situation where you've got 4 combat units for Keith against what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
Yeah.
functionally force
Yeah.
concentrated, and
Yeah.
that's not counting some that you could realistically throw in either.
Right.
So I definitely think Keith has to use his speed on the left, which he has been pushing around, right? To get in there and start putting some pressure. Because at this point, I think Alan can very easily secure the top right, and then it's going to come down, can Keith steal the bottom middle?
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Keith divvies up to get around this building.
Yeah. Right. Interesting.
I will say the downside, for the upside of Keith doing this, Alan doing this, is that pushing those Dracons back, not only does it make it easier for him to take that that upper right-hand side, it's also going to make it easier to take to defend the bottom middle, because now he can safely turn, ignoring the Dracons, because they should be out of 20.
Yeah.
Most of the stuff in the middle area.
Let's see. Dice are being rolled.
Yep. There's a part of me that wonders, did Alan need to walk into that difficult terrain? Did he even need to expose himself to getting shot?
Yeah. Right.
Also, where's the water feature? Is it underneath, like, the upper left side of the table or something?
It's in. Let's see. Woods. It's got to be under. Huh?
Yeah.
Is there one?
Did our water feature get stolen?
Maybe.
Because
Here comes some.
there definitely was one. We saw it in the first game. Tyler was parking it for it.
It's got. I bet you it's under one of the.
The mats.
One of the mats.
Yeah. All right, so we're seeing some counterfire because we're seeing what I assume is weakness. And that picked up one of the Gladestalker regiments in return.
Wow.
Yeah, no kidding. Actually, they're close enough. That might have just been a throw. 18 inches is starting to get within that threat range. Because it would be in Thrall or Wind Blast. He does have the Soul Flayers there, so potentially 2 regiments of Soul Flayers, one of the casters. And a lot of that all ignores cover.
Sure.
So
Happens. Right.
yeah. Another. I don't feel bad about that loss of fierce. I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jesus,
that was
right?
a completely reasonable nerf.
Right.
I think 90%
Yes.
of the community understood.
Yeah.
Other Twi'leken nerfs, a little bit more sympathetic in some cases, but not that.
Looks like we have already moved to 3.
Oh, top
And
of 3.
P3, yeah.
Yep. They are going to play fast and furious.
Well, Keith now has the option of standing around and so he moves up, facing a direction. He covers his flank with Silver Breeze. He backs 2 units up. Just outside of range. He's coming around the table. And
Yeah.
he's looking to see if what he can charge, what he can shoot.
It's interesting. So Keith deployed the Glade Stalkers in difficult terrain as you would normally do, but a lot of the stuff in this list ultimately doesn't care
Doesn't
about it
care.
anyway, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like,
It is one of the. I like the idea of an army that stops you from doing what you want to do. Like, I'm going to take your choice away. Like, I like
Right.
that, right? But then there's there's no way to stop. There's no way for you to stop me what I'm going to do. So, terrain, get effed. You're gonna go out and
Right,
hide behind
right.
that. Go.
yeah, because
know
you
what I
always
mean?
kind of want this counterplay option, right?
Yeah.
You want to do like, this unit can do this cool thing and does maybe ignore this one rule, but there needs to still be some way to be like, hey, what do you play against this,
That's right.
So like with mutants, right? A lot of people are like, oh, mutants are really scary. I'm like, but they do have distinct weaknesses, right? They're still only a 14 nerve to waver,
Right.
They're still only defense 4, and they have no built-in crush, right?
Right.
So if you strip that Thunderous, they are significantly easier to deal
Right.
with.
And that gives you
Um,
options at the very least for mitigation,
exactly,
right? Yeah.
You can still phalanx them to a degree. It's not as good as if it were Cav, but like
Right.
you've got some options, which is key. You have options, right? The option for a lot of these spells that ignore cover functionally
Just don't be
is
there?
don't be in line of sight,
Right.
which is an option. But we saw that was one of the things with War Machines back in the day that was
Yeah.
not fun for certainly new players. So yeah, we did actually discuss not removing the piercing, but adding cover to all the spells. But the workaround time for it was just too much for the crunch.
Understood, yeah.
For that clash, basically.
Right.
Removing the piercing was the same functional, like mathematical change at least, and solved it at least for Twilight Kid.
Right. So Keith is looking. He's going to shift forward so he can get some shots in.
Yep.
With the idea being last turn he just backs up, right? Calls it a day.
Yep.
Right? Yeah.
Now here's the thing that one.
Keith, that's the problem with having that big column there, man.
I love that he just like lets it.
I'm gonna lie down.
Doesn't
It's
even
cool.
care. It's like, does he need a staircase? I can go get him a staircase.
That's good. It's gonna. That's very nice.
Okay. Here's the thing though. I'm a little iffy on the wrist there because, like, yeah, you're getting your extra shots in, and you do want those, but you're also bringing him closer to get shot back.
Yeah. Right.
And if you lose that horde, he's in trouble. He's gonna run out of things to hold objectives that
Yeah.
he needs to hold objectives with. He's definitely very much relying on having that horde and or Argus and both available to like park on those objectives and never move.
Right. Shift up just behind.
Yeah, very small shifts. Again, we didn't see Alan shift any angling of his units to the left,
Right.
and it's not like he can't turn and move, but it does like pivoting a little bit to the left there, for example, would have given a little bit more wiggle room to like
Yeah.
walk forward, pivot back, or like pivot back to just keep walking forward anyway.
But I think that I mean Allen, it looks like he's going to take the triangle on the right. He's going to take that. He knows that's what he wants to do by the end
Right.
of the game. Right.
It is his game plan.
Right.
Now did he leave something back, or is he just
No, he left nothing back.
Yeah,
With
okay.
the idea being that probably he can
fly
Right,
around
yeah.
with either soul flares or something else? And he's
hopefully
got,
at the end of the game he won't need to, and that'll be that.
right.
But
Yeah, he just has to keep one of the. He just has to determine
There it
that he
is.
doesn't need to sack a Phantom Troop.
right, so Keith is. I can't see. I think he shot up the
Shot at some soul flares.
soul flares on
Yep,
the left-hand
yep.
side there.
And did a wound.
That was when he should have. And then it looks like this is the horde picking on that one dude.
So he needs 6.
Sixes, yeah, because they should
Right. Yep.
hit on 5s.
But-
Unrivaled elf archery.
So it looks like he squeezed out 2 wounds, 3 wounds total.
And now he's going to shoot the other regiment of Blade Stalkers.
You're being kind enough to let us know.
Yeah.
So on to the soul flares.
The
looks
soul
like.
flares, yeah.
Yep.
Take some of this.
That looks like a decent roll. I see lots of 6s. Might. No, yeah. Less good after he picked it up. He
Right.
had a lot of 6s, but he didn't
Sure.
have a lot of anything else.
Right.
But he does look like he converted.
couple wounds.
Yep. And it is worth noting that, like, because a lot of the stuff is stealthy, shooting the soul flares, they're stealthy. So, like, those
Yep.
are the 5s, not getting cover.
7 shots from the troop of Silver Breeze into probably
Phantom?
the Phantom.
Yeah. Phantom's gonna be pretty tough to remove. Dash 12 is a pain. Ooh, we got it on that roll, and then yeah, there it goes. You want that roll there, but he missed it
Roll it again.
and didn't quite get it on the soul players.
Nope.
So no pickups. Did shoot the character,
Yep.
notably, and started putting some wounds there, which I actually think is a good idea because those are kind of critical for the
They are
list to
they are
work,
the way.
right?
You're right.
Right? So
I
even
don't
though
know if that's Lethale or if it's one of the crones or whatever, but
right.
you know,
Oh yeah, Vale's on top of us.
Beaner 3.
But I don't think he's even using her for Vale. I think everything that's relevant has stealthy.
Yeah. Right.
So he just used it for
And then
enthrallment
another
last.
enthrall
Yeah,
piece, yeah.
right. He's cheating out of 4th prone functionally.
Right. And so it looks like it's Beaner bottom of 3,
Yep.
and he is
Hey, I finally
he
get to
is
see
flying
someone
in.
do the thing. Note how the Dracons have turned to complete 90, and Keith has placed 1 unit at an exact 92 depth, protecting the flank and guaranteeing that
Right.
the Dracons are fine.
right.
We finally get to see the actual move.
Right. The application thereof. Right.
Right.
So now it looks like Beaner's going to push up, and he's just checking to see what happens if he pushes up everybody. He's going to anchor around that building. Strange to me, but he knows what he's doing.
Because, yeah, that frees up the Dracons to face the other side.
Yeah.
It makes it coming in there. But here's the thing. I don't think he does. Right? He can just stand there and start shooting for bits. So I feel like the Dragons are almost wasted here. I feel like they should have spent this time and energy, like, just fucking off.
Right.
Like, go
Bye,
away.
guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fly over here behind this terrain to avoid getting shot.
Right.
Depending on how much maneuvering you have with this troop, do the same thing but further this way to
Right.
where it's more relevant. I don't think facing this corner does a whole lot for you. Like, they're just not going to walk in.
Right.
Maybe super late game. Okay, so if we play it out, like, takes them a turn or two to pick up the regiment and the Dracon Lord, right? Theoretically. Then I guess it makes it so he can only shove 1 unit in at a time, and then the Dracons pounce and try to kill that unit, and then hopefully don't
munch,
immediately die
yeah.
to the everything else.
The remaining shooting and everything else. Yeah.
Right. But there's just so many pieces. I don't think a single horde of Dracons can just maintain when there's literally like 8
No.
things there.
No. Not with that amount of shooting too.
Right.
27 shots, hitting on 4, pierce 1.
Right.
Please leave now. Down here.
But Keith has turned the table on the left, so
Right. So now the question is, looks like Beaner is checking out. On the one side, does he actually want to move up into those locations? And the answer is yes, he does.
so this time we see the inward tilt,
Yep.
which he did have some wiggle room to do. He definitely had some gaps.
So, question for you:
Yeah.
like in the second ed rulebook, this was the exact example of you can't do this.
This
you
is
stop
the
a charge,
impossible charge.
right? And they were like,
Yeah.
you make it work, right? And now since then,
So-
apparently, like we're not doing this. Right? We're not doing phrasing. You know?
So here's the thing. Impossible charges are an impossible dilemma, is what I've learned in
Okay.
the last 2 years.
Right?
Because if you, I 100% agree with you, this, by definition, is one of the things they are trying to prevent, right?
Right.
Like, the Dracon should be able to charge something here. It's silly that they can't. The only reason they can't is because
It's because of
Alan has
geometry and not
intentionally,
because yes.
right, by the written description of the law,
Right.
right, this is what it is trying to prevent. However, by the written rule of the law, this is fine because the Dracons have other options. They don't have to charge in. They can go do other things.
Oh, but then you always have another option.
Right.
And-
That's
but
so
that's
the problem
crazy,
with
right?
the
'Cause-
rule is
yeah.
that it is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to actually get into a situation where the rule is legitimately applied.
Right.
At least by the written rule. So like, I actually there was one on Fanatics somewhat recently that there was like a horde that was like pinned up against a building and
Yeah.
surrounded on like two sides and had been overrun, and like that like had made it so it could not pivot, could not back up,
Yeah.
literally couldn't do anything, but like was touching a unit and had a potential charge but couldn't fit, and like that was like, okay, this barely
Oh, man.
like actually
See,
qualifies.
I would always
and I
lean
still
on the-
had pushback on it. I had at least two different people who were like, well, the overrun doesn't count as an intentional attempt to block because he didn't know that he was going
right.
to overrun that much. And I'm
Right.
like, but he knew that it could have happened, right? So like he could have chosen not to overrun. He could have chosen not
Oh,
to.
see, that's
right.
so crazy, right? Like at that stage
Right.
of the game, just
Right.
say
The
you can, just say you can
right.
do it.
The
Right.
this is the case. The written
Yeah.
description of the rule
Right.
is literally designed to
Right.
prevent this, right?
And yet here we are, right?
And
So,
and yeah, a lot of the argument becomes on what is the intent, right? Is the intent
Right.
to block it versus not to block it? But the thing is, the rules really can't define player intent,
and that's what you don't.
right,
That's what you don't
which
want.
is why
intent.
the rules
Right.
don't define
Yeah.
intent. They define this situation applies. So yeah. Anyway, that's a long tangent to describe that. Yes, what he's doing is absolutely legal by the written word of
Yeah.
law.
Right.
And certainly they had the ruling at the beginning of the event clarifying that this is how they are doing it.
Yep.
Previous RC have ruled differently in different situations.
Sure.
Some of them might have ruled that this is totally fine for the Dracons to pick a unit and then have that unit aligned to them when they hit.
Right.
The most common case, which did have an RC rule that it was a legal unblockable charge, is the case where you have usually a big flat line engagement,
Yeah.
and then something dies in the middle or
Yeah.
something, and then creates a situation where the leader point of a unit is between two other units that are literally touching it, type of deal.
Right.
And that started its own Fanatics fire, and at that time it was the previous RC, and they were like, this counts as unblockable charging, which was a case of like, again, written
Yeah.
versus intent.
Huh.
So this is why when I keep getting asked for when does it apply, the answer is when the TEO thinks it applies more than anything else.
Because what else can you do, right?
Right. It is impossible to describe every situation as trying to prevent.
It looks
Because
like
how do you write this, right? Like the closest thing you do is an intent of geometry to prevent a charge. But there are things that we consider completely legal for that, right?
like
right, like anchor
Exactly.
against a building, which totally fine, nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
That's kind of what makes it hard to codify,
Yeah.
because we would give up the smart tactical play for this is not smart but mean tactical play, right? It's a conundrum,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, I every time I now just have the same page and a half long description of like, this is the problem,
Right.
and this is why I don't have an answer for you, but I'm going to describe why this is a problem.
And then we'll see what's up, right?
And then it's just like, yeah,
I think a lot of it has to do with. Okay, just to get back to
Yeah.
the game real quick before I offer my opinion. Not that you asked for it.
of course.
But the okay, so it looks like Alan has taken his Wrangler unit, backed it up on the left, on the lower left. I
Yep.
mean, he moved up and made a bunch of measurements, and he thought better of it. So
Yeah.
he's backing up.
Might have been looking to do that in thrall and then
Yeah,
shoot, right?
yeah,
and then determine he
to play
didn't
the
have
game
enough.
with the Dracons and didn't have enough juice, right? In the meantime, he's moving up the character so we can do that trick on the right hand side. And looks like he's going to move up and take the space there to own that token or own that location.
Yep.
But so, not to ask my opinion, but it was seen, but it was seen to me that it would be better and this is my own personal opinion, it would be better, it'd be better for the game. So where, if let's say you have those 3 regiments over there making a little smiley face,
Right.
that you would be able to go in if you can get your unit to touch one of the units,
Right.
and then you would align as much as you can, and the other one butts up to you.
Right.
So as much as you can, the other one butts up to you, and then you're fighting. Right.
Right.
And then once you get done murdering that one unit, the other 2 can then kill you. Because you have all those units there. That's the point of having them there, right?
Right.
As opposed to saying you can't do any damage to me whatsoever.
Right. So
Right.
there's a lot of different workshop things. Because there's also people who don't like the fact that you can anchor to buildings and entirely prevent things that look like they
What I
should
was going
kind
to
of,
say
right?
is like in the follow up to that, if you were to take that to its next push, right?
Right.
Would be yes, I would love
Jack
it.
and ginger?
Yes, I would love another.
Whiskey and Coke.
Whiskey, Coke, would be nice.
Okay, I will be
Thank
right
you.
back.
Would be let's say you have a unit and you can see
Lesser
its
flank,
front,
right.
And you can see the flank. You always at least can charge
The
the
charge
front.
the lesser front is definitely a proposed solution that's been on the books and we've investigated and definitely determined that it was not feasible for a clash change.
Oh
type
yeah, no,
situation,
that is
right?
fourth ed change
We
stuff.
we don't
right?
need that level.
No, that
of,
was oh my god! You want to see pitchforks and torches?
yeah.
Right?
We had withdraw, not another one.
Right.
I do think there's a lot of different ways to try to solve it,
Right.
or to try to at least address it, right? Maybe not perfectly solve it.
Yeah.
One of the ones that I wanted to try to get done was at least for the most common one I see up, which is when you are literally touching the other unit
Yeah,
and
dude.
you still can't do it.
Right.
Like you can charge the flank you are literally touching. It'll be a hindered charge, so you still benefit the player who maybe made the smart tactic.
Right. For sure.
But then
But you're
they at least
touching,
are
right?
doing
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
right? So that was kind of the compromise, and we decided that it just wasn't worth the
It's a lot of
potential-
hoo-ha.
Right,
That's you either have to go wholesale and go, this is what we're doing, right?
Right.
We're going to remove, if you remove withdraw, but
Right,
you also
right.
make it so every time you touch, you're fighting, and you give them more options for touching.
Right.
Which sounds awkward when I say it like that, but still,
Right.
But that's a philosophical change that you would have to do across fourth. Right. And so now none of this is real. I have no idea what's happening in England. I'm just saying, right?
Right. Right. And so I think there are different ways to try to address it. Inevitably, at the end of the day, this is a game with square bases.
Right.
And square bases do not like to touch each other all the time.
But no, and it's a geometric game.
Right.
You know, it actually harkens back to I don't know if you remember a couple years ago there was a Masters game, a Clash game, where a guy had a character, little guy, and he was right behind another unit, but there was this little sliver, so a dragon.
That was the
could come up
dragon,
and
yep,
like
yep,
this,
that
and
was the
just
dragon.
around, and you're like, this is dumb.
Right, right.
It doesn't make any sense to me. What is this? But
Right.
this is technically correct, and so
Right.
the abstraction
So-
of the game is a plus. And then you also get this stuff.
Right. There is a balancing act, right? Because everyone has a different immersion breaking point, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Right.
And typically historical players tend to be toward the gaminess is bad, right? And
right.
then you get the more competitive players tend to be gaminess is good,
It's Oakley Dokley.
right?
This is the game, man. Don't hate the player, right?
And believe it or not, we have a lot of people on both sides of the spectrum and everywhere in between.
Right.
So pleasing everyone is, as usual, a non-starter, but
Pretty thankless, yeah.
right, trying to find some compromises somewhere, right? I definitely think there are better solutions than what we have. It's just that they're big enough changes that we need testing time type stuff.
Sure.
None of this matters. I'm not writing forth. It's his problem now.
Right.
He has my notes.
So, to get back to the game real quick, it looks
Yep.
like...
That was a fun tangent.
Apologies if you didn't care about that. So, it looks like Alan ran in. He put a couple wounds on... Looks like the Phantoms underperformed against the OGs.
They're not that crazy, right? They're only 12 attacks, 4s.
Right.
I think they do have 1 point of crush.
They...
Off top of...
I think so. Yeah.
Maybe not. They might just be nothing. They might just be 4s and 4s. The big thing is that they're fearless in defense 4
Right.
at 12. Yeah, it's no crush, just melee 4.
Right.
So they hit the Silver Breeze, probably did 3 wounds.
Yeah, so Silver Breeze, get out of there. The two units jump over to fight them, leaving
Okay.
the Wranglers facing nothing.
Yep.
Right? The horde
Okay.
slides over.
Yeah.
Right now, Alan's got 1, 2, 3, 4 units staring at a single token with nothing near it.
Yep. And
Right.
because of where the Drakon Lord was, it pushed the regiment further over.
Yep.
Now, the fact that I believe the Void
Right.
Wranglers are not nimble. Please, God, said they are nimble.
I will check. I'm pretty sure they are not.
Yeah. They've got a lot of things because they're a weird blend.
Construction
Yeah, they
strength,
did
elite,
not.
stealthy.
They did not steal nimble because again, the original concept was Shadowhounds. So I think at some point they might have, and that's what my brain is remembering. But eventually it changed to what they are now, which is Leapers as the merged unit.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Right, so they don't have nimble, so they
Yep.
don't actually get it. But yeah, without nimble, I think he's kind of jammed. He can move the one unit forward.
He's going to get shot a little bit, but he's not going to get
Right,
shot a lot of
right.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's a good move by Keith. Redirect the again. He's got the speed, right? So play the speed.
Right.
Try to keep that force concentration aiming at different locations. But yeah, I think Keith is just gonna pour on more shots here wherever he can squeeze them.
Yeah. Which he should, right? I mean, he takes a couple units off and get the superiority. It's really interesting. He backed up, and he must have known, like, he needed to wait to see which way Alan was going to go.
Right.
And then he's going to go in the other direction.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
I mean, when you're speed,
Thank you, sweetie.
you're welcome. When you're speed 10 on most of the stuff that is like maneuverable for lack of better words, right? And he was very patient with the Drakons, like, but the regiments do have nimble, so he can do things like 10 pivot,
Right.
keep pivoting, keep wrapping constantly.
Yeah.
The Horde's the only one that doesn't, and I assume he bought it Jesse's boots.
But the Horde has the boost, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. If
Yeah.
it doesn't, I'd be shocked. Oh, he has 2 Hordes. Where's the? Yeah, it's over there. So one is Jesse's boots, and the other's just naked. So
Yep.
I assume the one that's up there at the top is the one playing with Jesse's
Right.
boots.
Oh, Keith is moving the Stormwind up.
This also means that we are definitely top of 4.
Yeah.
4.
Moving up again, staying out of the effective range of the Wranglers, it looks like. Without magical help.
Here. We were going like breakneck pace, and then it like completely slowed
Slow
down,
down a little bit, yeah.
right to the point where we were able to hold edge on unblockable
Oh my god,
charges.
seriously, right?
Yeah, they must have dropped so much hot time in the finagling from
Right.
Alan there. And no serious pickups either. Blade Stuckers are still in it. The Horde's
Yeah.
still in it. Horde's still in the same spot.
Right. Both of them, I think, lost a regiment,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So Wranglers to Blade Stalkers, call it a day, right?
Right.
So,
The Blade Stalker's a little bit more on the points end, but had the range
Negligible.
advantage. Right.
Negligible.
They're
Right.
almost similar units.
yeah. So now Keith is going to lay down the pew-pews.
Yep.
So here comes the troop. And some more.
Yep.
This will be the Horde. Yep.
I feel like this is I mean, I guess Dustin's giving it a decent amount of shooting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
All from the dwarf side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything. Yes.
It's
Right.
it's the first game where we've really seen guns on both sides.
Right.
Of the table,
Right. They both had that option, right?
Because like Tyler's game, Tyler versus Scott. Tyler had a little bit of shooting. Scott had, I think, literally
He had
none.
none. Yeah.
Which respect.
Right?
Just skipping a whole phase of the game. And then we had Dustin with the dwarves, but almost nothing minus Bane Chant, pretty much.
Sure.
And then
nothing
now
to
we
speak of,
have
right?
this is a legitimate shootout.
Yeah. So we're shooting this time from the Blade Stalkers. Pew pew pew.
Yep, Elite's a good
We
roll.
roll a couple ones.
Yep.
Hit all the time.
Looks like he got at least a wound. Yep, up to what I think is 3 there. Which is definitely not a break on a 5.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought these were game breaking.
And not when you're shooting stealthy stuff
No, certainly
through cover.
not, right?
Yeah. Like the fact that he's getting 2 potential hits even honestly
Yeah, I
is pretty
know.
solid. Yeah.
Right.
It's not like he's running under, it's just stealthy and cover.
And now he's gonna. Looks like he's attacking with the in melee.
Yep.
He's gonna roll some hits.
Don't get stealthy against this though.
No, you certainly
So,
don't.
gets
I
flatted.
see exactly where you are.
Yep.
Right.
So yeah. And they are Dracons, right? So we're looking at Thunder 1 Crush 1
Oh, yeah.
elites on 3s.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a mess.
Defense 4, yeah, it's 2s.
Go, yeah, move that out of the way, will you? Nobody needs those trees.
Yep.
There we go.
Wow.
Once.
Yep. On the Phantoms. Now,
Ska music is playing in the background. Oh man.
I still don't know that that's like, this is another one of these snakes where it's like, is it a snakes? Yes. Is it even like a correct, like it is an actual snakes? Because there's clearly enough wounds there
Oh,
to
yeah,
break it, right?
Right.
It is an actual snakes, but I don't think it's like a Ogie's like
Because it's
screw
not
because
like
of it,
it's not
right?
like Alan is going to be able to maneuver and take advantage totally of that.
Right, because as we're seeing here, yeah, he can't even.
He can't even back up.
Right, yeah.
He's flush against the building.
Yep. So
Right.
like
So he can't even.
the Phantoms, the best option he has would be to try to sidestep, but he can't.
Right.
Because he can't successfully disengage.
Right.
So
So he just kind of sits there.
Yep, and because he's engaged, he can't shoot him. So
Ruh-roh.
he's in a good spot there.
Really?
Right. Like I don't think that Snakes is bad
Huh.
for Keith at all.
I didn't even think of that. So he
yeah.
can't. He has to be able to make the inch in order to disengage.
Correct.
Right. And so
Yep.
he can't just say I disengage.
Yep.
Okay.
And withdraw's the same problem, right? You have to be able to fully get out of that inch, and he's buttressed against the building.
Right. And so now what he's going to do, he's going to push one unit up, come around the corner, shoot, try to disorder the Dracons, make it so the Dracons then one-on-one, right, without TC.
It's bottom. Let's play bottom of turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this becomes interesting because so he can want this one around, right?
Yep. Which he's gone.
Yep.
Right.
Uh,
And then if Keith opts to take it and just beat him up, cool. But then he's going to get shot again.
right.
And then he's also got that. Is that a thing of soul flares back there too? So he will get double charged.
Oh yeah.
Well, if he can fit both units,
If he can fit.
if he can fit both units, right?
Yeah. Now here's the trick. They will disorder them, and that will strip the fly though, so it will basically pin him in that corner.
Right.
Um,
He will be able to charge,
yes.
right? He'll just pivot. That'll be his only option,
Right.
right? To do something useful.
He's and if the Phantoms don't countercharge the regiment, I feel like that would be a mistake.
Right. Okay.
Because he does have that option. He can countercharge. Right. So he'd at least. I guess he can potentially. Actually, no. I guess you countercharge the Lord, because then you can shoot the regiments. At that point, it would become disengaged.
Right.
But it would be cover. So that at least helps him a little bit.
Right.
The biggest thing here is going to be the wasted turn, right? Like you wanted the Phantom's gone now, so then you can do
get out of
stuff,
dodge,
right?
right.
Or at least charge, right? It doesn't even have to be getting out of dodge, just not just getting shot on the turn.
All right. So now, okay, Alan is very smart. He moves up. He's going to pivot in such a way that he still has line of sight to the Dracons, right? But makes it so that the Dracons can't charge him.
Gonna try to
because
do
the
another one of
building
these.
is in the way,
Yep,
right?
Yep. Easiest way to check if he can make the pivot is do a straight line from the center point to the center point.
Right.
Uh,
Here comes all the templates. Keith has opened his
yeah.
legal folder. It's made.
Yeah.
I could land here. I could go here.
Yep.
Right.
That looks like a clean block to me.
That is amazing. Well done.
Yep.
After all my talking, see that I have no problem with for some
Right,
reason.
exactly.
Right?
See?
Because you're using the terrain to your
Right,
advantage,
right,
as opposed to
right.
being like, I am my own terrain.
But it is a
Right.
mixture of both the terrain and the units, right? So, like, what's the
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
See, we start
Right.
getting into that nitty gritty.
There it is.
Yeah, it is a. Because like one of the best examples actually is we don't have it in this game, but we kind of had it in Tyler's game. So like, let's say you've got that building, right?
Yep.
And you anchor the first unit to that building and
Yep.
say that nothing can charge the flank of this unit because the flank of the unit is literally in the side of the
Safest
building.
houses.
Right.
Literally.
If you have a second unit and you anchor that second unit to the side of the first unit, is it now being blocked by the terrain or is it being blocked by the first unit? Yeah, see my point? Like it starts getting tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess.
it is the nightmare scenario. It has kept me up for so
You are
many
mildly
nights.
convincing me.
Yeah.
I still don't like it.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? I'm just saying that it's not that we haven't thought.
That's right. No,
Right.
trust me. All you guys do
Yeah,
is
yeah.
think, right? As opposed to me, who just opines, right?
You wouldn't be a dwarf player if you didn't grumble.
That's true.
So-
True. All right, Beener is doing the shuffle. He's backing up. He's getting tired of getting shot. Just making sure he's outside of 20. Keith has a stick for that. There we go.
Yeah, is he finally going to start? I don't think we've actually seen a whole lot of the like
No.
what was supposed to make this list
Well,
this interesting gimmick list.
I think the thing that's happening is that Keith, because he's long, because he has bigger distance,
Right.
and he's nimble and he's got a lot more options.
yeah.
He's not allowing Beener to do the
Yeah,
get into
yeah.
a position
He's
to do
keeping
it.
just
the
out
minute
of the
he
sweet
moves
spot.
up to commit to that, man, he better kill what he's touching, and he
Right.
has to kill it and have nothing else that can punish him.
Right.
Right? Because once he starts getting disordered and stuff, he's got nothing. I mean, he's got crush one.
Right,
He's got
right.
40 attacks of crush one hitting on forest, so it's not nothing. But still, right?
I think Alan, and this is me. I don't know Alan well enough to know how he plays. I don't know that he needed to bunker, and in fact, I think bunkering gave Keith a strategic advantage because the reason that I think Alan cannot execute his strategy is because Keith has been able to wrap all the way around.
Yeah.
And had he not,
If it was a straight line in, you could come up, put
Right.
3 units on something.
and then here's the thing: if Alan creates a straight line or a straight enough line, right?
Yep.
You leave a couple units behind to prevent some jump overs, like some other
Sure.
stuff, right? Just enough. Yes, Keith can try to force concentrate on one side, but it's speed 20. And the irony about speed 20, one of the other complicated things we're running into, getting balance decisions at least,
Okay.
is that shooting units actually alpha strike fast
Oh,
units
yeah.
because they can
Because they
move
have-
and then
and
shoot,
shoot,
right?
yep.
So it's that effective range that
Effective
everyone likes to
range,
talk
yeah.
about, right?
It's like the range
So
of 30 on a glade stock, right?
right, so the effective range of wind blast is functionally like 24, 26 here,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
So yes, he's got to come into charge range, but he can come into charge range and then push him back out.
Right.
And then with the one unit he does want to kill, he can come into that charge range, but then pull them closer.
Right.
So like rather than trying to do this pull the one unit, kill
Just
it, and then push it
you
out.
go away,
Right.
you-
You go
I'm gonna
away.
eat
You
you,
come in.
your friends get to watch,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Exactly. And I think if he had deployed not in a bunker, then
That gives
that
him more
allows him
options
to
for that?
actually do that. Now that said, the bunker makes a lot of sense with how the objectives are set up.
Sure.
It makes a lot of sense with how the building up there is set up.
Oh,
It sounds like snakes somewhere.
no. Okay, shooting over there.
I missed whatever the jump of joy was.
Right?
Might have been an enthrall in trying to pull it closer or something.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, now we're seeing some wind blast.
Yeah, he's pushing some
Yeah.
stuff around.
Yep. But yeah, I think that curve is definitely preventing that kind of like alpha strike shot.
Shooting.
There's no, yeah, those soul flares are just out there. I guess
floating around.
I guess he's just blocking line of sight. I guess that's the thought. He's allowing himself to move in other places and stop shooting against
Yeah,
other
yeah, yeah. Hey,
things.
cut that out, right? Yeah.
But it's still sacking a soul flare regiment. I don't know that I like that. I guess he doesn't have anything else to chap with, and they can be chapped in a pinch.
Right. So he's
Maybe the pressure he's shooting is just enough to where like he feels that he has to stall for unit strength getting shot off of other places.
right. What more?
All right, so we're seeing wounds being dealt to.
Looks like he fought the Drakon Lord like he should, yeah.
Yeah. Well, ooh, but he didn't shift over. He's supposed to shift
Can he?
over to the. No. Oh, sorry. You're right. He's fighting in melee.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's so maybe the jump was that he didn't disorder.
Maybe.
Either
yeah.
the horde or the
Yeah, that
regiment or
could
something
be,
like that. That would have been a pretty big reason to jump. Ooh, that's a spicy roll.
Okay, do it again.
That's
And
not
there's a
spicy.
5 and
Okay,
everything's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, now we're over to Keith's 5.
Yeah, I mean, the turns are going fast.
Flying along.
This is definitely elf in my mind, where I'm like, the dragons aren't there to alpha strike. They're there to wait till the last minute.
Right. So now do Threnny and Seaguard just go in and solve that problem. Then they're actually standing there.
Okay, so here's the thing. Alan's still sitting on 3, right? Or, well, 4, technically, if he
If he shoots the other unit
turns the
backwards,
Phantom literally 180 degrees and walks to inches. He's
Yeah.
got it. So he's got 4. He's still technically contesting up in the kind of top right. Like, those units that were supposed to be outnumbered horribly are now not due to the
Right.
building being in an awkward spot. That was good play by Keith to effectively kind of bait him into the choke point too much.
Right.
Or potentially it was Alan abusing the building so much that it actually worked against him.
Yeah, right.
So it's
So because that unit was not disordered, now Keith is playing the what can he
yeah,
gain?
yeah.
Right.
Okay, so that must have been the jump as the
Yeah.
Drakon horde's in play.
Or
But
the
he can't
regiment
fit
looks like.
regardless.
Yeah, the Draken.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it looks like this is a question of either the horde and or the regiment. They might have to pick up that building, which is going to get awkward. Or just do some smart laser. There's ways to do it.
Right.
You could put the arc on the other side of the unit and laser
Yeah.
through it. Okay. But I still think, yeah, so Keith did double charge the soul flares, shocking no one.
Yeah.
But the downside of that is he picks up the soul flares and then he still has to clean up 2 void Wrangler
Regiments.
units.
Yeah.
Yep. And I still think he's got a good advantage on the left side, or specifically the left bottom,
Right.
where he has the unit strength advantage and the Lancers. But distinctly, they're kind of playing a staring contest there.
Yeah. I mean, Keith creeps in, he creeps back, he creeps,
Right.
Alan's creeping back, right?
Which, that's the thing, Keith can't overcommit because the Soul Flares are right there.
Right.
And right in front of his unit, it's also speed 7.
And he's got essentially 3 units of Wranglers that can turn. The one is facing, the one is
Right.
facing, and the other one
You can
moves
you
around.
can do ice elemental
Right.
things.
What? Yeah.
Right,
it
yeah,
is.
where you can turn and burn if you need to.
Goddamn nightmare. All right, so in comes. So he leaves, counter charges. Drakon Regiment goes into the front of the one Wrangler unit. Drakon Lord looks like he's going to.
I mean, it looks fresh too. I don't think it has any wounds.
No.
I don't.
But he's going to stop him from getting shot
Yeah.
by that unit, but not
Right,
the other.
right.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I guess it's a case where it just doesn't really matter, right? Because it was going to get shot regardless. So this was at least Keith gets to
Yeah.
kind of decide his
Do
own
something
fate,
with it,
right?
yeah.
Right. Like better do something than nothing.
Right.
So certainly it makes up for the double ones on the Phantoms in the previous turn.
Oh my God.
So theoretically, you should pick up the Phantoms. Theoretically, you should at least do some damage to that regiment. I
Right.
don't think you kill it.
So he's going to charge forward. He's going to keep with the pew pew.
You'd have to get a pretty spicy.
It's a lot. Yeah,
combat.
right.
Not impossible. Elves, threes, and rerolling ones is always a nice combination.
Sure, right.
And I don't know if those units have wounds on them, frankly. They could have some wounds that are built up.
Right. Well, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, Alan uses the dice trays.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Right. I will be back.
Yep. Okay, so we are seeing Keith, it looks like, move forward to try to pressure Alan on the left. He's functionally abandoned that counter, which I do find to be a little interesting. Here we go. This is to prevent Wind Blast from pushing him in a way that would not allow him to charge stuff, while also staying out of line of sight of the unit in front of him. It's a little tricky to see what the long-term game plan is. Soul players are looking for options. Keith is checking that. Keith might abandon the left side bottom token to overwhelm the center bottom, thinking that he's going to win either the top right or the middle, basically middle right. I don't know, though. I feel like Alan still has an advantage in that he is sitting on functionally 4 of the objectives. And until Keith changes that, whether or not it's through a last-minute dive on the top of 6 or a slow attempt to shoot off a couple specific units, I don't know. Ooh. A 6 nerve on something. 5 picks up the Phantoms, presumably. Whoa. Wow. Looks like the Drakon Lord almost failed to kill the Phantom Troop.
You're being requested for a minute.
Oh. Hold on.
You guys get Jeremy. Matt has to step away for a second. Hope you're enjoying this elf on elf violence. Okay, so let's take a look at what's happening. Oh, Mr. Rossi is.
What's up?
Matt's gotten selected. He's got to go answer some questions.
For what?
Yeah.
So what is happening here? What did I miss?
Well, I'm just coming to this table for the first time.
Oh, okay. So
How's it been going?
it's been Keith has been playing very cagey, very patient, as you would expect.
Yeah.
Essentially what we have here is, okay, so it looks like, yeah, okay, so he murdered them, and now he has free reign for the last turn of the game to do some more shooting, maybe move over and try to take a token, but essentially, Alan deployed all of his Wranglers, refused flank, moved up, and Keith just kind of
Doing
back, right?
trying to find those flanks, get around the corner. If you
Yeah,
can.
and so right now, Heath is, I think he realizes it's go time. Well, I say it's go time, right? But he's got this turn, he's got next turn, and that's it. And right now, he is essentially losing 4-3,
Gotcha.
right? So he has to either take the one on the right in front of Alan's head, or he has to take the one in the upper right-hand corner,
Uh huh.
right?
Yeah.
He does have a horde of Dracons that can fly over and land on that upper right token.
Gotcha, yeah.
The down, he'll have unit strength 3, and the Wrangler's unit strength 2, but that could easily become 4, right? And more importantly, Alan went second.
Which in pillage is
It's a giant difference.
It's a big
giant
difference. Yeah.
Right.
You have that last chance that you know exactly what unit strength's going to be where.
Right, and more importantly for Alan's list, because it's shooting and push-pull, like, he also knows, as he sets up at the end of his 5, that he knows that Keith is going to have to be on some of those tokens on 6. So he's going to punish him when
Yes.
he lands them, right?
Because Keith has no choice. He's got to get
gotta
on those
do it.
tokens.
He's got to
right?
do something, right?
Yeah.
So it looks like it is Alan's 5, and he is charging.
Now it looked to me, did Allen do a kind of denied flank deployment? Did he kind of just?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Which against all that speed is a good tip when you're trying to learn how to deploy against a lot of speed.
Sure.
Pick a side of the board and stay on that
Right,
side.
which I never do with dwarves, and I totally should. So, 15 years of playing those.
So have you guys talked about, Rossi, about the 1 year that everyone's bringing dwarves?
15.
You as the old cheap dwarf players now playing dwarves.
I mean, really, you can make an argument that Alex Chavez is the OG.
Oh, well, that is
right?
true.
Let's
Yeah.
be honest. Right? I just do it out of stubbornness. He does it when he wins. But, yeah, 15 dwarf lists. Right?
That's just incredible.
I don't know. I still take the field.
Yeah.
Dustin notwithstanding.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. And that's the thing with Masters, because even after day 1, we're playing 6 games, right?
Right.
As opposed to on a normal 5-day game tournament, through day 1, you only have 2 games left. So you have a little bit better idea
Of, like, who's who and what's what.
what's what. Right
Yeah.
now, we don't know shit.
Right.
You know, we
Okay.
got 3 more games tomorrow, which
Right.
3 games,
and
anything
more
can
importantly,
happen.
everybody's really good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right? So it's not like,
Yeah.
you know, you
For
gotta-
sure. Exactly.
So he's moving up to butt up right against the lip of that terrain. He's got 4 unit strength sitting there. And once again, he's going to have to, if Keith wants it, he's going to have to commit to taking it. Right?
Yeah.
And based on the board layout, that's probably his best bet right now.
Yeah.
Right, is to try to take that piece there. If he goes for the one on the upper right, it's going to end up being a problem. You know?
Yeah.
Because the extra units over there offer a lot of redundancy, right?
And having that ability to be able to move your opponent's units during your turn,
Oh, so good.
so good.
So good.
Yeah. What's interesting, because with Twilight Kin, it saw a lot of things get adjusted, and I think some of the other units, like the Wranglers, they were kind of under the radar.
Yeah.
Because the other stuff was so good that once that stuff got adjusted, I think people saw some of the power of
But
the
it really
Wranglers.
was impressive. 14 attacks with,
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's 4s and 4s to hit in shooting and 4s to hit melee.
Yeah.
But they also have Pierce 1, Crush 1, right?
They're just consistent.
Yeah.
They're consistent in whatever you want them
Whatever
to
you're
do.
going to do, you know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
You're going to get this kind of output.
You can
It's
get
done.
some value from them no
Right.
matter what you're having them do.
Oh. All right. So
Okay.
we're going to disengage and turn to the left, and we're going to shoot with everything up at that regiment. This is what we're going to do and try to make it go away. And another thing is that that regiment on the upper right-hand corner,
Yeah.
really good play by Alan. He positioned it in such a way that the horde of Dracons could not charge him, and he was still able to shoot.
Oh,
Dracons.
nice.
Yeah.
Denying that space.
Denying it, right, because of the building. It was really
Cool.
well done. Yeah.
Awesome. Hope you guys are having a great time. We're having a great time. Come to U.S. Masters next year.
Do it.
Do it.
Saddlemeyer was the one saying.
Oh, I see. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Was a very important question, at least. So for the players, which makes sense.
Right. So it's
What have I
it's-
missed?
It's Beaner's 5, and on the upper right-hand side, he has taken the 2 regiments of Wranglers and turned them. So he's backed up. He's turned them. So he's going to look at the
Regiment of
regiment.
Dracon
Yep,
shoot it.
he's going to shoot it and try to make it go away. Looks like. I believe this is happening now.
Yep.
And then in the lower left, in order to protect that token, he's moved up the Soul Flare Regiment and the Regiment of Wranglers behind, facing off against the Dracons and the Silver Breeze. Or it's Dragon, Silver Breeze, and Storm. So here comes some wounds, here comes some more wounds. Is he going to shoot with some more? Maybe he will. Comes. Another 5 wounds. And more shooting, more better. That was Blood Boil. Shot him with Blood Boil afterwards. So he did a bunch of wounds, and he Blood Boiled him afterwards, and that's what that roll was. So 3 dice worth of wounds. Probably not looking good for that regiment.
Sorry, still playing catch up in my head.
Yep.
All right. So clean up the Soul Flares in the upper left. Yep. Move forward. It looks like the Wrangler Regiment to fill the gap, though, which is interesting. I know Keith, when I walked away, was pressuring in the bottom left corner.
Yep.
Which looks like Alan did not move forward enough to engage. They're still kind of staring chicken at each other.
Yep.
My comment, and this has not changed, is that I still think that Alan's in a not terrible spot because he's currently chilling on 4 objectives, right? So he's still in a decent spot. Fighting-wise, Keith will get top of 6, and this is when he's going to dive.
Yeah, he has to, right?
Right. And so if you look at the positioning, so Alan has prepared for that. He realizes that that's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So, these Soul Flares are blocking off line of sight to prevent something from being able to dive in, meaning the only option would be to fly in and give a flank, which is not a good idea, right? Or at least hit it, try to kill it with a hindered charge, and then overrun to get onto the objective.
Right.
But then Alan's in the bottom of the turn, right? So you just wind blast him.
Yeah,
There's
there's a couple wounds on this and that. Right.
He did pick up the Dracon Regiment at the top, which is a big deal because that was keeping a lot of his stuff pinned up. And had he not picked that up, the Dracon Horde might have been enraged to jump on that center.
The center, the center, right.
He might still do that. He might use the Dracon Lord to get in the way of the other units.
Right, just park in front.
Right. I still think that would be a bad situation for Keith because I think those units will then just ignore the Lord and start shooting.
Right. The other option is to take all 4 of that unit strength and dump it on that upper right one.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe not the first line down, but...
Yeah, as long as he's poking it.
Right. What he's thinking.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to do.
Right, so is this... It looks like it's Keith 6.
Yep.
So Keith 6. Jesus. All right. Well, here comes... He's made a decision. He doesn't want to go down to the one in the middle because then everything will do all the things.
Keep top 6.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what do you do down there, right?
Well, I don't know that Keith can win without a turn 7. He's not even occupying the 3 that he's supposed to have, right? He doesn't even have his back bottom left corner.
He will, though. I mean, the
I don't know that he can do
Silver
that.
Breeze are going to moonwalk over there, aren't they?
I think he has to have them to stop Wind Blast. I think what's going to happen... So here's... He has 2 units that he might be able to do with it, but the problem here is that he's positioned the Soul Flares in such a way that even if Keith kills them, he overruns, he has to, he moves up, he's going to be, on the objective, but not, comfortably on it, right? And then Wind Blast pushes this unit right back off of the objective, right? So this
Right.
Drakon Rider regiment presumably
Right.
goes right back, and then he doesn't have it anyway. So to prevent that, he has to have one of these other units not fight and has to block the wind blast out.
Right.
And the only one that I think can actually do that is this unit. I think he has to move this up, he has to take the charge, and he has to pivot this unit in such a way that like the corner is buttressed.
Interesting.
Which I still don't think actually stops him from being blasted off.
No.
I think that's the issue.
No, I
just
no,
don't
no, no.
think he has a way of doing it.
I don't think so. But if he takes the Sea Guard in the upper left, those two are his. He takes the Silver Breeze and he walks them backwards with the and he puts them at the very front of the token, right?
Right.
And he owns it. Or he could actually, geez, it's an expensive doorstop, but he could do it with the Stormwind too,
Right.
right? Because they're nimble. So do the same thing. He's there. Actually, it's a bigger base size, so he has to push him back even further to get him off.
Right, right.
And then he takes that frees up the Dracon's plate and the Silver Breeze to go in and just mess around and kill something.
Right.
But that gives him 3, and if he takes the one in the upper right-hand corner, that gives him 4.
Right.
Right?
I'm curious what he's going to do with the Lancers. That's, I think, the big question for me.
Right.
Because right now, I think the only thing they can see is the Soul Flares, but they can't technically see
They
them
can't
right
see
now at all.
anything until the
Right.
Dracons go.
So he has to either move the Dracons. Right. Like, I don't know why he's checking this because he can't see it. So maybe he's going to try to laser it and see if there's a possibility to draw like a wonky.
Maybe. If I move this unit here,
Oh, is he trying to see if he can just make it there?
just run by it.
Yeah. Speed 9, right? So 18 inches.
Well, is he measuring the Dracon horn there? Because the Dracon regiment.
This looks like a Drakon regiment,
Yeah.
not the regiment. But I still don't think he can actually make it into combat. And I also don't think he can, like, you know?
Is he just
Yeah, he's
squeezing
within
as
the
much
inches.
crap?
Yeah.
How many shapes can I pile into the circle?
Right. I know that they're nimble, but I don't think they're that. Right. And the issue here is that, cool, you are on the circle, but you're not going to be next turn.
No.
You're on the top.
Right.
I think he has to try to kill and overrun with 2 hinder units into Soul Flares, and then hope that one he just
Right.
whiffs the Wind Blast.
Now that being said, it's turn 6, and I would imagine he has about 42 minutes left on his clock, so he could.
Yeah, they have been playing fast,
know what I
right?
mean?
Like, look at the rest of the room. Fucking
Yeah.
no one is done.
No, not even close.
Basically. So yeah, we're still plenty of time on wherever their clock is hiding.
Now,
Yeah, so this is. I feel like moving the Dracons and using the Silver Breeze is the better option, at least in terms of output, right? Because you're talking at 16 dice on 3s and 3s,
right?
4s and 3s,
Is that
but
a
with a
character there? Is that what he's doing? He's charging you.
I think he's.
He's looking
Oh,
to see
is
if
there
he
a
can
character
touch,
behind
and
the Soul
then
Player?
yeah. So he's looking to see if he can touch and then do the janky thing we talked about earlier.
I don't know that matters though, because you can't see it. You can't see the character. Yeah. I just don't think he has a way to actually get it. Yeah, I think he's actually exclaiming that it's perfect. It's perfect. I
Well,
can't
he's
get
not
it."
just saying
Yeah.
that; he's yelling, "I got 30 minutes!" So he's totally
Oh,
right.
or
yeah.
he can just play everything. Yeah, this is turn
Right.
6 with 30 minutes. On the
Right.
clock.
Well,
Holy God.
here comes the thinking. What other controversial topic would you like to talk about for the next 28 minutes? Got anything you want to talk about? We good?
I could explain smart charges, but I don't have a diagram.
No,
and
we're good.
I don't want to do stuff with
Now
that
imagine my
diagram.
hand is like this, and then, right?
Yeah. That's the other thing. I will happily explain stuff with bases so I can show
Oh, yeah.
it.
No,
Because
right.
trying to describe things, like writing it out, I'm like, nope. It's like whenever people are asking for clarifications online, I open up UB and start
it's the only
posting
way.
units. Yep, like,
It's like reading comics over the phone.
yeah,
And then in the second panel, Marmaduke is really big. Oh, good.
right.
It's fun. Yes, I'm old. Marmaduke. Yeah. There you go.
Okay, but see, here, I do have a question for you. Here we go. I have a controversial question that has to do with lore, as
I'm
someone
ready.
who writes
Okay,
books.
yeah.
Because that's something that it may surprise you. My extent of knowledge on the lore as an RC member is whenever I need to find a justification for a rule,
Yeah.
I'll look in it and I might be like, okay, they've got this cool theme thing, or like if I want to find a name, I'll go be like, okay,
Right.
there's this cool like city or something. Like for the Twilight Kin Navigator Legacy of Oscan was the name of the actual rule itself
Yeah.
because it's referencing
Saying Oscan,
the fallen
right?
one,
Yeah, yeah,
Oscan,
yep.
right? Which is how the Night Stars came about. Yeah,
Sure.
So yeah, I put some thought into that. That's about the most I know about the lore.
Right. Okay.
But then, so dwarves, right? Do the books ever go into detail? Like, do they have any sort of like rock-based upbringing, like were they like carved out of mountains or something?
Yeah. So essentially,
Okay, they were. Okay.
Yes, well,
There
I mean,
is
according to
something
their
that.
according to their mythology and
Okay.
their understanding, they are tied to the primogenitor named Dianet, who is the mother.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
mother of the earth,
yep.
right? And essentially, her tears
Okay.
created the dwarves. Like
Okay,
essentially wore
gotcha.
the rocks away, and then they,
So liquid created the dwarves.
yeah, well, yeah, right. So you would imagine it'd be alcoholic, but whatever, right? So yeah,
Right. Right.
right. Actually, Ben does a really good job of exploring a lot of that in Pride of a King, right?
Okay.
He has a couple different
I'm gonna pretend that I've
characters.
read all the
No, it's fine. You
Yeah.
don't have to, right?
I gotta actually at some point just use the like, hey, so it would be beneficial for my work if I had access to all the lore books in a digital format, so I
Right.
can go through and read them. Hey, Mantic,
Right? Could you please hook
yeah,
a brother
yeah,
up?
hook
right?
me up.
Oh, okay. So now Keith, on the lower left-hand side, it looks like he's running his 2-unit strength next to the other Wrangler 2-unit strength.
Right.
So he's contesting that. He's taking his Stormwind,
Okay.
charging the
Yeah,
Soul Flyers.
I
right?
think this is the best viable play that he has
Agreed.
because it ties it. He can't be charged by that unit, which means the most that he can do is back up and shoot it and get the exact same benefit except without the double.
Right.
He could also still wind blast it off, though, realistically.
But,
Our overlay here is technically covering the edge of the board there, but if
Yep.
we look, there is room to push them off.
All right. So now it's fly the Silver Breeze up
Right.
to be in the way,
Yeah.
or just charge
So
with
yeah,
the
I think
main
he's
attack.
determining that charging gets line of sight, blocked up.
It should. Base
Yeah.
size is bigger, head size is taller, right?
I definitely think he's hindered because he would have had to pivot pretty much straight 90-90.
Well, it depends. If he moves the Drakon, yeah, he does.
Yeah,
I
he
was
would
gonna
have.
say if he moves the Drakons first, it's not a big deal. So the question is,
Sure.
if he move the Drakons, he moves them there.
Right. So
So
the
he moves
downside here, and this is why I think that Keith's cooked either way, is that Alan's got a Soul Flare regiment right there that can flank the Dracons. He's got the 2 regiments of shooting that could potentially hit the Dracons.
Yeah.
He could potentially have 3 regiments of shooting that could hit the Dracons. He's got presumably some casters floating around somewhere. Like,
I'm not a huge fan.
yeah.
But
He's got options. I definitely think Alan is in a commanding, should win by at least one objective.
right.
And then the question is, can he win attrition? And I don't think he can actually squeak out anymore.
So I think I'm running out of batteries.
Uh-oh. Did someone click the shutter? That's a good catch. Troubleshooting problems. So that's plugged in.
Where am I plugged into? Here?
No, we're good.
If I bomb out, sorry, I'll just over your shoulder.
Yeah, worst case scenario, that'll be the solution.
Right.
I think
This
you're
game's
still.
gonna go on for another 3 minutes.
According to Nick, I think he said that laptop runs out of power no matter what, unless it's plugged in. So,
Oh,
but it was
okay.
okay as long as it was. So,
Right.
fingers crossed that that's the case.
Oh, good.
Um,
I have no idea how long it's been doing it. I don't know,
Right.
But
Yeah. Fingers crossed. If not, it'll go to break here in a second.
right.
All right, back to where we were.
Right, so
Hopefully,
So Keith is thinking, and there is a lot of discussion between the two of them.
he had what 30 minutes, and I'm sure he spent 10 of them now.
He's going to use it. I mean, okay, so we're going to put our
Yeah.
units back where they were. We're going to think through this again, right?
Yeah.
What if
So But what does this actually solve, right? Because he's still going to get the horde shot to little itty bitty pieces.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's going to have 4 units able to shoot, right? Like, he does not have to charge it. He can just shoot it. And even if he doesn't shoot it, there's a regiment of soul flayers right there.
Do you take the Drakon Lord and do you charge the 1 unit of Wranglers in the middle and disorder it?
Yeah, right.
Right? And then you take the Silver Breeze and you charge the other unit and you disorder it. And then you take your Horde and you land it behind the Lord and kind of get shot with 2 as opposed to 4 and call it a
Right.
day.
So that would create some interesting turn 7 situations, I think, because what would happen, and that does actually not sound too unappealing. I still don't think it's good for Keith. Because, again, this is the unit I'm worried about. And that's what he's using to block it off now, which
Okay.
means that now I think the solution for him is these all have line of sight. He might even be able to strip cover out of the equation for some of them. He's just going to machine gun down this and hope he kills it.
Yep.
And we're looking at, let's generously say, 2 units with cover and 2 without. So that's 28 on 4s and 5s. And then 28 on 5s and 5s, right? So just volume of dice
Dead unit, dude.
alone,
It's dead
right?
unit,
Like,
right?
And I think that's what you should do in that case. I think you just gamble on doing that. And yeah, other than that, like, he puts his Phantom. So that the other thing is that this loses him the Drakon Lord, because if you're those Soul Flayers, you should charge the Drakon.
It develops much.
Right. Yeah. I liked your idea better of charging the Drakon Lord here,
Yeah.
because then he could protect it with these, and then
Yeah.
he's only taking the flank there, potentially, which is painful. But that opens up turn 7. This Drakon Lord can snipe this,
Yeah.
and like steal the or the bottom right corner.
Right. And to be honest, was 24 attacks on the flank or getting shot 70 something times.
Right. They're
Like,
still both pretty. Yes.
I'd rather take 24 shots or 24 attacks on the flank and get shot 70 whatever.
56.
It's too many.
56 shots. Not counting any characters, because I don't even know where his characters are at this point.
Right. He's
So,
got
like,
2 characters floating around over
Right,
there.
right. I see at least 1, at least 2.
And there's another one up in the corner.
Yeah. So he's got 3.
Right.
Insert something that either has Blood Boil, or maybe that's in play, right?
He does have Blood Boil in play. He used it
Right,
earlier.
right. Which, kudos to him. That's the first time I think I've seen it in a Twilight Kid list, which is cool.
In this list, it's good.
I just
right?
wish the rest of the list did make me vomit. But this is typically when you see Blood Boil, is when you see a
Right.
big shooting focusing list.
So, as an aside, okay, things are happening. Here comes.
All right, where are we going? That was
shooting.
Hits.
He is shooting into
Oh, it's
that.
shooting.
Yeah,
Okay.
shooting into the unit of Soul Flayers. He does 3 wounds, and
Wait, no, can't be that unit. He's shooting the character. Yeah, and I actually think that was the right call.
yeah.
Because so these Soul Flayers are just superseded here, right?
got
Like,
it. Yeah. Right.
So that character was actually creating a second layer of protection.
Oh,
to where
and he
even
shot
if
it off.
killed-
He shot it
Right.
off.
So
the-
now he has a chance to overrun and steal that token,
awesome.
which is still very dependent on Alan not being able to solve things on his turn.
Agreed.
But killing a character, big
but
deal.
removing the
Also removes
character
one of
and-
those wind blasts,
That's
right?
right.
Like lots
right.
of things.
So all this talk about he'll wind blast them back. All of Beaner's characters are over on the right hand side now.
Right. So that does mean that horde in the top left is going to be secured.
Mm-hmm.
Does mean that the troop in the bottom left should be secured.
Right. Here comes a bunch of shooting. What is this?
I-
Oh, this is the fighting.
This
is
has
the
got to be
horde-
fighting. The question is
Horde of the
where.
Wranglers. The Horde of the Wranglers.
No, this is the
No, this
Redwood.
is the- Yep.
Oh no, it is the. Okay, you're right. You were right.
Yep. So he picks that up.
Yep. And I
Did he overrun or did he
I
back
think he
up?
overran to make sure that he can secure the bottom on a turn 7.
Yeah.
And part of me. Oh, maybe did he? To ask him to correct himself, because I was like, I think you just pivot because you
Yeah.
already had that.
Right, you can fly over there and do something. All right, so what's going on here?
Right. It gives him. This is turn 7 options, right? So
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
he can secure the bottom if the center doesn't hold on 6.
That
or
looks
he
like
can
this looks
support-
like it's the Silver Breeze. It looks like the right number. Or I'm sorry, the Stormwind. It looks like it's the right number of dice. Right.
should be 2 less than the Dracons.
Yeah.
So normally my resolution for this is you roll it. If you misdo the number of dice, my thing is you roll the correct number of dice, and if you make less hits, then you take that, and if you make more hits, then you keep the original.
Right.
And that's the punishment. That's usually my judge calling that, but
Smart way to go.
sure. However they want to resolve it. Looks like he did 5 wounds, which is not.
Not even close. Not even
Yeah,
close to
yeah.
enough. Also,
Oh wait,
Did he get
maybe. I think he got it.
he must have had.
Because there's no inspiring over there, right? So
Oh,
there's
there
nothing-
is none because he killed the
'cause he
character.
killed the character. Yep. So he's just on it,
He's just on it.
which I do think he can
Like,
still
why
get,
overrun if you can pivot? All
Right.
cool.
I do think he can get blasted off because there's at least one character that's somewhat close.
Yeah. Yep.
Another alternative is. Still think you need all 4 of those. We're going to shoot this though. Mm-hmm. All right, man, this is going to be.
It's
Looking
good
like
tight.
a draw almost, unless a 7 hits. I think Keith could turn it out on a 6 now, and it flips back to Beaner on a 7.
Maybe.
No, actually, I think it actually goes further in Keith's favor on a 7. Because I think if we hit 7, Keith secures this in, like with no
Yeah.
hit problems. Whereas right now, Keith is barely holding this by the skin of his teeth.
All right. So it looks like it's.
Yep.
It's just
Speaking
over
of
to Allen,
6,
so-
we're gonna find out. Can Beaner make up that
He
difference?
turns. He has control. He has line of sight. His dragons are tall.
I mean, now the question is, how much time does that one have on this clock after all that maneuvering?
It's true.
I suspect that early mid-game break that we basically got was
Yeah.
mostly Allen as opposed to Keith, based on the fact that Keith said he had 30 fucking
minutes,
6.
right?
Yeah. Ugh.
17 minutes. He's got all day.
Okay, so
He's got all
yeah,
day.
they literally are probably going to be some of the first to finish in the room, and they're
Yeah.
on the streaming table.
Right.
Ugh. Well, we'll get some extra interview time. And then we will capture the glory of the hall somehow. Okay.
Which I have to say, tons of space. Really nice venue. Did a great
Yeah.
job. Yeah.
Oh, don't, man, not my thing. Congratulations to the West Coast.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah,
Really killed it.
absolutely great venue. The app has been pretty smooth. from what I've
Yeah.
heard.
Yeah. Pretty easy to use.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? You just have to let it do the math for you.
Right.
Right.
Right. Which is always the thing, right? Right. The user error is 90% of the time the issue.
Right?
All right, so
Looks like Allen
looks like
is-
he's trying to see if he can sneak a character. Okay, so didn't one of them not have Wind Blast? Was that how that breakdown was? What is his character breakdown? Because that's going to come down here. So he's got Enthrall, Wind Blast, Wind Blast. So he has
Right.
2 with Wind Blast. So I suspect, based on how he's moving, that this one, I don't know which one of the 3 different cards it is.
So the one with Blood Boil, which is in the upper right, doesn't have. It has Enthrall. It doesn't have Wind Blast.
Okay.
So
So
one of those, the one
theoretically, I think this one has Wind Blast,
I believe so.
which is why he's trying to see if he can angle over
Yeah,
here to push
right.
the Dracons off.
Yep.
That said, he still needs a second one to push this off, or he has to kill this, and
Yeah.
there's still 16 defense 5, right?
Yeah.
And they look pretty
Right.
fresh to me.
And a 15-17 nerve.
I think they're. Oh wait, did
Yeah.
the Lancers do a nerve boost?
Yep. Gives
Good,
them a nerve
yeah, yeah,
boost.
yeah.
Gives them, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they become real boys. Real
right.
knights. Always throws me when knights are 14, 16, which, like, some of them it makes sense because Kingdom's Knights, like, the lower nerve bracket.
Bros.
Yeah.
Right.
it's surprisingly, like, every time I'm like, oh, it's not 15, 17, what's going on? And I'm like, it's surprising that it's like almost 50-50. Like
Yeah.
15, 16 on the cab versus 15, 17. And I guess Elves was straddling the difference with an upgrade allowance.
Yeah, right.
So,
Helps them out.
yep. So here we go. Looks like we're seeing, these are clearly shots.
Yeah.
The question is where. And again, if it's me, he's dunking all of this into
Know
the
it in
dragon on the horde. Yep, here
And
we
he
go. We're
is.
starting.
And begin.
So I think that's, well, it's a big enough number that I see that there's pips on both sides of it.
Right.
So I think it's more than 3, but I don't know if it's 4 or 6.
Wow.
And it
Good
looks
shooting. That's
pretty
one. That's
spicy.
with cover.
Yep. I gave him it back on the wounds, though.
Yep.
It looks like only 2 snakes.
Lord giveth and he taketh away. All right.
So I think that first dice was 6. So
Yeah.
he's up to 8. And he's got another one now. And this one was cover. So this one, cover helped. Yep,
Yeah.
we saw the swing. But he got it back on the wounds this time with 3 wounds of the ones that did hit. Right? You're throwing up dice.
Mm-hmm. Things
Marion
happen.
saves you. So he's up to 16. And this is the non-covered front one, right? Because it's in the flank.
Yep.
And this was the downside of the Drakon Lord covering for them, is that couldn't cover everything.
Right.
Which again is why I'm a little surprised he didn't just charge the Silver Base cabinet unit. Just do it.
Right.
But
Maybe he did a lot of fiddling around. Maybe they determined he couldn't do it.
yeah, maybe that was the
Right,
case
I mean, it
because
was
they
in,
did.
out, in,
Yeah.
out, right?
I guess they are. What's the alternate? Is their range 9, right? Range 9 on the Wrangler. So I guess that unit in the back, the
90
top
range,
right,
yep.
can't quite get there. So that leaves the Drakons with at least 13, possibly 14 wounds, which is still pretty spicy.
Lot,
Yeah.
So Alan is casting spells.
Yep, and he's going to be able to follow it up. Okay, so we got Wind Blast. Oh, no, Enthrall.
Pulling him in. So he can.
I feel like that's just to do damage at that point.
Right.
Yeah, because then he's going to follow up with
Yeah.
more shooting. I didn't actually see before he moved him up. This is another one of those rewind moments, but he might have actually had cover. He might have had his frontage. Like,
Oh, and he
still
pulled him out
in
of
it.
the
Yeah,
cover.
he pulled him out of the cover first. Yeah.
That's mean.
Yeah,
And cool.
It's good. Smart.
Right.
Like it's a really cool list, like theme. I
Right.
just wish that it wasn't quite as neat.
Huh. And a couple wounds. He also is out of inspiring, so
Is he? No, yeah, because Argus's thing doesn't inspire, right? Yeah.
nope.
So yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's happens. No.
Yeah. So that becomes the question: Does Keith have any
So
other characters besides the Drakon Lord for his inspiring? Like,
but stop it.
yeah.
These guys. Take that. Some of that. Take that off.
Oh no, you do have the ability to pass out inspiring with Argus. So yeah. Okay,
Right.
he does both. It's the one reroll, blah 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 blah, and the inspiring. So he's clearly the inspiring's passed out to somewhere here.
Important leadership check here.
Oh, the Dragons are
Nerve.
gone.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So as it stands now, if the game ends, Keith is winning by 1
One.
because he
Yep.
has the bottom center and wins out on unit strength.
Meanwhile, more shooting is happening.
Right. No, this is the soul flares in the flank of the dragon. He's gonna
yeah.
pick. Well, he might not pick it up, but he's definitely gonna beat the crap.
He's going to pick it up.
Yeah. He should. 24 attacks,
Yeah, right.
threes, and
Threes
at
and
least probably 2s because it's all of them's had items or at least
Oh, yeah, right.
potentially items. So
Blood
yeah,
of the Old King is delicious.
that was actually
Ones, get them out of there.
yeah. Ooh, on a 3, almost missed it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he doesn't even really have to do anything. I think you overrun for positional options. But is there a 7?
Because it matters. Is that the game?
There is a 7. Okay, so
Oh boy. Okay.
here's the thing. I still think Keith takes it. I think you just use the Dragon Horde to guarantee that this regiment goes away. You might even need to. You might just be able to charge these cav into here.
Right.
Uh,
Which I would imagine.
right. And if not, charge there. If not, charge here in the flank. Like, there are options either way.
Right.
I thought that was a flank, but okay. Might have checked it first. Where'd your 30 minutes go?
No, he's gonna go there. He's gonna own that.
Yeah. I mean, either way, he
Right.
definitely kills it,
And
right?
then he's got to probably do a little bit of maneuvering around.
Yeah.
See if he can get a couple shots in, kill something. Right. And then kind of go from there. Right.
Oh my god, I can't type with my keyboard. Keith Randall. Keith to play turn 7. By the time I finish typing this,
He'll be done.
Yeah.
Right.
top.
So now he's
like we had
Does he
already
take
discussed
the-
it. We kind of really
right.
knew what the 7
So now
was
he
like.
takes the Dracons. He flies them over. He punches
Yeah,
that unit. Right.
it just gives Keith even more, like, it actually
More
makes
leverage,
Keith
right?
win harder, I feel, because I just don't think that Allen at this has any force concentration. Like, this was the downside of throwing so much stuff
Up in that upper
right
right-hand corner.
Right, was that it's all in the upper right corner.
Yeah.
And Keith had the speed, and now we see the advantage. He has literally started in the top left corner functionally,
Right.
and is now in the bottom
Bottom
corner,
right.
right?
Yeah. Via every corner of the board.
Right. He is circumnavigated the globe, traveled the 7 seas. He's done it all.
Right.
So yeah, I think if he knocks out those Phantoms, which is not a guarantee because Phantoms -12, assuming they're fresh, right? You know, they won't be inspired though, which is big. And
That's all said and done. Is 6 once.
yeah,
Yeah.
probably that's I think the average. So there's a chance.
And then everything turns and we see what's
Right,
alive,
right.
and then we go from there. Right.
Right. If he doesn't kill it, then he backs up and and if he does kill it, then they're gonna turn and do it anyway.
Sure.
Right.
Right.
Like, I just don't think once Allen loses this unit in the bottom center, I just don't think he has any pieces left that can actually get there.
Right.
And it literally, it's whether or not he loses the center middle 2 to some reason.
Right. Are you going to lose 4-3? Or are you going to lose 4-2?
Right. Or 5-2
2,
potentially.
yeah.
Right.
Now, it'll be 4-2 because Allen's going to turn and murder something.
He should be able
Right.
to remove the Drakon regiment
Yeah.
and prevent it. The only thing that would maybe prevent that is which maybe this is what Keith is doing, is he is shooting. So this is clever. He's shooting the regiment in the front.
Yep.
If he wavers it,
Then the Yours at the back
this
can't
one
move.
can't turn,
Yep.
right? Which would prevent it from then turning and burning, which would allow Keith to effectively steal
Or
out.
he could murder him.
Or that,
There
which
goes
I'd
that.
argue is actually worse for Keith.
Right.
Because I don't think you want the kill points there over stealing that
No,
extra
certainly
objective.
not. Certainly not.
Um,
But, you can't.
sure, you
Right.
can't control that, right?
It happens.
So now I think Keith wants to kill this in overrun, and then maybe you get out of 9 inches of this unit,
Right.
because this one's definitely shooting you. And I just don't think he had the 1 wind blast here, so there's no way to remove units here.
No.
There's no way to remove this here.
Keith is kind of locked out. Lock
Yeah,
those
yeah.
4 down.
Like
right?
the win is locked. It's just how much.
Right.
So
I mean, he plays with so much patience.
yeah, seriously, right? Like turn 6 before he actually jumped on objectives.
Right.
A lot of finagling around that top right building. And yeah, really, I think if there's any kind of strategic thing, and it's really hard to tell early game, I think Allen's decision to try to force things through the bottleneck and or anchor it to the side of the board,
Yep.
either way, is actually what I did here. I think if he had just thrown one unit down it and committed around it, one, that gives him an option to turn left and actually start threatening this stuff over here. Because if you pick up that horde, he's in big trouble.
Sure.
And alternatively, it allows him to wrap around the building and actually finally get to those things.
Right.
And he had options to prevent Keith from just jumping,
Right.
which were the soldiers, right? He had options. So I do think Keith played it really well there. There were definitely some critical die rolls in terms of like he didn't disorder the Drakon regiment was a big one, right? Like Keith did get the critical role in the character, and he picked up the other one, both of which were pretty long shots. Like I think that Allen was actually not in a bad spot, and Keith got some very critical rolls to steal it back. So he grabs this,
Now
he's just to make
do I
sure.
back up? Do I move forward? Right. What am I supposed to be doing? Right.
I think if it's only the single regiment of soul flares, you just take it because in the front it's a lot less scary.
Sure.
And that Drakon horde does have some damage, but I think that's a 6. So maybe you don't want to take that in the front. 6 is substantial.
Right. So now it's do you move forward a d6? Do you move to the right a d3?
Right, because moving forward would put him within charge range, but moving to the right risks potentially being blasted off.
Yeah. Right.
But the thing is, it doesn't matter. He's got 2 units, right? And they're both worth more unit strength than the Soul Flares, which is the only thing that can get there. So I literally think he... okay, but if you just give him the unit and then let him win blast the other one...
Oh.
I don't know. I like that. I think you just chill.
That's
I
weird.
think you literally just chill as long as he's outside of the Soul Flares.
Just checking to make sure everybody's in front.
Maybe he's trying to prevent double wind blast.
Probably.
I felt like he had ways to do it without having to risk a charge.
Yeah.
So maybe he's out of range, but we can ask him after.
All right.
Yeah.
It's Alan is sitting down. Keith is leaning over him because all of his units are on Alan's side of the table.
Right.
Right.
Alrighty.
Just thinking about it. They obviously know stuff we don't. Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. 3
Oh,
times.
third one. There we go.
Go home. Falling sick.
All right.
And Keith is going back this side of the table.
So as he's sidestepping and
Yeah.
then following up with the follow-up sidestep. So yeah, because minimum of 1 inch and then follow up with the minimum of 1 inch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the better way.
Agreed.
Nothing can charge it. He does. I guess he does technically have 2 wind blasts because the Soul Flares could wind blast. There we go. There's where the second wind blast. I was like, there's
Right.
got to be a justification for taking a charge from Soul Flares. This makes more sense. He only has wind blast 5 and the other one, which if it's the Zephyr Crown one, maybe it's
Zephyr
why
Crown,
he's
yeah.
being extra tentative.
So Alan now is
Yeah, wind blast 8.
he's going to move up. He's going to try to murder one of those units. He's going to try to wind blast the other one. Right? I mean that's
I think he's going to try to do both. I think he's hedging his bets.
yeah. Do both.
So he's going to move the Soul Flares up to Wind Blast. He's going to move that unit up to shoot. And he's going to use the character to Wind Blast more. I still think he has to get basically like 4 out of 4 like Wind Blasts out of a Soul Flare regiment. Right. And even then, that would barely claw it back to a draw, so maybe there is a chance. He does have this opportunity to shoot off this regiment here. That's basically the chance he gets here.
Right.
Which again, that's why I think that waiver would have been better for him. That waiver would have prevented this.
Right.
So that said, I think that regiment's pretty fresh. I think that's a 2 or a 3.
You got 2 or 3 wounds on it.
Yeah.
Right.
So 14 on 4, 7 hits, and then 5s.
4 wounds.
Yeah. So it's not a guarantee. It's literally going to be a 7.
Right.
So 51% chance or something like that, assuming averages.
Right.
And I think he just actually, you know what? I think he has a little bit more flexibility with his caster. It really depends on if it's the one with the wind blast.
Sure.
Oh, he's able to sneak blood boil. Okay, so that regiment's gone, or at least it should be.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, just draw a line of sight. Speed 6. It's like he definitely gets line of sight. If he's trying to avoid cover, you should be able to laser line to the middle. Yeah, there we go. It's like bright beam of death. Yeah, he should not have cover. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to get angle for a wind blast here and enthrall? Oh, he's trying to enthrall. Interesting. Okay.
To do the damage.
Yeah. So it's either enthrall 5 or 7. I think Lothael was the one who died behind the unit earlier for the record. So I think he's only got enthrall 5.
So it looks like he's shooting.
It was not a particularly good shooting with whichever of the 2 units is doing it.
He's shooting at the horde.
Okay, so that's 3 wounds. So it is up to 9.
Yeah.
Or yeah, looks like 9. And then looks like Wind Blast 8, which got 2 hits, which doesn't push it off,
No.
and probably isn't enough to go. Oh, 2 wounds though. That's a little spicy. So up to 11. And surely Argus's buff is in that pile.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Right.
So 11, he's an 8 twice. And then he was pushed 2 inches, but I literally think unless he kills it, it doesn't matter because he would need to. Yeah, there's the Wind Blast. You can't lose that objective. It pushes him 2. Yeah. Yeah, he's still going to be touching. He needed a really big Wind Blast there. All right. So that one's going to be secured no matter what. Now the question is, so that Keith gets the win. Now the question is, can he kill the regiment?
Right.
And that does also not look like a good roll for the shooting.
No, everything's crapping itself.
It does make it back on the wounds a little bit. Got 3
There
wounds.
you go.
4 wounds? 3 wounds.
4.
Should be 3. They have piercing? They might have piercing because they're supposed to represent crushing. Yeah, they do. Of course they have piercing.
I see a piercing.
God.
They're rather good.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so with 4 wounds, that becomes a little bit more spicy. Looks like they're up to 6, so 8. And then he's trying to get that enthrall. Right, so the goal was to put him in this. Yeah, this was what he was checking. Keith is now apparently wasn't paying attention when he was checking this because it made sense to me. Yeah, he's trying to enthrall them back because that's a shorter distance to actually pull them and yank them off the objective.
Yep.
And even if he doesn't, it's more damage because it's enthrall, so it'll do some damage.
We're checking here the direction.
I think he's trying to check to see if he has both line of sight and if he's in the arc because enthrall pulls based on the arc of the pulling. Right.
Are you going to go this way or that way?
Right.
Yep.
So I think they're just trying to be extra thorough on it. I think Keith is suggesting that it's in the side. That is enough to where it probably matters.
Yep. Looks like a bunch of wounds.
Also, why was he rerolling ones there? Oh, piercing arrow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. It would work on a spell these days. That is a thing. It's a funny thing.
More wounds down there.
Oh, did he have another wind blast that we missed? Looks like he had
so.
another wind blast that we missed. Oh, that's problematic.
Pushes that unit back. He still
Where was
owns
the last?
Oh, he still owns the token as long as he doesn't break, but he's got a bunch of wounds on him.
Ooh.
So that's gone.
He gonna sneak it up at the last minute,
He might.
or at least a draw.
For the draw.
That's a 7, which he needed. He needs a 6.
Do it again.
And he gets it. Or wait. Okay, so it's back to a draw. At least it should be.
And that's
I want to know where's the last wind blast hiding? Is it just at the bottom of the table and like hiding under the overlay?
I don't
No,
know.
surely not.
Oh, is it that?
No, that's just the poker chip to indicate where things are, or what's shooting at what. But I think they've been.
No. That little square
Oh,
right there.
I could have sworn that was a die. So yeah, that would do it.
Right.
Yeah, that means Lothael was still alive, hiding somewhere. Cool. So yeah, big wind blast comes back for Allen. I do believe that makes it a draw on the end of 7. After a pretty spicy turn 6,
Yeah.
with some big rolls from Keith that was put him ahead, and then Allen did
Bring all the
skin of his teeth.
tools to bear, right?
It was one of those perfect cascades of rolls too, because again, ignoring this one, which I thought Keith had this one locked, so that's on me. We missed the character. That definitely made it a little bit more problem. But ignoring that, because even then he still had to pick up the Drakon 6 twice. Yeah. This one I actually think was more secure, or at the very least would have guaranteed it because it would have pulled one of the characters off of it.
Yeah.
Had this wavered and not
Oh, absolutely. It
died.
makes a
Yep.
difference,
I think
right?
that actually.
Makes a difference. You can't control it. It is what it
Yep,
is,
yep.
right? It's not like you make a tactical decision, right?
Right.
But it does matter.
Yep. So in terms of like stuff that's dead, he killed 4 of the regiments of the
Wranglers.
Wranglers. Yep. He killed 2 of the Soulflare regiments. He killed 1 of the Phantom troops. On the flip side, all of the Drakons are dead. All of them. Good riddance.
I think he killed like 1,000 points of stuff.
Yeah.
That was it. And then on the other
There's a
side,
lot of elves left on the table.
a lot of elves on the table.
Yeah.
Right. They just happen to be pushed off. where they need
Right.
to be.
They've been shifted all over the place, but
Right.
like he still has the Cav, he still has the Horde, he still has Argus, he still has some Bladestock Regiment, he still has some Windborn.
Right.
Then on the flip side, 3 regiments, 1 troop, and the regiment of Soul Flares. The characters I think are gonna where if the attrition was sided toward Allen, it's because those characters are Gracie.
Right.
So yeah. Wow, close game.
Good game. Another close one. Good.
Yay.
Right.
All right.
Cool.
What I'm going to do for Jeremy and Rom's sake is now that we are basically wrapped up for the day.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
Yeah. I'm going to end this stream. I will open up just a general, hey, this is what's going on in the hall camera stream that will run on its own with no one commentating, just so people can see, hey, there's cool stuff happening in the hall.
Right.
But that will be separate so that they don't then have to go back and find where to cut the video.
Yes.
Because no one wants to have a
4 hours,
hour,
yeah.
whatever it'll be, stream.
We're good.
Yep. So to anyone who is watching, to anyone who watches later, see us tomorrow. We start at what time?
Fucking early.
God forbid.
I think it's 8:30.
8:30?
Yeah, dice roll at 8:30. Yes.
But that's why it's 3 games. Yep.
Yes.
All right, so we'll be back for 3 games tomorrow. We will be doing top tables, all 3 games, not random polls, which is what we're doing today. And yeah, so see everyone there, and have a good night.
Later, everybody.